I put the aerials off the side of it, so they've got a little bit of direction away. Ah, hang on, there's a. I got an. Okay, stop. I got an assistant moving it now. Don't know his name. It's just called an assistant. Right, I'll put it back there. What's that like if it's on its side? Then if I come over here. No. Okay. Right. Okay. 2 seconds. Right, I've put it onto another position on the camera, which should be won't be usable for AD because it'll be on his. Oh, for Christ's sake! So this is worse than when it was on camera 4, then. 50, full power. Well, what happens is you can hear it here where I can see the aerials, and as soon as I walk over here, well, we could try it. Yeah, we could try it elsewhere, but I think it's line of sight in the area. No, this is one on that table in there. Do you need these tidying up again? Because I'm on table. Is that brought it back? Is that brought it back? Whacking it. Where's that come from? Is that from up in amongst this? Yeah.
get like one of those boxes under here that I can like set my water on without having to sit on the floor every time I need something?
I think what we'll do is, yeah, we'll get the, let's put this water box down.
Nick should be able to hear you now, Denise.
Hello, Denise.
Oh, that's okay. Anywhere I can put my feet don't.
That's perfect.
Denise? Are you there? Hi, Frank's asking, are you 100% sure the Union Jack is upside down before he escalates the situation to Amber Alert? I couldn't hear that. Neil says, can you leave the set, please? You're ruining his shot. He's joking, obviously. He's joking. Denise says, no, he's not joking. Apparently the head of Greater London Police says that... Hi, Gabs, are you hearing me all right? Good stuff.
It's definitely upside down, Frank.
Yeah, hi there.
It's definitely upside down.
Can you move it more to this side?
Yeah.
Like on the middle of my backboard? Yeah, like there. Oh, I've got 3 of them on there, Joe.
I know, I walked into the job room the other day and thought, looks like I'm not finished to do this. Do you know what I mean? So I'm hoping it's right. It's where we set it yesterday, but I can always... When you go with this, can you just talk back to Michelle, please?
Hi. Yeah, great. If it gets loud, I might need a touch more, but right now it's good.
Slip that
It's
in my
easy to do.
bag and pop the bag in the
Okay.
ship. Yeah, certainly, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm just finding it. Here we are. Monitor's going to be tricky to see at this time of day, but it'll be better later.
Thank you, Denise. Let's give it a go. Yeah. Yeah, fine. Yeah, let's do that. Yep. Yeah. Okay. And coming up very shortly is the Neom Turf Cup, 1,800 metres on the grass. Missed the Cut will be the horse in focus under returning multiple champion from the UK, Oisin Murphy. Then it's the 1351 Turf Sprint run over 1,351 metres. The first 5 from last year reoppose. Songline came out best in 22. She represents Japan, and they have a strong hand also in the Longines Red Sea Turf. But this is the story of the race. Subjectivist has his first start since landing the Gold Cup at Ascot in 2021. Then the Saudi Derby. Having a meltdown is a horse who represents Bob Baffert, who won the race last year. Will his stamina hold out under Frankie Dettori, who'll also be in action in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint? Step forward, the Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, the Juddmonte Farms own Elite Power. And then the $20 million feature itself, the Saudi Cup of 2023. And will we be repeating the scenes of jubilation last year when local hero Emblem Road was the winner? I do apologise. I'll just. All right, let's go. Yeah, my apologies. Sorry. Yeah. Coming up very shortly, the 2100 metres Neom Turf Cup. All eyes on the progressive horse from the UK, Missed the Cut, ridden by returning champion Oisin Murphy. Then the 1351 Turf Sprint and the first 5 from last year's edition reoppose. Amongst them, the Japanese Distafa Songline coming in great form. And the Land of the Rising Sun has a strong hand in the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap, the longest race of the night. But the story, no doubt, from the UK, the returning Subjectivist, first run since the Gold Cup at Ascot in 2001. Then the Dirt for the Saudi Derby for 3... What have I done now? Oh, sorry, I said 2001 and not 2021. My apologies. Thank you. Yeah, I'm ready. And first up, the Neom Turf Cup, 2100 metres on the grass for this race. Missed the Cut will be the horse that is heavily favoured, ridden by the returning UK champion, Oisin Murphy. Then the 1351 Turf Sprint, the first 5 from last year reoppose. Amongst them, the Japanese Distafa Songline coming in here in good form. Japan has a strong hand in the Longines Red Sea Turf, the longest race of the night, but no doubt about the story here. This is Subjectivist, first run since landing the Gold Cup at Ascot in 2021. Then we switch to the Dirt, and for the 3-year-olds, the classic generation, 1600 metres for the Saudi Derby. Having a meltdown for Bob Baffert in the United States will have his stamina tested. There will be no stamina doubts about elite power in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Like having a meltdown, he'll be ridden by Frankie Dettori, and he already has a Breeders' Cup Sprint victory to his name. And then the big one itself, the $20 million Group 1 Saudi Cup. Jubilant scenes last year for Emblem Road, the local hero. Can he repeat? Yes? Happy or unhappy? Happy or unhappy? I can do it again if you're unhappy. Denise? Okay, I'm very happy to do it again, Neil, if there's a doubt. What was the problem? What was there a problem? Oh, fine, okay. But all right, no worries.
Should this TV be on for me? Because it's not.
So you don't want me to do it again, no? We do? Yeah, okay, then let's go. First up is the Neom Turf Cup, 2,100 metres on the grass. The in-form progressive young horse Missed the Cut. Hugely exciting for the UK, ridden by returning champion Oisin Murphy. Then the 1351 Turf Sprint, run over 1351 metres. Songline led home 4 of her rivals in last year's renewal. She strongly fancied again for Japan, who have a strong hand also in the longest race of the night. The Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap, 3,000 metres will be ideal for this horse, Subjectivist, who's not been seen since June 2021. Then a switch to the Dirt for the Saudi Derby for the classic generation over 1,600 metres. Having a meltdown for Bob Baffert, and the United States will be ridden by Frankie Dettori. And Dettori will also pick up the ride on the Breeders' Cup hero Elite Power in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. This horse comes in here for trainer Bill Mott in the colours of Juddmonte Farms. And the Saudi Cup is the feature race. 1,800 meters, $20 million. Can Emblem Road repeat last year's heroics for the locals?
One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is steady, steady, steady. This is camera 1. Ollie, ollie, ollie. Go on, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I walk into the area where it went before, tell me if it drops. If I walk over there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is ollie, 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 ollie. Ollie, 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 ollie. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it? If I turn my back, that's hopeful. Does it not drop? Right, okay, I think the gains were changing these screens, Mikes. So... Okay. Well, I don't know where out. Where actually? We're out 0. So sorry mate, was what, more or less gain? That's this. Probably about 5 at least. I'll leave it there if you do. Thank you mate, I'll take that little there you go, yeah. Happy days. Sticker. 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 Yeah. Oh, you got stickers? This mate, you want to change the game, right? Well, it's in there. Well, in case anyone does have to use it. How's that now, mate? No different. I took 5 out. Do you want me to take another 5 out? One, two, three, four, 5. I've got to get this mic to Ollie now, by the sound of it. He's going to the winner's position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Nice one, mate. Thank you.
I know. I did put it on. Did you see me in the coins? All right, darling. Let's go then. It was 1965 that thoroughbred racing first took place in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This racecourse, King Abdulaziz, about 20 miles outside the center of Riyadh, was built in 2003. 20 years on, it has the grandest of ambitions, and today it is where the thoroughbred horse racing world converges for the 4th edition of the Saudi Cup, the world's most valuable horse race. They come from across the globe, from 15 nations. We are here with you as well. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu, my colleague from the United States. Wherever you're from, this is a special place today to be. Michelle, just tell us why.
It certainly is. The Saudi Cup has stamped itself in the middle of thoroughbred racing. It's a great beginning of the year as we get to join forces from all over the world. The global aspect of this race has really become something impressive, and we love it, at least in the U.S.
Yeah, the first edition of this race went to the United States, the second to Europe last year. A great local horse. We've got so much for you to enjoy during the course of the next 4 or 5 hours, culminating in the Saudi Cup. And this is what's coming up. We start very shortly indeed with a race for local thoroughbreds. It's worth $1 million. As I hang on,
It's not. Is it?
It's not sound on tape, is it?
Oh yeah, it is.
That's not sound on tape. It's a AR graphics 8-race card. I think this was going to be on the old on the turf, isn't it? On the.
I don't have an 8-race card graphic on mine. Where? Oh, in red, way up high.
Neil,
My
talk
bad.
to me. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. We're all okay so far, aren't we? Thank you very much. Anyone who around the world who can hear us at the moment, just rehearsing to go on air. So welcome along, and hope you enjoy the show.
If you have any comments, tweet us.
You can tweet us at Nick Luck or at the real Michelle Yu.
No real.
No real. All right, Largy. Is that what I'll get then? A full frame rather than an AR? Okay. All right, and then do you want me to link you to the runners and riders? Another one going to win again? No? Okay. He's only £3 higher though. Yeah. Okay. You okay? Is that question all right if I just throw you a, why is this race so important?
Now it will be.
Yeah. I'll tailor it to you, it's fine. How would you like to go ideally? Which horses, which order would you like to go in, Noah? Give me 3 or 4 that you really want to talk about, and then we'll take it after that from there. Who do you really like?
Number 1,
Yeah.
Dali. Number 2, Beer.
Yeah.
Then number 6,
Yeah.
Stouty.
Yeah.
Then we have
You don't like number 5? Oh no.
then we want to talk about the deer.
8.
Yeah. And then last year's winner, yeah, 17? Okay. Denise, order of preference for horses in the opening race is as follows, if you've got any control over it. 1, 2, 6, 8, 17. Oh, just come through. 8, Kathy is not running.
What?
Kathy is a scratch.
Since when?
That must have just come through.
As is 11?
Right. Did the AEs draw in then?
No, no one can get it.
When did we never even got scratches.
8 and 11 out. And Sayers,
8 and 11 out?
yeah, Sayers rides 13, okay?
Yeah.
Not Tyler Gaffalione. Yeah, I'll get rid of it. Yeah, I'll get rid of all this. We need a shelf underneath here.
That single looks nice. That's the best I've looked in a long time. Higher. Thank you. Skinny lenses on. I love it. So happy.
Yep. I still look like me, unfortunately. Yeah, Michelle did some powder, but
Hi, Neil.
Feet, camera 3, camera 3, camera 3.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to the world's most valuable horse race, the fourth running of the Saudi Cup. 12 months ago, the great local hopeful Emblem Road shocked the world and left everybody in this kingdom dancing with unbridled joy.
Emblem Road is being roared home by the locals. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia.
Emblem Road is back to defend his crown, but the racing empires are striking back.
This is a dream night for the land of the rising sun.
Unbelievable.
Japan on fire. Yes, Japan continues to fly.
After dominating the undercard in 2022, Japan has brought 6 contenders from the land of the rising sun to try and earn their share of $20 million.
And in country grammar, the Americans have a horse already successful under the Arabian lights.
Country Grammar with his dates with destiny. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
And his stablemate Taiba comes in off of a classic campaign overshadowed by Flightline to take favoritism in the Saudi Cup. 13 go to post with $20 million on the line.
This is the Saudi Cup. The Arabian and the racehorse intertwined through history, and in 1965 they began thoroughbred horse racing here in Riyadh. January 2003 and the construction of King Abdulaziz racetrack, 20 miles to the outside of the thriving city. 20 years later, and now the thoroughbred world converges on this very special place for the Saudi Cup. A warm welcome to the Saudi Cup 2023. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu, my colleague from the west coast of the United States. But Michelle, wherever you're from in the world today and wherever you're watching, this is the only place to be if you love top quality sport. What has made this race so special in just 4 years?
I think a couple of things. First of all, it was certainly the spot that it hit on the calendar. It fulfilled a need that we had for a lot of top class racing. Of course, the attention that it got, not just from money, but from other participants from all over the world. And I think the global success has really carried its torch here. Seeing so many different countries be successful here, and it just makes it feel like anybody can win this if you have a shot to come.
This nation has grand designs across a panoply of sports, but the horse is so important to Saudi Arabia that you feel that this is only going to get bigger and bigger.
Oh, surely. There's one thing that we know about the Saudi Arabian people, and they love the animal. The horse here is revered. You can see it in the attendance on the track. You can see it when we're out doing things just in the kingdom. It's amazing how much they love the horse.
What a day we've got to look forward to. 8 races for you, and we culminate with the Saudi Cup Bushby Run as darkness gathers, and we'll hope for a beautiful sunset at 8:35. 3:45 our first race, local time. The Jockey Club local handicap, $1 million on the table there. Then the Obeya Arabian Classic for the purebred Arabian horses over 2,000 meters. The big turf races then, the Neom Turf Cup. 1351 turf sprint run over 7 furlongs, nearly 1,400 meters. The Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap, the longest race of the night. And then the big dirt races for the classic generation, the Saudi Derby, the Riyadh Dirt Sprint featuring the Breeders' Cup champion at 7:45 local time, and then 8:35 for the $20 million Saudi Cup, the world's most valuable horse race. Runners are in the paddock for our opening race, the Jockey Club local handicap. Very shortly we'll be welcoming in our local expert to point you in the right direction. But first of all, we need the runners and riders for this race, which you will hear in a few moments' time with Richard Hoyles.
Run over 1,800 meters.
يقام على مسافة 1,800 متر.
Worth $1 million.
وجائزته $1 مليون.
The Jockey Club Local Handicap.
كأس نادي سباقات الخيل المحلي للتكافؤ.
So here are the runners and riders for the Jockey Club local handicap, presented by the Ministry of Culture. 1,800 metres on the dirt, so the same distance as for the Saudi Cup at the end of the card. This is a very valuable prize for local horses. Number 1 is Albertali James Doyle, 2 Almabeer, Frankie Dettori, and 3 Abo Al Nawamis for Asil Alassani. 4 is Razmal, lots of different cap colours, blue cap with Ahmed Al Azari in the saddle, and 5 Al Mazraj, Mohammed Al Habib. Number 6 is Mustoli. Storley is the mount of Mohammed Al-Daham, 7 South and Luis Morales, 8 a non-runner, 9 Ruka in the blue cap, Abdullah Al-Farouz, and 10 is Saudad, yellow cap for Abdullah Al-Lorfi. 11 is the second absentee, 12 Aliyah Baladi in the first colours of Rayan Al-Tarash, 13 Al-Abrazi, Luis Sayers, that is a jockey change, replacing Tyler Gafflioni on number 13 Al-Abrazi. 14 is Manawi, Usheen Murphy returning to the international stage. 15 Motorbane for Mohammed Al-Shamar, and 16 Korba. Korba is the mount of Fahed Al-Tharaidi. 17 Al-Alawan for Camilo Espia. 18 Al-Qassani, Christophe Lemaire. 19 Howland, now the sole remaining owner's runner with Alexis Moreno. 20 Mahamar for Mikel Barcelona. None of the reserves were promoted, with numbers 8 and 11 coming out after the cut-off this morning at 8 o'clock. So a largish field about to make their way out onto the course.
And that has been a feature of the season here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The very competitive racing, the big fields. Delighted to say, to help us with this race, and Michelle and I need some help with the local thoroughbreds here. We welcome once again Nawaf Al-Dash to the show. Nawaf, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm very happy to be here, and I hope everyone watching is enjoying the big day.
And for you, as someone who's followed racing here in the Kingdom for so long, what does a day like today mean to you?
It means a lot. We wait for this day from year to year. We finish today and wait for the next one next year. It's an important sport, important event, brings everyone here, and we, as Saudis, we welcome everyone to come to Saudi and visit.
I know that you are here to talk about the locals, but I know that you're very excited about the big races too. That seems to be what you really want to talk about with us.
Well, you know, we love racing here in Saudi, and we follow those horses everywhere, and we know them inside out. So when they come to compete here on our land, it's very exciting.
So what about this first race today, Nawaf? We've got last year's winner in the race, but you feel today's race is a stronger edition than 2022?
It's actually very strong. You have last year's winner and the year before winner as well in the same race, and those are the top local bred horses we have today competing against each other. When they are in a handicap race, you know, the weight plays really a very important factor here.
One of the big stories of today will be whether Frankie Dettori can strike on the biggest stage again. A man who is in his farewell season and has been riding so well on the west coast of the United States in Santa Anita, having ridden most of his Group 1 victories in the United Kingdom. Here he is on Almabeer for Hamad Al Rashid. You can see why he's riding in the race. It's worth $1 million. Has he got a chance, Nawaf?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like this horse so much. He has run this year very well. He won the Crown Prince Cup in Saudi, and he's always in a strong form. And today, on the 18 meters, I think he has a big chance to win.
He is coming off of a not great effort, but he seems to have those in between. Does he just need a race, or was there an excuse?
No, you know why? Because he went and against the imported horses in the qualifier to the Saudi Cup. So he was with the toughest group of horses. So I can understand why he did not perform well. But today I think he's going to show up.
Okay.
Let's take a look at number 1 here, Al Bathali, another well-known international thoroughbred rider here, James Doyle, who rides a second jockey to Sheikh Mohammed of Dubai's Godolphin operation. Riding Al Bathali for Fahad Saad, this is a horse you like?
This probably one the best local bred horse we have ever had in the last 5 years. But you know, with horses, injuries come along, and you know they take a lot from a horse. This horse, he won 2 years ago this race, and then almost 2 years did not run. And he's coming back. He looks good. I like the horse a lot. His only issue is going to be today. He's coming out of, after a layout. Also, he's the highest weight, 62 kilos. That's going to go against him, but he can do it.
This is a handicap, so variable weights according to the horse's rating. So the horses, the local handicapper thinks are the better horses. They are conceding weight to the so-said lesser horses, trying to equalize this race. Let's take a look at number 6 if we can. Mostoli, Mohammed Al-Daham riding for Badr Razaik.
I love this horse a lot. This horse, he won also the King Cup here in Saudi in 2,000 meters. He's a miler. He can go to a mile and quarter, and I think he's going to show up today and perform a great race, especially when you consider he's only carrying 56 versus, for example, Bathali 62. It's 6 kilos. So I think this horse is going to compete today for sure.
What's his running style? Where does he like to be?
He comes, he sits behind the base, probably behind the base, 3rd, 4th.
All right, let's take a look at him. There is Mostoli. He's a well-bred horse. He's a local thoroughbred, but international viewers will know the pedigree by first defense out of a mare by Hawkwing. Should have a bit of speed.
Yeah, he actually the first defense we have now here in Saudi, and he has produced very good horses here, and this is probably one of the best progeny of first defense in Saudi.
Speaking of really great pedigrees, look at the 13. He's by Munnings and the nice Empire Maker mare. That would be right at home stateside.
And 13 is Al Habrazi, who is the subject of a jockey change, an important one as well. Tyler Gaffalione, who's been riding so well in Florida through the winter, has been replaced by Luis Saez. Saez, who was first past the post in the inaugural Saudi Cup on maximum security. And he won the International Jockeys Challenge yesterday.
Yeah. Now, can you tell me about the 19 Howland? Because looking at the horses in the paddock, you and I disagreed, but I thought he was the pick of the paddock.
You know, he looks good. He's a good horse, but I prefer other horses to him. He's a champion horse. To be honest, this race today, having a lot of good horses, they have performed very well recently. However, this horse, I think, today maybe he will not show.
These are the famous colours of Emblem Road, winner of the Saudi Cup of 2022. Colours of His Royal Highness Prince bin Salman, who's established a boutique stable here of real quality, trained by Matej Molawa and written by Alex Moreno. Big day for Moreno, particularly given the fact he didn't ride Emblem Road last year.
And he did not ride him because he wanted to ride the other horse, so he felt very bad. Today he's riding Emblem Road, and they also have Scotland Yard, who's done very well here in Saudi.
Is Scotland Yard to you reminiscent of Emblem Road last year?
Emblem Road definitely better
by a mile.
This is Mehama. Now here's a man that is no stranger to success on the global stage. He's won the Derby at Epsom, he's won the Dubai World Cup. Can he add further luster on Saudi Cup night? He's Mikel Barcelona. There we are, 2011 Derby at Epsom, that famous celebration, standing in the irons on Pourmois. That famous call from today's race caller, Richard Hoyles. He celebrates as if he's won the Derby. The World Cup in 2012 for Godolphin, the Breeders' Cup Turf in 2017, and 2 editions of the French Guineas, the 1000 in 2019 and the 2000 in 2020. He's riding Mehama here. He rides Eagle's Flight later in Van der Garde, one of the 6 Japanese contenders for the Saudi Cup. Top quality rider.
Yeah. And he knows the Saudi track as well.
Now, tell me a little bit about these 16. We've got a filly here up against males. I feel like her filly races were good. Is she good enough to compete on this level?
Her last 2 races, she did not perform. She's a good horse, comes from behind. So today, you know, the stable has 2 horses in the race. The one by Munnings we talked about, and this filly. So if the pace was very fast, I think maybe she can come.
Fantastic access to the onboard cameras today. Mohammed Al Habib is sporting our jockey camera in this opening race on Al Mazraj, and that gives you a good idea as to the width of this dirt track and how fair it is, Nawaf, and you've got plenty of time to sort yourself out over this 1800 meter distance.
Oh yeah, definitely, because you have a long stretch, and then the last 400 also is very comfortable. I don't think, you know, the gate today will affect the horse.
Is this how you're playing this race? 2-9-1-17-8?
I will go with 2-1, and then definitely number 6.
Michelle?
You didn't like my 5. I went 1-2-5-19, and he told me my 5 was no good.
It's good, but not too good.
All right. $1 million for our opener here, and it just gets hotter as the afternoon progresses. The mercury is rising here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse ahead of this Jockey Club local handicap presented by the Ministry of Culture. Can it be a perfect start for Frankie Dettori on Al Mobir? Will Louis Saez continue his heroics of yesterday on Al Abrazi, or will this be an all-Saudi finish to a race that is restricted to horses bred here in the kingdom with their ever-expanding breeding program designed to have 70,000 thoroughbreds in the kingdom by 2030. Last couple moving forward, as we say once again. A very good afternoon to our big race caller, Richard Hoyle.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yes, all in for this $1 million Jockey Club local handicaps from over 1,800 metres long run, and they leave the stalls. The slow into stride was Corba over on the far side, swiftly out in the early stages. The red and white with the blue cap, Razmal moves to the fore. The same colours with the red cap, Al Mazraj also racing pretty handily. They're being followed through in third place by Al Tabrazi in the yellow cap, and the orange colours Manawi for Sheen Murphy taking a forward position, as is number 18 Al Kasani towards the outside. They're the leading bunch of about 5 or 6 as they settle down. So as they race through the first couple of furlongs, up in front Razmal continues to dispute the running in company with Al Kasami. Racing in third place is Manawi, just ahead of on the inside running rail is Al Mazraj. Just behind these, the yellow cap Al Tabrazi reading back towards midfield. There we find the likes of Mustali and also Al Kasani just off the pace. At this stage includes Salfan, who's just struggling to keep up. Anna Alawan is also towards the back, and Abo Al-Nawiz is last of all. So scuttling round the corner, and Al Kasani has already gone for home. Moving into second, Manawi, and also making some progress in the chevron colours with Al Tabrazi in the yellow cap as they make the bend, still travelling pretty comfortably. Frankie Dettori and Al Mobir just getting a little bit closer as they spin the bend. So it's Al Kasani who has the lead, being pursued all the time by Al Tabrazi into second place, and down the outside Al Mobir makes a little bit of progress. Salfan tries to switch out around runners, and also staying on right from the back of the field is Saudad in the yellow cap. So making their journey up the straight, green colours up the centre, Salfan throws it down and quickly goes clear. It's Salfan for Luis Morales, who's gone on from in second place at Al Mobir, who's battling on with Al Tabrazi. Right down the centre for a potential place is Saudad, but that's all they're chasing. They're all chasing Salfan, who is a long way clear. Battle for second between Al Mobir over on the far side and still staying on over on the near side Saudad, but Salfan has won decisively. Second for Al Mobir, third place will go to Saudad. Running on pretty late in the day was Alim Baladi, who's moved through into fourth place, and they were ahead of Mastoli, who never really showed, but ran on through beaten horses to finish in fifth place. All over in the twinkling of an eye as Salfan for Luis Morales put the race to bed pretty swiftly, just as Frankie Dettori might have been eyeing up a victory on Saudi Cup Day. Down the outside, Saudad stayed on pretty well for Abdallah Alorfi, but to be honest, this was one-way traffic for the final 400 metres. It's Salfan who wins the Jockey Club local handicap.
And how? What a performance from Salfan. This gelding who never won over this distance before looks like he's needed it all his life. Luis Morales for Gaith Al Gaith in the silks of Majed Mahal. Al Bugami confirming second is the Frankie Dettori ridden Al Mabir. Third is Saudade, the yellow cup, wide down the outside, and Alan Baladi finished fourth. Christophe Lemaire, who set sail for home a long way out on Al Kazani, lost his irons, lost his stirrups, and was given a very uncomfortable ride. The man who rode 4 winners on the card last year. But at the victory in our opener, Luis Morales on Salfan, Nawaf.
This is a big surprise for me. I did not expect that. You know, the horse, the number 6 horse we talked about, Mustawli, beaten him like 15 lengths in the last race. But today, wow, he came different horse.
We're going to hear from the winning jockey now. He's alongside Faisal. Faisal.
Okay. Congratulations, Luis Morales. You, the first one, went tonight with the Saudi Cup.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. How's everything? How you have fun?
Yes, we have fun. But tell me how about the race. Take us through the race.
Well, thanks God for the win first, and the support from trainer and all the personnel of the staff for Bugami stable. I have a good break. I sit back, I'm waiting this inside, trying to save some ground, and then the 600 I have a small gap to go. So I just wait till 400 to come clear outside, and he just moved very smooth.
Actually, you waiting a lot, and I see the first guy in the front for Haif stable, he loses his stirrup, the jockey. You guys waiting behind him. You have a lot of patience for this race.
Well, I tell you the truth, I didn't even know. I didn't even knew he lost the stirrups because I was just back, trying to find a better way for the horse. So when I catch it, I just try to just wait for the right moment to move him. But he responds so well.
Thank you, Luis, and I hope for future you have other good races and you win again, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah, thanks God.
Okay, thank you.
And he had the perfect preparation for this race, this horse. He was never nearer in fourth behind Mostoli when he ran in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cup last month. He's a winner of the King Khaled Cup. He's becoming a serious money spinner.
I'll tell you what I think is really intriguing about this horse. There's, by the way, a great view of Christophe Lemaire with no irons. You can see him on the 18 in front, his stirrup irons flapping over his knees. Very, very strong of a rider here to be able to still stay elevated, and he's still going to try and finish despite having no traction whatsoever. But back to this horse. Earlier this week, Jimmy Barnes, the assistant trainer for Bob Baffert, had said to run the mile in an eighth here, it really takes a mile and a quarter type, which is why Country Grammar runs so well here. And like you mentioned, this horse, last 2 races, mile and a quarter, the little turn back in distance gave him plenty of what he needed late.
And the initial challenge, Nawaf, didn't come on the rail. He's finished up on the rail, but the initial challenge came 3 or 4 horse widths off the fence. Do you think that'll be something that's repeated during the course of the evening as it was last year?
I think so, yeah. After seeing this race, you know, it's always tough to predict the winner, as you know, but to come and you're not the favorite and perform like this, always, you know, that's the joy of racing.
Joy for Luis Morales, who gets his share here of a $600,000 US first prize in a race with a total prize fund of $1 million. Salfan dropping down in distance takes our opener, the Jockey Club local handicap presented by the Ministry of Culture, and a deep competitive race. And as you were saying, the quality of these local thoroughbreds is getting better all the time.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is probably the best field we have ever had in the Saudi Cup for local breds.
Can you tell me a little bit about the stallion Article of Faith? I like when I page through and I know the stallions. He's not one that's familiar to me.
Yeah, he's I think by Stormcat. He came here like 4 years ago, and everyone thought he was not a good stallion, you know? And now everyone's going to change their mind.
Just confirming, victory goes to number 7, Salfan, in the silks of Majed Mahal Al Buhami, trained by Gaith Al Gaith and ridden by Luis Morales in a time of 1:51.05. Al Mabir, a good start to the night for Frankie Dettori. It could yet get significantly better for the man who rides Country Grammar, last year's runner-up in the Saudi Cup. And Saudade, number 10, was third for Abdullah Al Alfi in a time of 1:52. 78. That's the 1, 2, 3 in the first race of 8 we're bringing you here on Saudi Cup night from King Abdulaziz Racecourse in Riyadh.
William.
Well done to Luis Morales, a pretty cool customer, Nawaf.
Yeah, definitely. The rider is a top rider here in Saudi. He's very good. You know when to decide to move the horse and push him, try to go and win the race.
He is riding this horse for the first time. Is he the type that can just get on any horse and work magic?
Definitely, I think yes.
Nawaf, you have worked magic for us, as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nawaf Al-Dash, our expert on the local thoroughbreds. The man who was expert in the saddle was Luis Morales. We will leave you for just a couple of moments. When you rejoin us, we will be building toward the big purebred Arabian race of the evening. See you in a moment. Welcome back. The Saudi Cup 2023, the world's most valuable day of thoroughbred horse racing and one of the great sporting and social occasions in this historic city of Riyadh. We are only 20 miles outside the city centre. One of the great features of this fixture in the last 4 years is how it has brought together families who share a passion for horses, and we've seen high fashion as well. Turning on the style in our opening race was Salfan for Luis Morales and Gaith Al Gaith, and swiftly on to the trophy presentation. Beautiful trophies presented here by the Ministry of Culture to the winning owner, Majed Mahal Al Bugami, the winning breeder, Abdul Majid Ma Al Sheikh, the trainer, Gaith Al Gaith, and in those green and gold and black silks of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Luis Morales. So very much a local triumph for those following the fortunes of the storied Frankie Dettori. He finished second here on Al Mabir, and Saudade in the colours of His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Khalid finished in third place. And the full running order scrolling across the bottom of your picture now. Jubilant scenes as Salfan springs something of a surprise, according to our expert Nawaf Al-Dash in our opening race. And every year you come to King Abdulaziz racetrack, there is something a little different. It's expanding, it's growing, and there's just 4 minutes and 37 now to the Saudi Cup itself. And last year, 2022, what a race it was. It was won by a local hero, Emblem Road. Can he do it again?
Your Royal Highness, thank you very much for having us here. Just tell me what you remember most vividly about the Saudi Cup of 2022.
And away they go. Jumping away, Emblem Road was the one who was slowest away.
Emblem Road احنا عارفين انه بيتاخر، يعني كنا عاملين حساب هذا ومبلغين جبرتو راموس بالنقطة هذه.
What a big run from Making Miracles on the outside. The local horse followed round by Emblem Road as well.
لكن تأخره الزائد هذا هو اللي كنا على أعصابنا، لكن الحمد لله انه لحق.
Country Grammar and Midnight Bourbon next. Emblem Road to the front. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia. Emblem Road has toppled a lot of them.
I hadn't really appreciated until last year that, of course, quite a few people in the crowd had probably been racing at King Abdulaziz racetrack for 20, 30, 40 years. And 2 decades ago, something like that would have been completely inconceivable to them, wouldn't it?
Unimaginable, absolutely. But, you know, this is horse racing. And it shows that if you have the right setup, the right program, the right training, good things will happen.
Now, Alexis, am I right? You could have ridden Emblem Road, but you didn't?
I qualified both horses, you know, Emblem Road and Making Miracles. And I rode Making Miracles in the Scenes Cup.
We ought to have a word about Wiggy Ramos, another Panamanian. He won on Emblem Road last year. How did you feel for him?
I feel so happy, you know. He traveled to everywhere. Now he's retired, you know. And before he retired, he won the big race around the world. So I'm happy just for him, you know. I think he did everything.
This year, you're riding the defending champion. You'll be riding Emblem Road. You know the horse well. How is he this year?
Well, he won the last time so easy. He won very good. But he wasn't 100%, you know. And now I think he's 100%. So I hope he can run the same like last year. I think he can win the race again.
ممكن يكون في جواد العام الماضي مؤدي أداء ممتاز، السنة هذه يكون متغير، وممكن العكس، فنكون على أعصابنا في كل الحالات.
Prince Saud, I think, put together a good group of people. He doesn't have hundreds of horses, but he's very focused. He knows all of his horses, and hopefully encourage many more to participate, not only here, but to be able to also go on an international level and follow the footsteps of Prince Khalid bin Abdullah. He's back again this year, so I think it's going to be a very interesting race.
And 2 serious chances for local horses in the $20 million Saudi Cup, which is just over 4.5 hours away. Coming up very shortly is the big race for purebred Arabians, the Abaya Arabian Classic.
The mountain tops, deep in the roots of trees, between valley streams, and down to the seashore. Beauty grows. Love flourishes. And breathtaking scenery surrounds us. Celebrating eternal moments.
Runners in the parade ring for the Obeya Arabian Classic. Total value of $2 million, Michelle.
Great money for a great group of horses, Nick. I think that we have seen horses that no matter where you watch Arabian racing at, you will know someone in this field.
And we will be getting some much needed expertise very shortly, but first let's check on the runners and riders for this prestigious race.
Run over 2,000 meters.
مسافته 2000 متر.
Worth $2 million.
جائزته $2,000,000.
The Obeya Arabian Classic.
شوط عبية الكلاسيكي للخيل العربية.
So these are the runners and riders for the Grade 1 Obeya Arabian Classic for purebred Arabians, $2 million. The Al Khalidia breeding operation absolutely dominated the last race yesterday, which was also worth $1 million. You'll see they're well represented through these runners and riders. So number 1 is Derian, who's run in this race twice previously, finishing in 5th and 4th positions for Iritz Mendithabal. 2 is the first of the Al Khalidia horses, one of the outsiders, Hamdani Khaled Al Khalidia, for Fahad Al Furadi. 3, Hayab Al Zaman for Adre de Vries, and 4, Mutawakkel Al Khalidia, who was second in this race back 2 years ago in 2021. 5 is the non-runner, 6, Kaswarat Al Khalidia. And the slight difference is you'll notice the chevrons go different ways. So that's a chevron that heads in a downward direction. Number 7 is Rajay Antonia Fresu. 8 is Rich Like Me, Alberta Sana. That horse is going to race in a completely red cap. Number 9 is Samla, Maxime Guillon. 10 is Tilal Al Khalidia. Just a question at the trips, caught in the last strides last year, but an excellent record down the years. Danania Al Khalidia is also a leading chance. Camillo Espina, who was amongst the winners yesterday. Note those chevrons go, all these chevron goes a different way there, pointing up. They're not going to be easy to tell apart if you're at home. And 12, Mitag, Mount of Fale Bugenheim. And 13, Risk 2 for Maxime Fillon. 12 runners in the absence of number 5. It's likely to go to Al Khalidia. Not sure which one.
Thanks so much, Richard, as we're back here on set right outside of the walking ring. Nick Luck, Michelle Yu, and now joined by Jonathan Horowitz from the Arabian Jockey Club. Jonathan, I know you've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Very much so, and for what the Arabian breed means to this part of the world, to see Arabian racehorses be on this stage is fantastic. There was a $1 million Arabian race on turf yesterday, and now we're getting ready for the $2 million race on dirt.
I love the versatility of the Arabian, being able to run on multi-surfaces. And I mean, I don't want to say they're different than thoroughbreds, but they are, and I love seeing them be able to encompass so much.
Well, there was a big prep race for this race over 1,400 meters. The top 4 from that race are now going 2,000 meters. And you'll have horses like a horse that won here last year in first class, group winner at 1,200 on dirt, all the way up to 2,200 on turf.
I love it. It's like Nick.
What, that versatile?
Yes, that versatile.
I'm not sure about that. They call me a one-trick pony. Jonathan, what I want to know, I've known you for, I don't want to remind you, but probably nearly 20 years.
I was this tall, yes.
And you're a polymath when it comes to horses. You know all about equestrianism, you know all about the thoroughbreds, but you've got a real passion for the purebred Arabian. Just tell me why.
Absolutely. the qualities of the Arabian breed. They have long careers. They run all over the world. You get the rivalries. Many of these horses have run against each other multiple times. And then recently I started riding myself, and I have an Arabian that I event on. So you put it in front of an Arabian. We just mentioned about, distances and surfaces, but any type of sport as well. And the Arabian, with the mind that they have, will likely excel at it.
What additional passion did you find for the Arabian once you started to ride an Arabian?
Just how keen they were. So the Arabian that I have, he's a racehorse AA Two-Face, started eventing with him, but then he actually enjoys racing, so we brought him to have a horse that can race and event at the same time. But he was nowhere near racing in the caliber of these horses.
So the truth of it is, they can do anything.
Exactly.
But today, Jonathan, we've got to find the one that can do anything the fastest.
Yes.
And they're in the parade ring behind us. How strong a field do you think this is, first of all?
It's incredibly strong. You have 3 of the top 4 from last year, the runner-up Talal Al-Khalidia, the 3rd place finisher RB Rich Like Me, 4th place finisher Darien, and then some of the newcomers in here. One of the best horses in Europe in Samla, the Arabian Horse of the Year from the United States, Hiab Al-Zaman. There are many chances, and what makes this particularly intriguing is that 2,000-meter chute. There's going to be a long run down the backstretch, so the tactics are going to be very important.
Am I just sentimental saying I like RB Rich Like Me?
He has developed that type of following. He's such an attractive horse, and his cruising speed and his stablemate Hiab, they're just as high on, I think, also the same.
Let's have a look at Darien, the mount of Yoritz Mondizabal, Jonathan.
He was the Kahala Classic winner, one of the biggest Arabian races in the world back in 2021, set the track record, 3rd time running in this race.
All right, Darien, 5th in 2021, 4th last year, and a versatile horse ridden by Yoritz Mondizabal, multiple classic winning rider in France and running in the colours of Yas Racing. We ought to touch upon last year's edition. As we do so, we can take a look at Hamdani Khaled Al-Khalidia.
He's one of 5 in the race for Al-Khalidia stables, and he won the qualifier, the Al Diriyah Cup, in a very close photo finish. He ran in the turf race at the Saudi Cup last year, and now he's going to be in the dirt race.
Coming out of a 1.25 mile win, like you said, just got the nose down. Because the Arabians are so versatile, when do you decide, yes, this horse is versatile, or no, this one needs a set trip?
The truth is you kind of can experiment, and this horse here, Hiab Al-Zaman, he's now stepping up in distance. He was the Horse of the Year in the United States, and now he's going to try and take it on the world stage at the highest level.
All right, that's number 4, the grey Mutawakkel Al-Khalidia with Alex Moreno.
Runner-up in 2021, 9th last year. He's been a stalwart of the Saudi Arabian breeding program.
Easy to spot.
He's very handsome.
Very, very.
But not as good looking as the 6, I have to say. When this one comes on the screen, I hope you're going to tell me all great things about this horse, because I just thought he was stunning when he came out.
Yeah, this horse, Kasward Al-Khalidia, is actually the full brother to Asfan Al-Khalidia, who won the $1 million Al Manifa Cup on turf yesterday. Started the career similar to his brother, won his first 3 races, but he's been beaten in his last few. He shows a lot of speed, and he could play a very big part in the pace picture.
In thoroughbreds, if we're looking at a horse that's 5 years old and only has 5 starts, we're saying they're lightly raced. Is this more typical of the Arabian?
Yes, the Arabians can't start racing until they're 3 years old, and you can take your time with them. I don't really think they hit their peak until they're 5 or 6.
All right, let's move it on, have a look at some more of these. There's Fale Guggenheim in the well-known Al Shakab silks. Al Shakab, the ownership enterprise for His Highness Sheikh Johan Al Thani from Qatar. Enjoyed rich success across the thoroughbred and Arabian world, these silks, and Fale was riding Mithaq here, the mare number 12. As we continue our look through these, there's number 8.
Horse, Michelle.
Oh, isn't he just, I love it. I saw him in the morning, and when he goes by, I know you ran after him to go see him, so I'm not the only one that has a fan club.
Absolutely. RB Rich Like Me, he set the track record at the beginning of the year, 1,600 meters at Meydan in the Al Maktoum Challenge, and his connections decided to bring him here a little bit earlier. He ran in a prep race, ran 2nd in the Gulf Cup, over 1,400 last time out.
Do we think that that's a negative, that he was 2nd and didn't win it?
He didn't have a very good break, but he was 2nd to the highest rated horse in this field in Dananir Al-Khalidia, who we'll see in a little bit. So it's still a solid effort.
Alberto Senna taking the ride for Bahrain trainer Fawzi Nas. There's number 9, Samila.
Yes, the way that Samla's been managed has been fantastic. Group 1 winner in Qatar, the French-Arabian Derby winner, a winner of 7 of 9. Francois Woho is a fantastic trainer, and Maxime Guillon used to ride the great Ibraz, so he's got a great team and a great future for this horse.
Another horse very versatile, did a lot of racing on grass and switched over beautifully to dirt last time.
All right, that's 9, Samla then, for Sheikh Karim Al Thani, representing France. And there's Tilal Al Khalidia.
He was the runner-up last year in a close photo finish to Hadi de Carrere, and he was running in this race as a 4-year-old, which was incredibly young to take on the best in the world. Well, this year, he's even better. He's had the same preparation. Won the Prince Sultan World Cup, set the 1,600-meter track record here in the Imam Turki bin Abdullah Sword.
Is it hard for them to go and only have that one 10-furlong race, 2,000-meter race, and then go back to shorter and sprinting, and then come back to this when they're this young?
No, not at all. You put it in front of him, especially his horse as talented as he does, he'll get it done.
11 there is Danania Al Khalidia, the last of the Al Khalidias.
Yep, and I like a feisty mare. She's won 6 in a row, and she's the highest-rated horse in the field.
Is this her first time going 10 furlongs, though?
The thing with the Arabian breed is there's so much endurance in them, you kind of let them get going, and it's kind of like a diesel engine. They just keep rolling and rolling and rolling.
All right, you just took another look at Mittag there. We saw the jockey earlier, Fale Bugenheim. Did you give Mittag a chance?
I give Mittag a chance in the sense that they switched Mittag from turf to dirt, and in 5 races on dirt in Qatar, he's won 3 of them. She's won 3 of them, but at the same time, this is tougher competition.
Looking at her from an equipment standpoint as well, it does appear that she's adding cheek pieces today. I don't see that she's worn them previously, and they were there under her red hood.
And there's 13, Risk 2, the last of them, with Maxime Foulon in the saddle.
Risk 2 ran in the turf race, the Al Manifa Cup at the Saudi Cup last year, finished 5th. She's had a good year since, was a group winner in Morocco at the end of last year.
She's a very feminine looking filly, and it's intriguing to me. She looks more thoroughbred than a lot of this field has.
The features on the Arabians, they're very refined, they're very striking, and they catch your eye and just give off an amazing energy.
Okay, you've seen the 12 that go to post for the Obeya Arabian Classic. A reminder, if you've just joined us, we go without number 5, Nabil Al Khalidia. Hi Faisal, our outrider here today.
Denise, I'm ready.
How is it out there, Faisal?
Yeah. Can you please, Denise, before I go live with the jockey, to say
we'll catch up with Faisal very shortly. He might have given you notice there that he's going to have a chat with 1 or 2 of the jockeys after he's had a word with our director. We warm towards this Obeya Arabian Classic, which is due off local time 4:25.
Still waiting right now, Nick, for a couple riders to be legged up.
And the sun just beginning to dip behind the impressive grandstand here at the King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And yeah, there we are, number 10, Tilal Al Khalidia, Adel Al Faradi in the plate. Very consistent horse, Jonathan.
Yes, the one blemish on his record was a photo finish loss in this race a year ago, and to see the improvement that he's made in the last year, I mean, that's pretty scary to think of how well he did as a 4-year-old last year, and now with an extra year of experience under his belt, the potential that he has to represent the Arabian racing program as the home team here in Saudi Arabia.
Jonathan, can you kind of tell me what I can expect from a pace standpoint from this race?
So it's an interesting setup. This is the only race all weekend that utilizes that 2,000-meter chute. So you basically have the first almost half of the race being a straightaway. So there are 13 horses that were entered, 12 that run, and there's plenty of time for jockeys to get in a position that they would like. The way the pace could set up, RB Rich Like Me set the pace in the race last year. He's regarded as having just one of the best cruising speeds of Arabians. Kaswarat Al Khaladia set the pace in the Gulf Cup last time out, and then Samlan, winning the European prep, was also on the lead. So I think you're going to see a lot of jockeys kind of looking around and trying to figure out where the top contenders are putting themselves in position. But with 5 for Al Khaladia stables, I have a feeling that they've strategized how they want it to go.
Such a long straight here as well. You know, really, we've seen the danger in the thoroughbred races of jockeys making their move too soon. It equally should apply to this, shouldn't it?
Well, that's what happened last year. Talal Al Khaladia in the Dubai Arabian Classic last year really made a winning move. And then Hadi de Carrere just kept grinding and grinding, and seeing the images of Olivier Paylier pushing that horse to win. Olivier was almost as tired as the horse. But yeah, with this type of race, the long sweeping race, you could very well have a situation where if the jockey can keep the horse in the race, you don't want to count anybody out.
How different do you think it is for some of these riders who don't generally ride Arabians, and we see them in the big grade ones? You know, some of Mike Smith might pick up one. Obviously, Frankie Dettori picks up some I've seen in the past. Olivia Paylier, you just mentioned. How different is it for them to ride an Arabian versus riding the thoroughbred?
I think at the end of the day, a good rider is a good rider. And also, when you're on a good horse, like RB Rich Like Me, they know what they're doing too. It's just a matter of judging the pace, because Arabians, they run at a different pace than the thoroughbreds, but also understanding that they have a lot of endurance, so you can maybe kick a little bit earlier on an Arabian and just utilize the stamina that they have.
And are there riders you particularly admire, riders we would better know for riding thoroughbreds, that you particularly admire in this discipline, that you think get a particularly good tune out of the purebred Arabians?
I really like the jockey of Hiab Al Zaman, Audrey De Vries. He not only rides the horses in the races, but he's very instrumental in Fauzi Nasser's yard. You can see Audrey there in the silks of Victorious for Sheikh Nasser of Bahrain, and just the way that he develops a partnership with his horses. He has tremendous hands. He's got a tremendous sense of strategy, but there's so many in this race. Maxime Guillon used to ride Ibraz, really good group of jockeys, and with the talented horses, the talented jockeys, and the setup of the race in terms of it being such a long sweeping track, it's going to come down to strategy, because honestly, you could look at this race, and if one of maybe 7 horses win, I wouldn't act surprised.
Can you compare this race to something on our thoroughbred calendar as to its meaning and significance?
Absolutely. You know, this is, I'd say we just had the Pegasus World Cup. I mean, this is a Pegasus, and with the Arabian breed, thanks to the Saudi Cup, now there are $3 million races in Saudi Arabia. There's $7 million plus races in the world for Arabians, and 3 of them are just in the last few years because of the Saudi Cup. So the opportunities for Arabians is fantastic now around the world.
Crowd building here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and the horses making a fairly stately progress themselves to the start here. Of course, this is the furthest start from the grandstand. Starts at the 2,000-meter chute. A reminder that the Saudi Cup a little later on is over 1,800 meters, 9 furlongs.
I'll tell you, it is very far. When I was doing Breakfast with the Stars this week, we came on the track. I came on right there with, you see the 2,000 in your lower left corner. The view down the track, it is indescribable how far it seems.
To that one and only turn, yeah. What makes this race course not unique, because Belmont it has comparisons, but it makes it quite special, and it really does make you think a little harder about how to analyse the way these races will play. Your star ratings, Jonathan, are you sticking by that Talal Al Khaladia to go one better than last year?
Oh, absolutely. I think just given what he's proven, he's the horse to beat. And I think there's some horses in here in this race for the first time that maybe next year we'll look back and say, oh, because of how they did in the previous year, now they're ready to go one step better.
Just a few moments away from post time. Risk 2 is in the foreground there. This mare by No Risk Al Mori, himself a wonderful, wonderful Arabian racehorse.
And with the Arabian breed, it's only in the last, I'd say, 60, 70 years where they're breeding specifically for racing. So now you're starting to develop these breeding lines that are sought after. Watching the horses circling by the starting gate, I'm fascinated by how quiet it probably is out there for the horses and the jockeys, and the moment before the big race, and then they'll come down here, and because of how passionate people in this part of the world are about Arabian horses, just the cheering that you'll hear today, I think will rival any race, and especially with the strong hometown representation for Saudi Arabia.
I also was interested watching them warm up. I tend to see, especially where I'm from in California, a little bit quicker of a warm up, horses wanting to get on their toes a little more. Everyone here seemed to just have a lovely canter.
Yeah, these are horses that know their job. Many of them have even been at this racetrack before. Rich Like Me getting some adjustments with the saddle, but these are the moments right before a race. Now the adrenaline starts to kick in. We can see Hiab Al-Zaman on his toes, Darien also. These horses, they know what they're doing and they know what's coming up next.
All right, we are just about on post time now for this Abaya Arabian Classic. Alex Moreno, the man who is charged with steering Emblem Road to a second victory in the Saudi Cup. He's on number 4 here, Mutawakkel Al-Khalidia. Be a big pressure day for Alex Moreno, but anyone who's ever met him and spoken to him knows that he's a pretty cool customer.
The jockey here, Audrey, also just always even keeled. The horse is a little bit amped up. That's how he usually is. Hiab won the biggest race that we have in the United States last year, the UAE President Cup at the Preakness. It was good to see you, Nick, at the Preakness. And I know I'm doing something right if I'm in your vicinity.
I'm not sure.
At least I'm not in trouble.
I'm not sure about that, Jonathan. You could get yourself into an awful lot of trouble.
I do like trouble too, though. So.
But the Preakness is a very special occasion. The middle leg of the American Triple Crown, flanked by the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, all at different distances. And that model, that Triple Crown model, has been aped all across the globe, particularly in purebred Arabian racing. There are many series of races that are loosely strung together across the globe.
Yes, the plethora of riches and the fact that the connections, they take their chances traveling to all different parts of the world. So the rivalries that end up getting developed because these horses run against each other. Many of these will head to Europe in the summer to run against each other.
I have a question about the 6. We're watching right now, just getting a little bit amped up here. Started off the career very auspiciously with 3 consecutive open length wins. Last time out was the first time he didn't go a quote-unquote route of ground. Was that maybe a prep to get him going back for the year?
A lot of these horses are using that Gulf Cup 1400 meters as a prep for this race. He's a horse that when he went to the lead early in his career, he could hold it, but unlike his brother yesterday, he needs to learn how to settle a little bit more. That's Kaswar versus Aspan.
All right, the stalls handlers are motoring here. They've got him in pretty rapidly.
He's got a hood on. He's putting his blindfold on and trying to tie it.
And that's Hamdani Khalid Al-Khalidia, who won the prep race.
So they'll put the blindfold on, they'll tie it so that when the horse leaves, the blindfold stays in.
Going in quickly now for this Abaya Arabian Classic. Can Tilal Al-Khalidia banish the memories of a year ago and last home here over 2,000 meters? Now, they're not the only ones on an Arabian adventure. Oh dear, you want to be getting on a bit more live than that.
Can you invite me next time?
That's a bit better.
Oh yeah, that's a good looking horse.
Good looking fella too. Right, speaking of which, it's enough of that. Back to this. The Arabian Classic, the Abaya Arabian Classic. It's all yours, Richard Hoyles.
Thanks, Nick. Number 6, Qaswarat Al-Khalidia moving forward. As I mentioned, there's a lot of black and white here. Basically, some chevrons point down, black chevron, some point up. Danani Al-Khalidia, leading chance with the chevron pointing up. Al-Khalidia is the only one of the 5 that is not a grey, so it's very easy to identify. We're waiting for Rich Like Me and Hiab Al-Zaman. Fawzi and Asper, both of whom wore a red blindfold post, but that has been dispensed with at the start. They're both a little fiery. Hiab Al-Zaman, notably so. Adre de Vries has got that horse in. And Rich Like Me, 3rd last year. Well, he hasn't got it in yet. You can see that Hiab Al-Zaman, every time he gets to the stalls, just wants to go broadside on. And as a consequence, is not making it easy for the handlers to move in. 2,000 metres, so this is an extremely long run to the Sol Bend spur of 400 metres before they join the main track. So here we go for the Grade 1 Arabian Classic. Okay. It's all poised at the stalls. Race away, $2 million up for grabs. Risk 2 was a little bit slow to stride and trails the others early as they race through the first couple of furlongs. Mitag is one of those that is racing in a handy position. Qaswarat Al-Kaladir is the most forward placed of those at the moment, as Rich Like Me, the confirmed front runner, crosses in front of the field to lead early on. So it's Rich Like Me who has the advantage. Qaswarat Al-Kaladir and Derian racing in third. Mitag races in fourth place at this stage. Samla is currently settled in fifth place. At this stage, Tilal Al-Kaladir is back in the pack. The non-grey and the white and black colours racing up on the outside. Just ahead of that one is Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir. A little bit of gap opening up to 2 at the back who are just beginning to toil even at an early stage. Risk 2 is one of those as they race down the back straight. And out in front is Qaswarat Al-Kaladir who disputes the running, racing on the inside of the grey horse Rich Like Me. Derian races in third place. Tilal Al-Kaladir is making ground on the outside of Samla. They currently race fourth and fifth as they prepare to exit the back straight. Just behind these is Dananir Al-Kaladir. That is the grey horse with the upward pointing chevron in the white cap, racing in about sixth place. And then behind these, Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir. So on the home turn, Qaswarat Al-Kaladir with just over 600 to trap. Rich Like Me up on the outside in second. Tilal Al-Kaladir making ground with Samla, and they are third and fourth as they make the bend. Dananat Al-Kaladir races next. Dananir Al-Kaladir racing in fifth place off that final turn. And then behind these we have Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir as well. So racing up the home straight, Rich Like Me, with last year's second Tilal Al-Kaladir now delivering a challenge and making the best of his way home. Then behind these, just struggling to pick up, is Samla, then Dananir Al-Kaladir, and also Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir. Tilal Al-Kaladir heads for home. In second place is still staying on Rich Like Me. Down the outside, it's Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir who's doing best of the rest. This time, can the horse last home? Tilal Al-Kaladir has a healthy advantage. It's 4 lengths from in second, Rich Like Me, as they make their way inside the final 150 yards. Hamdan Khaled Al-Kaladir is running on strongly in the closing stages. Compensation for second 12 months ago. Tilal Al-Kaladir wins for Adel Al-Furedi. Wins well as well from Rich Like Me in second. Hamdan Khaled Al-Kaladir came through the pack for third with Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir next. Behind these, Samla next across the line, Qaswarat Al-Kaladir. Disappointing Dananir Al-Kaladir, never picked up at all. He abals the man all the way back to Mitag. Tilal Al-Kaladir has not always stayed this trip, but today definitely did so to win well. Clear daylight between Rich Like Me and Khaled Al-Kaladir has run really well, done second best of all the Al-Kaladir horses. Another one was next, that was Mutawakkil Al-Kaladir, and Samla was next across the line. No doubt this year, now close home 12 months ago, but Tilal Al-Kaladir comes back 12 months on and gains the big pot for the Arabians, the Abaya Classic.
So consistent. The only minor blip on an otherwise blemish-free record was when he was run down in this race last year, but he'd given everything. He's given everything today, and he has simply outclassed this field. Tilal Al-Kaladir beats Rich Like Me and Hamdani Khaled Al-Kaladir. You only needed to know one Al-Kaladir in reality, Jonathan Horowitz.
Yeah, he was the horse that came so close last year, and this year takes that step forward because he's improved so much from his 4-year-old to his 5-year-old year.
I thought he got a beautiful trip too. He was sitting just on the outside. At every point he looked like he was just waiting for that cue. Okay, let me run. We saw RB Rich Like Me hit the front, but this horse was just waiting to overtake him.
And the pacemaker Qaswarat Al-Kaladir did what he did in the Gulf Cup last time out. RB Rich Like Me stayed on really well. The second and third from last year, 1-2 this year.
Winning rider this time, Adel Al-Furedi, standing by with Faisal.
كاس العبية ألف مبروك عادل. انتصار بكاس العبية ما شاء الله تبارك الله في أمسية كاس السعودية. فوز مستحق للجواد البطل تلال الخالدية. حدثنا عن الشوط عادل.
الله يبارك فيك اخوي فيصل، الله يبارك لسمو الامير خادم السلطان والامير والمدرب الذهبي مطلق بن مشرف. الحمد لله حصاني جدير ومرشح، الحمد لله اخذ الشوط. مجريات الشوط فيصل كان في البدايه بيروح اللي هو حصان قسورة، فبكون منتظر أنا إلى ما بعد 600 وأجيب شو شيء لأن المسافة 2000 فما أبي أستعجل. هذا اللي حصل معي بالشوط والحمد لله مشينا على تكتيك المدرب وحصاني جدير وأخذنا الشوط.
تستاهل عادل، العام الماضي حليته ثاني في الحصان، السنة هذه ما شاء الله تبارك الله مركز أول. عادل كيف تشوف حصانك مستقبلا في السباقات الكبرى مع أن اليوم ما شاء الله أكبر كاس للخيل العربية؟
يا رب لك الحمد. حصاني كان هو العام خسرها بخشم وكان ما يخسر هو الشوط، بس ما كنت مثل الحصان، لكن حصاني يعني من أفضل الخيل العربية يا رب لك الحمد.
نقدر نقول أفضل حصان عربي متطاع عادل الفريدي؟
الله الله اخوي فيصل ما شاء الله تبارك الله ما شاء الله.
الف مبروك عادل،
شكرا.
موفق ان شاء الله في الاشواط القادمه. شكرا يا عادل.
عفوا حبيبي.
Okay, thank you Denise.
Well, thank you, Faisal. Just for the avoidance of doubt, Denise is our director. It's not my new name. I will loosely translate that Adel said that he was absolutely delighted with the performance. He felt the horse settled well from his outside gate in stall 11. He came with a perfectly timed challenge. He was a little worried about hitting the front too soon, as was the case last year. But ultimately, he had so much horse underneath him. Really, he had to let him go. And it's hard to argue with that, Jonathan, isn't it?
Yes, one of my favorite phrases is horses don't read scripts. You want them to do something and they won't necessarily oblige. But if you had to script this race, this is exactly how you would script it. It's amazing to think of how easy a win it was against such tough company at this level.
That's kind of been apropos for him, though. Except for last year's nose defeat, he's been a very clear winner in all of his races.
The Saad Mutlaq trains, Al Khalidia stables owned and bred. Tilal Al Khalidia wins the Abeya Arabian Classic in the hands of Adel Al Furedi, and in doing so wins his connections $1.2 million. Celebrations there will be aplenty for all the Al Khalidias here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And you know what? I reckon he could go round again. You'll miss nothing. Do stay with us on Saudi Cup night. Riyadh, this was our first hero of the night. His name, Luis Morales, his mount, Salfan. And here is Adel Al Furedi, the man who has just won the Kahela Classic on Tilal Al Khalidia.
The global action really did start yesterday, though, even though we are here for the Saudi Cup. Friday rang in the International Jockey Challenge, and our very own Ali Bell was on hand.
14 riders from around the world competed for this year's International Jockeys Challenge, a series of 4 handicap races on dirt and turf led by defending champion Caitlin Jones from Australia, alongside top jockeys like Luis Saez, the Magic Man Joe Moreira, and probably the most famous of all time, the legendary Frankie Dettori, who's in Saudi Arabia as part of his global farewell tour. Getting things underway in the hot desert sun in round 1, a 1600 metres contest on the dirt.
They're off and racing. On the inside, still battling away, is Al Gaddaf. Behind these, trying to stay on, though, Al Atlar for Caitlin Jones as they make their way now inside the final 200 metres. Najamal Al-Anaya still has the lead for Joe Mason. Wajab and Luis Saez are coming back, however, a neck between the two. Al Muthir running on for Joe Moreira into third. All out as the line approaches. Wajab is coming back on the inside of Najamal Al-Anaya, and it is Wajab for Luis Saez, who will gain first success in the International Jockeys Series.
He showed a really good attitude to win there, Louis. Talk us through it.
Man, I'm pretty happy to be here, pretty familiar with this play. I love this play, and it's an honor for me, and I'm blessed to be here. And I want to say thank you to everybody for this magnificent day, and thank you for inviting me, and it's an honor for me. I'm pretty happy.
So that win meant 15 points on the board for Luis Saez, getting the better of Great Britain's Joanna Mason in second place, and in third, Joe Moreira, as we go into round 2.
And they're off and racing. A little bit slow out Fareh Al-Anaya for Caitlin Jones up the inside, out well, the 2 in orange. And it's coming after her again on Karine. The same 2 jockeys that were involved in the finish of the first race, staying on Cardano for Joe Moreira as they make their way inside the final 200 metres. Abajana staying on strongly for Yuga Kawada. Once again, Mason versus Saez, 200 metres to travel. Over on the far side, Medbus. Karine with a length to find, and this time he's not closing. Into third goes Abajana for Yuga Kawada, but this time it's Joe Mason who will beat Luis Saez in a reverse of the first leg.
Well, I tell you what, as Luis Saez came to nearly upsize Joe Mason, you were probably thinking, please don't do this to me again, but you got the better of him this time, Joe. That was terrific. Well done. How much does that mean to you?
Oh, you know, to be invited out here is unbelievable. To again be a female jockey, but you know, to come second in the last race and win this race is, you know, been amazing.
A first Saudi win for Joanna Mason, tied in first place with Luis Saez on 25 points at the halfway stage, which meant it was perfectly poised going into round 3 and the first of the turf races.
Field about to leave the stalls. And they're off and racing. PB Go Lucky for Borean Mutsabayev, and behind these Asa for Frankie Dettori. Groom hits the front for Yuga Kawada. On the far side of PB Go Lucky for Borean Mutsabayev. Near side Asa, a 3-way head bob. A 3-way go. Far side PP Go Lucky for Borean Mutsabayev may have just held on.
Kazakhstani rider Bauzan Muzabayev denying Frankie Dettori his first win. A third place finish for Yuga Kawada of Japan put him into contention, with 5 jockeys in with a chance going into the final round.
Longest turf race of the night, final leg of the Jockeys Challenge, and they all break away. Inside the final 200, Starcat moving to the lead for Yuga Kawada, but in hot pursuit in second is Incumbent, and these 2 have now moved on from Hesselwood and Caitlin Jones. 200 metres to travel. It's Starcat for Yuga Kawada, who is going to win, but Incumbent in second place could well be enough to take it for Luis Saez.
Well, the winner of the International Jockey Challenge is Luis Saez. When you came here today, did you think you had a strong enough book of rides to win the challenge?
You know what? Here I don't understand the program much because they don't say too much. But I have a good feeling, you know. I have a lot of faith in my horses, and I feel like they're gonna run good, and every horse runs pretty good, so I'm pretty happy.
Well, despite Yuga Kawada's best efforts, it was Luis Saez who was crowned the winner of the 2023 International Jockeys Challenge.
Top-class international rider Luis Saez, and Britain's Joanna Mason really pushing him all the way to the line. Trophy presentation. His Royal Highness Prince Bandar, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, making the presentation to the owner-breeders of Tilal Al Khalidia, the winner of the Abayan Arabian Classic. The Al Khalidia stables who had the first, third, fourth, fifth home in this hugely prestigious race. But really, the action is just hotting up. We are under 4 hours away from the Saudi Cup of 2023, Michelle Yu.
Looking forward to it, Nick, and I know it's getting time because the sun has started to set, and that's always our indication that the big racing is out the way.
the brand new Royal Building, constructed just before the Saudi Cup this year. An indication of how seriously this event is being taken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and how important the sport of horse racing is to the growth of sport in Saudi Arabia. And of course, horse racing has been taking place here since 1965, and at this racecourse now for over 20 years. But grand designs in the shape of the $20 million Saudi Cup, and it brings some of the world's most recognizable faces to the sports. Christophe Lemaire, who was dominant last year with 4 victories. Saez, you've seen. Mike Smith and Frankie Dettori. Great names aplenty, all here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Frankie's up for it. So are we. So are you. We've got 3 top quality dirt races, 3 superb races on the turf from 15 nations coming to you from Riyadh in just a few moments' time. Do not go away. Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to the world's most valuable horse race, the 4th running of the Saudi Cup. 12 months ago, the great local hopeful Emblem Road shocked the world and left everybody in this kingdom dancing with unbridled joy.
Emblem Road is being roared home by the locals. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia.
Emblem Road is back to defend his crown, but the racing empires are striking back.
This is a dream night for the land of the rising sun.
Unbelievable.
Japan on fire. Yes, Japan continues to fly.
After dominating the undercard in 2022, Japan has brought 6 contenders from the land of the rising sun to try and earn their share of $20 million.
And in country grammar, the Americans have a horse already successful under the Arabian lights.
Country Grammar with his date from destiny. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
And his stablemate Taiba comes in off of a classic campaign overshadowed by Flightline to take favoritism in the Saudi Cup. 13 go to post with $20 million on the line.
This is the Saudi Cup. Yes, this kingdom and the thoroughbred racehorse, they really are as one, intertwined for generations. So it's only right that we're here 20 miles from the historic city of Riyadh in what has become an increasingly precious corner of the Arabian desert. Precious because today is the most valuable race meeting anywhere in the world, and the 4th edition of the Saudi Cup. Nick Luck alongside my colleague from the United States, Michelle Yu. But Michelle, wherever you're from in the world and wherever you're watching, this is the place to be. If you love horses and you love thoroughbred racing, just tell us why.
Certainly, I think that not only the spot on the calendar that this race hits, but also just the hospitality you feel from the country. Like you mentioned, they love horse racing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Also, it's been globally embraced here. We have seen horses from every country take big races here. It seems to be a very fair surface. It seems to be a lot of fantastic racing, and you have to embrace when you can come into a race and feel like you have a chance. Speaking of having a chance, let's take a look at the races coming up for tonight.
First up is the Neom Turf Cup, 2,100 metres on the grass. The in-form progressive young horse missed the cut. Hugely exciting for the UK, ridden by returning champion Oisin Murphy. Then the 1351 Turf Sprint run over 1351 metres. Songline led home 4 of her rivals in last year's renewal. She strongly fancied again for Japan, who have a strong hand also in the longest race of the night. The Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap, 3,000 metres will be ideal for this horse subjectivist, who's not been seen since June 2021. Then a switch to the dirt for the Saudi Derby for the classic generation over 1,600 metres. Having a meltdown for Bob Baffert, and the United States will be ridden by Frankie Dettori. And Dettori will also pick up the ride on the Breeders' Cup hero Elite Power in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. This horse comes in here for trainer Bill Mott in the colours of Juddmonte Farms. And the Saudi Cup is the feature race. 1,800 metres, $20 million. Can Emblem Road repeat last year's heroics for the locals?
With the eyes of the world on us, we can't do it on our own. We do have a full team here on the ground in Riyadh, and we'll start off by chatting with Ali Bell.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Delighted to be here, and the sun is starting to set, which means, as you mentioned a few moments ago, that we're getting nearer to the big race, the Saudi Cup. But what of conditions out on track? Well, on the turf course, the going stick reading is 10.6. That equates to good to firm ground. On the dirt course, in terms of what we've seen so far, it appears that it's riding pretty fair. Now, I know that the configurations of this track might slightly suit horses who race on speed, but we have seen deep closers as well, and we don't have to wait too long to find out how the Saudi Cup unfolds. Behind me, you'll be able to see that the stands are filling up. Now, my first experience of racing here in the Kingdom, and I have to say it is a beautiful race course. What's interesting, though, is in many other jurisdictions, of course, waiting is a big part of horse racing. Well, not here. It means that the crowd are very much rooting for the local hope, Emblem Road. Will we see the same scenes that we saw 12 months ago? We'll find out a little bit later on.
Top quality sport, a great local following, but this has become a significant local fashion event as well. Men and women in their finery, and a celebration of local culture. And with that in mind, we head out to our correspondents, Nadia, and first of all, Rosie Tapner.
Well, welcome to the village for the Saudi Cup 2023, and what an entrance it is to this village. I'm sure you can hear the music going on the main stage at the moment. We have so much going on. That music's going to be playing throughout the day, a lot of dancing as well. This is double the size of last year. It's bigger and it's better. We're celebrating heritage and culture, lots of fashion, and even over 1 billion crystals as well. An amazing exhibition. So there's so much here for everyone. It's such a privilege to be here and see all of this. And I tell you something, later on when the lights go down and it gets a little darker, this place really does come alive. I'm really looking forward to that. But as you can see, lots of people starting to come in to enjoy what is the Saudi Cup 2023.
Rosie Tapner rocking the local couture. We would expect absolutely nothing else, as are you, I should say. Michelle, do you enjoy that aspect of this race?
I do, Nick. For the last couple of years, we've been teamed up with designers every year to give us something to wear, and I really love it. I think that some of the embroidery work is fascinating, how they do it by hand. I think we've seen some really lovely pieces. You see Rosie was all decked out in some fantastic jewelry as well. I really think it's a beautiful way to pay some homage.
Right. To the serious business of the $20 million Saudi Cup. Two meaningful contenders from the United States in last year's runner-up, Country Grammar and Tabor. 6 from Japan this year, and they won 4 races on the card 12 months ago, plus those local hopefuls, Emblem Road and Scotland Yard. What does your heart say? What does your head say?
My heart always wants to say U.S. horses, right? Because it's like you say, it's a home team type of thing. So I want to say that. I think my head could agree that Country Grammar stands a very good shot to try and do one better than he was able to do last year. But sometimes I just feel like I like to play the upsetter, and with the U.S. taking a lot of attention, I kind of want to cheer for one of the Japanese horses.
Can I be an adopted son of the United States? I
Yes.
spent enough time there after all, and go with you with Country Grammar, who has Frankie Dettori on board today. Do you think Dettori can make a difference to this horse?
I mean, I think that the horse is coming into this year a little bit more on form than he was last year off that extended layoff. I love the fact that Frankie's gotten a couple of opportunities to ride him, and we've seen him do some things with him in California, just getting him a little bit more involved early and whatnot that have been really beneficial for Country Grammar. Both him and his stablemate are not the greatest of workhorses, so to see them have racing recency where they're doing good gives you some boosted confidence.
Well, we've got a bit of Californian style, gorgeous early evening sunshine here. I think you've brought it. I know another man who's brought it as well, Lafitte Pincay III, part of our broadcast team. How does it feel to be here in Saudi Arabia, Lafitte?
So exciting, Nick. And in life, typically, when somebody tells you that something isn't about the money, it's usually about the money. So it's hard to get beyond the purse of the Saudi Cup and $20 million. It's absolutely staggering, but I think I'm looking most excited about seeing Tabor this evening. And what he does in his 4-year-old debut, he's a top-ranked 4-year-old in North America. Lofty, lofty expectations in 2023. So should he win tonight, what would that be the start of? The bar is very high in terms of expectation for Tabor moving forward. Is he the best older horse in North America? And getting ahead of ourselves for just a moment, long-range goals are races like the Breeders' Cup Classic, perhaps even a championship, Nick. But first things first, a stiff test tonight in the Saudi Cup for Tabor, maybe the horse to beat, and 1 for 2, 1 and 2 for Bob Baffert.
I want to ask you, Lafitte, about the respective riders on the 2 horses. Mike Smith, the great stalwart on Tabor. He's been second in a Saudi Cup before on Midnight Bisou. And Frankie Dettori, very much the story of the year as he bows out. Between them, they are 112 years old. It is pretty extraordinary. Do you think their respective riding styles are ideally suited to those 2 horses?
If they're listening, I'm sure they really appreciated that, Nick. Frankie Dettori, Mike Smith, a couple of go-to guys. Absolutely. We saw the improvement last year with Country Grammar. He had an inside post. He's going to have to start from the outside this evening. And 2 of his best races, obviously, in Dubai with Frankie Dettori when they won the Dubai World Cup together. So he absolutely fits him. And for Mike Smith, you're going to hear from him a little bit later on in the show. I had a chance to speak with him earlier. I don't want to spoil it, but part of the conversation was how difficult Tabor is to ride. And Smith knows that going in. The familiarity is key. He is Big Money Mike for a reason. As you mentioned, he's ridden in this race, second with Midnight Bisou in the 2020 edition. Tonight with Tabor, trying to add a Saudi Cup victory to his long, long impressive resume.
All right, Lafitte, we'll be checking back with you very shortly. Great to have you aboard the Good Ship Saudi Cup this year. And we're going to take a look at the runners and riders for our first race on the turf this evening. It's the NEOM Turf Cup presented by Al Tanfithi, and a British import. We'll give you the runners and riders, our very own Richard Hoyles, in a few moments' time.
Run over 2,100 meters.
يقام على مسافة 2100 متر.
Worth $1.5 million.
وجائزته $1,500,000.
The NEOM Turf Cup.
شوط كأس نيوم العشبي.
So here are the runners and riders for the Neom Turf Cup. Headed by number 1, Byline for Bahrain, partnered by Gerard Mosse. 2 is Castle, local runner for Alexis Moreno. And 3, Godolphin's Dubai Future, the mount of Danny Tudhope. 4 is Eagle's Flight for Mikel Barcelona. And 5, Flying Visit, Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Miss the Cut, big hope for the UK. Oisin Murphy recently back in the saddle, and a chance of a big success on the international stage for trainer George Bowie. 7, Mostadaf for Jim Crowley. 8, Peter the Great, Camillo Espina. 9 is Sabuska, Ryan Moore Fairy Tale for his own as the Kennet Valley Thoroughbred Syndicate. 10, Star of Winds, mount of Ali Almononi. And 11, the White Cap on White Moonlight for Pat Cosgrave, another for Godolphin and Saeed bin Sarur. So a full field of 11, 2,100 metres, 2,100 metres. Now the starting point is just at the entrance to the home straight, so they pass the stands twice on the turf track, which is on the inner of the dirt course.
So we've talked extensively about the international element to this day and how the Saudi Cup is likely to be America versus Japan versus the home team. This race, Michelle, the Neom Turf Cup, looks as though it could well be the preserve of British trained horses, and there's no doubt we need to start with Miss the Cut.
Have to look at Miss the Cut. First of all, he was an eye catcher walking out here into the paddock, and I love this horse on the step up today, and he's by the Great Sire Quality Road.
We'll see him very shortly. We're on number 1 here, Byline, who represents Bahrain. Now, you remember back to 2020, Bahrain took the first 2 races of the inaugural Saudi Cup. Gerard Mosse, veteran rider, taking the ride on Byline for Alan Smith. Very consistent, loves fast ground. And although he's got a little bit to find, strictly speaking, I wouldn't rule out a big run.
He looks just like a typical big stayer to me, and he does add those cheek pieces back on. He did wear them for a while in the middle of his career. His last couple races, he has not worn them, so the re-edition. Here's
Castle for Muteib Al-Mulawa and Alexis Moreno. The team will be responsible for Emblem Road a little bit later today. Local horse.
I think a local horse is always good. We saw last year that having some experience locally does a wonder for some horses. This horse was a very clear victor in the prep for this out.
All right, number 3 is Dubai Future for Danny Tudhope and Saeed bin Sarur. Doesn't mind traveling this horse, won in Bahrain in the autumn.
You know, I like this horse in here. I think that he's very intriguing. 7-year-old son of Dubawi. He ran last year, maybe not as great in this race or the Shima Classic, but I feel like he's coming into this race better than he came into it last year.
All right, 4 is Eagle's Flight.
Mikel Barcelona on here, and this horse could be forwardly placed, so that's a good thing for me because I think Mikel Barcelona brings out a lot of early foot.
Barcelona, top quality jockey, winner of the Derby at Epsom in 2011, the Dubai World Cup in 2012, no stranger to the big international stage. Trainer Naif Elmendil has 2 runners, 2 mares in the Saudi Cup later. 5 is Flying Visit, local horse.
Local horse, like you said, coming out of a dirt race, in fact, but did have a 7-length score on the grass 2 back at this very distance. It was against allowance foes, so class is going to be a question. Tried the Neom Turf Cup last year and was a well-beaten 6th that day.
All right, that is 5. Flying Visit with the sheepskin cheek pieces just to aid his application. You can see there with a sheepskin noseband as well, just to keep his head down, trained by Sami Al-Harabi, ridden by Ricky Ferreira. And then the horse around whom really, Michelle, this race revolves, number 6.
Agreed. Miss the Cut. He's coming out of a very good effort where he didn't have the best of trips here. And Oisin Murphy, he's his own story right now.
Big stories here. Really progressive horse. Lafitte, what do you think?
He's explosive, Nick. Trainer George Bowie says that this is the kind of racehorse who can take a trainer to the next level. We saw that turn of foot, the acceleration at Royal Ascot in June. Also in his most recent effort on synthetic at Lingfield, that was last December. He was about 8 or 9 lengths back in that race. And there was a horse by the name of Algiers who opened up 8, 9 lengths in the stretch. Missed the cut, who had trouble early, was wide in the early stages, lost more ground around the far turn. And while it looked like maybe he could run second, turns it on in the stretch and is able to run down Algiers in the shadow of the wire. All Algiers has done is gone on to sweep both rounds of the Maktoum Challenge in Dubai. He's headed to the Dubai World Cup. That's how good that form looks now. Miss the Cut as he gets set to make his 2023 debut, Nick. And eventually we're going to see Miss the Cut, I think, stateside. He's been purchased by Lane's End in part. That's where he'll stand stud. So as of right now, if all goes well, it sounds like the performance tonight, then it's on to Dubai. Not quite sure which race yet. St. James Palace was mentioned at Royal Ascot. Eventually the States, Nick. Saratoga was mentioned, and specifically the Whitney, one of the most prestigious races for older horses in North America.
And there's the other part of this story, the one that'll grab the headlines. Oisin Murphy sat out the entirety of 2022 after a number of brushes with the authorities in the UK, the most serious of which was a breach of the COVID regulations, also a number of alcohol-related offences. He's been back in the saddle only a couple of weeks. He's already made an impression internationally, winning the big race in Qatar last week, and he has a fine, glittering CV before his enforced absence. He's hit the ground running. He's leaner, he's fitter, he's more determined, he's more focused, and he's been ringing round for rides, and he identified Mr. Cut might be available, got in touch with George Bowie, and he rides rather than Ryan Moore, who had been riding the horse, because they felt Murphy's availability through the season would be greater than that of Moore. I suspect Moore would like to beat Mr. Cut on Sabuska, but more of that in a few moments' time. Here is number 7, Mostadaf. Michelle.
Mostadaf going to be taking a turn back in distance and does have cheek pieces on underneath the red hood, if I'm not mistaken here. Last time out in the Arc de Triomphe, well be in 43 lengths behind. Soft ground, though. I feel like this horse might need just a little bit firmer.
Number 8 will be next. Camillo Ospina takes the ride on Fawaz Algariban's Peter the Great, who's a British-bred horse. He's a pretty useful horse. He's done well here in Saudi Arabia as well, but he's got plenty to
Well, we'll have to find this horse, Nick, because he was causing quite the ruckus in the saddling enclosure, which is very big and very open. There's a lot of space. He reared up several times. He does add blinkers today, and they were pretty substantial cup. There he is. He was way up in the air on multiple occasions that I could see, and I wasn't paying attention the whole time, but you can see how big his blinkers are out there. Very, very keyed up, as you can see. Rider out of the stirrups there, waiting for someone to maybe come give him a little bit of assistance.
All right, doing a really good job here, Camillo Ospina. Peter the Great has not given him a straightforward time. All right, the trainer of Mr. Cut, the horse around whom this race revolves, is George Bowie, and he's now with Ollie Bell.
He sure is, Nick, and I have to say he looks fantastic. Are you happy with how he's training into today, George?
Yeah, he looks good. He shipped over well and kind of ticked every box that we've asked him to. He's adapted well over here, eating and drinking, and couldn't be in better shape, really, I hope.
Big moment for you, big moment for Oisin as well. We just heard from Nick that his availability through the season is why you've gone down that route. What did you just say to him?
Yeah, look, he's drawn a little bit wide and looks plenty of pace on, so he's a horse who he's come from unpromising positions before, and the track's probably not ideal for him, but yeah, he should really get a decent position from where he jumps and move to Oisin, really.
Slight key change, but the Live Golf season got underway recently, and am I right in thinking that this horse got his name in no small part down to a golfer currently on the Live Golf Tour?
He might have done, yeah, probably shouldn't be saying it, but no, look, Lee Westwood's a great friend of Babington's, and nearly was part owner, but hopefully we might have him in one soon.
All right, thinking he's not a part owner because unfortunately he did miss the cut in that relevant tournament.
Yeah, he did. That's where the name comes from. But no, look, he's a super horse and lots to look forward to.
Serious business though, and to get it back onto the horse, do you think we're dealing with a genuine Group 1 performer here?
I think he's got to go and prove it so far, but the collateral form in Algiers is obviously as good as form as you can get in the Middle East at the moment. Different surface, but 10 furlongs on fast ground seems to be his gig, and he was pretty good. I know it was only in a handicap, but it was about the fastest ground I've run a horse on at Ascot on that Saturday last year, and the track this morning, and I think he should handle it, and hopefully he can go and get it.
Very best of luck.
Cheers.
Trainer George Bowie, one of the most upwardly mobile anywhere on the planet. If you're not familiar with him, then you will be by the end of the year wherever you are, because he'll be taking this horse to the United States. He'll be good on dirt as well. This horse, Sabuska, is a terrific old campaigner. Ryan Moore for William Knight. Now, Michelle, he needs to get himself out of the gate, out of the stalls faster than he has been lately. If he does, he's not without a chance.
Yeah, I like this horse in here. I'm a big fan of his. Like you mentioned, needs to get himself away from the gate, but there is plenty of time. I think that he really relishes the particular distance that we're going to be running at. And even the days that he doesn't win, when he's well backed, he still puts in a good performance.
He's a 7-year-old, but he's no back number. You should know, Lafitte Pincay, that the old boys are sometimes the best.
Knight, Nick, says that, yeah, even though he's 7 years old and he's raced 39 times, that we haven't seen the best of Sabuska. And when you look at his form in the second half of 2022, it's difficult to argue, especially that big win in the Group 2 York. That ended a 2-year, 20-race losing streak. and he's continued to improve. He ran against the likes of Baaeed at the Group 1 Juddmonte International and wasn't disgraced. A very good third by Sir Busker. The issue is the start of the race. Race after race, he's been getting out of the blocks very slowly, stumbling, and it's been costing him essentially. In fact, William Knight said that he would have looked at the Saudi Cup tonight if he was more confident in Sir Busker's ability to break clean, but he didn't want to run him on dirt for the first time, have him stumble against that competition, exposed to all the kickback. It wouldn't have been fair to the horse. For that reason, he's in this NEOM Turf Cup and looking to get off in 2023 with a big win here tonight.
Well, conditions key for all the runners, and I have to say that Mostadaf's got his conditions today, because the last time we saw him, Richard Hills was part of the Mostadaf team. It was in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. It was soft ground that day, and it didn't suit him. You must be delighted with how the track's turned out here.
Yeah, you know, he likes fast ground, and obviously, you know, in the Arc it was too soft at a mile and a half. Today it's a mile and a quarter and a bit, so conditions are right, and he's in good form.
Yeah, has John been bullish about how he's training into today?
He's been training really well. His work's picked up, especially the last 2 weeks coming into the race. His weight's good, and as you can see, he was in good form around the paddock.
Is that normal from him?
Absolutely, yeah. He's quite vocal, so would have been worried had he not. But I mean, he does like to tell everybody he's around.
Let's hope you and the team are vocal afterwards. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, Ollie.
Jim Crowley riding Mostadaf. Jim is the retained rider to Shadwell Estate Company, the company that was set up by Sheikh Hamdan Al Maktoum. The late Sheikh Hamdan Al Maktoum continues under the stewardship of his daughter, Sheikha Hissa, and of course reached glorious fruition last year in the shape of Baaeed, as Ollie was mentioning a few moments ago. Michelle, you alongside me. Michelle, how do you see this race shaking down?
You know, looking at it, I know who I like on top. I just don't know what we're going to do about it. Miss the Cut is certainly, to me, the play in here. I just like the upward trajectory that we've seen from him, and I think he can be forwardly placed, and I always love a horse that can show some early foot, because it just guarantees you almost to be in a good position, especially with him breaking towards the outside. He's in hole 9 tonight, and that gives you a really clear-cut path to find where you're going when you have some early lift. Now, this is the 8 horse again, I believe, Peter the Great. Yes, so we again talked about him in the saddling stalls. He was not being a very good boy. He missed the parade ring to get out on the track early. We saw him giving Camilo Espina a little bit of trouble out there. He did eventually give a tiny bit of a warm-up that we were able to see, but now struggling again. And they put the blinkers on and off with him. I don't know, but I would have to surmise that part of that is because they want to help him focus during all of this, and it's just not working. And he's already a gelding, so I can't even recommend that.
If you're a lover of international racing, then your eyes will be trained on Miss the Cup from Gate 9. George Bowie saying he didn't feel this turf track would be ideal for him. I'm intrigued to see what will happen when he gets to the dirt. The Saudi Cup itself, it was on the cards, potentially. 5, bit of a colour change there, install 5. Castle in the Prince Salman colours. Some of your publications there listed as purple, they're more of a blue shade. Alex Morena for Mutaib Al-Malawa. Mostadaf Sabuska are forward. Sabuska just getting a little restless in the stalls as well, and they're walking Peter the Great away from the starting gate. We'll just keep an eye on whether Camilo Ospina gets back.
This is just my opinion. I think it's a touch unfair. We know this horse has been difficult to load. Okay, so he is being withdrawn now for a failure to load that. I was going to say, everybody else loading so quickly, it's unfair to make them wait in the stalls while he acts up. So they have now taken him out.
So much potential in Miss the Cut. Sheen Murphy riding for George Bowie, but plenty of proven form beneath him. Mostadaf, the mare White Moonlight, Dubai Future for the Dubai-based Godolphin operation of Saeed bin Suroor, successful in Bahrain earlier in the autumn, and Sabuska. Yes, he's 7, he's no back number, and this is not what you want to see if you're a supporter of Miss the Cut. His first meaningful foray, a long way from him. He has been to France, and that wasn't a great success.
I will say this, his sire Quality Road is very well known for having gait issues. Going to the Breeders' Cup Classic, he threw an absolute fit. So if they're hoping that he emulates his sire at all, maybe this is normal. You can see he is a little hot. You see the lather underneath. Look, they put the blindfold on, he's walking right up. They do this to disorient the horse just a touch, so they're not sure where they're going, and they walk them right into the stalls. And then, of course, the blindfold gets taken off. We saw a couple of other horses with pads put on. So this field, I feel like everyone's pretty well versed in the quirks because they have all this equipment ready at the hand.
Much of 2022 spent in the shadows for Oisin Murphy, but he's out of them now. He's in the limelight. He's hit the ground running. He's got an exciting young talent underneath him here in Missed the Cut. Will he hit his stride in the Neom Turf Cup? We'll find out with Richard Hoyles.
All set 2100 metres and they leave the stalls. Missed the Cut, got out okay, but not as well as Byline, who's one of the first to show. Dubai Future also adopts a handy position with Mostadaf as they race through the first furlong or so. So with 200 metres under their belt, it's the green jacket of Eagles Flight who leads them past the winning line, tightly bunched with Mostadaf in second, blue with the white, and then the next two are Godolphin runners, Dubai Future on the inside of White Moonlight as they prepare to take the turn away from the stands. Byline, having jumped well, settles as Missed the Cut is forced wide round that first turn, right at the back with Sabuska in a steadily run early race. On the inside races Castle towards the back as they're now preparing to turn and enter the back straight. And it's Eagles Flight out in the lead under Mikel Barcelona, who has the advantage by just over a length from Mostadaf on the outside of Dubai Future, racing in second and third. Missed the Cut circling the field under Oisin Murphy, had a pretty tough trip in the early stages, but has moved forward to sit in around about 4th or 5th place on the outside of White Moonlight. Who Stars wins, also wide on the course is Sabuska in a tightly bunched field. Byline is towards the inside, then behind these Flying Visit in the orange, and still towards the back is Sabuska on the outer as they're preparing to turn now and enter the final 800 metres in the Neom Turf Cup. Out in the lead it is still Eagles Flight, has that advantage by a length from Mostadaf in second, Dubai Future on the running rail in third. Missed the Cut continues to make ground right round the outside in the maroon jacket, gone past White Moonlight. On the inside sitting and having to wait for room is Byline as the race develops. Who Stars wins, Flying Visit makes ground amongst runners for Ricardo Ferreira. They're on the home turn, 500 metres to travel. Every step has been led by Eagles Flight. Mostadaf will have first crack at the leader. Missed the Cut is now under pressure and has been passed by Dubai Future as they set up at the top of the home run, and Mostadaf has laid down his stall. He's quick and 3 lengths clear from in second place. Dubai Future then Missed the Cut just the one pace, but Mostadaf at the 200 has burst clear and is striding further and further away. Dubai Future in second, Daylight back to third with Flying Visit running on, but Mostadaf has taken them apart for Jim Crowley and won the Neom Turf Cup by as much as 7. Back in second, Dubai Future, racing in third was Flying Visit. Castle made late ground running the run. Missed the Cut had a torrid trip throughout on the outside eventually of Eagles Flight, who set up the running, but Mostadaf in a steadily run race shot clear on the home turn and has come home alone to win the Neom Turf Cup in the Shadwell Colours.
On his day, he is very, very good, and this was his day. The man made famous by Batash and Baid, the European champions, Jim Crowley, has enjoyed a rich success in the desert here aboard Shadwell Estate Company's Mostadaf. This 5-year-old, never so good as today, sitting close enough to a steady pace and drawing right away in the closing stages. Dubai Future second, third Flying Visit. No joy at all for Missed the Cut, the well-fancied Missed the Cut, who had no cover, was trapped wide throughout and had so little to offer in the closing stages. By contrast, Crowley can hardly pull Mostadaf up as the sun sets. Mostadaf's star shines brightly, Michelle.
Oh, he looked just lovely the entire time. He looked poised and just waiting for the cue. Like you mentioned, Missed the Cut, not the cleanest of trips and parked very wide. No such thing for Mostadaf, and he gets the ground that he preferred. We heard from his connections that the soft ground at Longchamp last time were not satisfactory to him. We can see what he can do with a little bit of firm turf.
One of his co-trainers, John Gosden, legendary international trainer, struck in the Saudi Cup 2 years ago with Mishrif. When Mishrif went to Dubai to win the Shima Classic, it was the first time John's son Thady had been added to the license, and now here they team up in Saudi Arabia. And Richard Hills beforehand explaining to Ollie Bell how this might pan out. But this was a performance of real dominance. For all that the heavily favoured Missed the Cut might have fluffed his lines, this horse read the script, Lafitte.
That acceleration through the stretch, an absolute statement performance here in the Neom Turf Cup. You go back to his best efforts last year at Royal Ascot, that really good runner-up effort to Broome in the Group 2 Hardwick. he was disappointing at Newmarket, John Gosden immediately took responsibility. He said, I never should have run him in that race. It was too close to the Hardwick. He ran too hard in that particular race. We saw a bounce-back performance over the all-weather in the September Stakes, and then the Arc is an absolute toss with the bottomless ground and all the weather. But here in 2023, in his debut of this season, Mostadaf in a big win for trainer John Gosden and winning rider Jim Crowley with Ollie.
Thanks, Lafitte. Jim Crowley had a great 2022 with Baaeed, and 2023 is off to a flying start. When this horse is good, as Nick Lumb just said, he's very good.
Yeah, look, he loves fast ground. Trip's perfect. We knew he'd stay. Obviously, he's one over further, winning the September Stakes. But he got a lovely trip round, relaxed nicely, and it was probably pretty much game over, turning in.
There was trouble in behind for a few. You seem to have the dream passage. Did it go absolutely according to plan?
Absolutely according to plan, yeah. The plan was to go forward on him and sit where he was happy and get him comfortable. And like I said, he took me into the race, turning into the home straight. And like I said, it was game over then.
Could he be a genuine top-level, consistent performer when he has his conditions, do you think?
Yeah, I think anything mile and a quarter, mile and a half, fast ground. Look, John and Thady wouldn't have run him in the Arc if they didn't think he was a decent horse. And like I said, physically, he's a beautiful horse, and hopefully he can just keep progressing now.
Many congratulations, Jim.
Thank you.
Jim Crowley lavishing praise on Mostadaf, and why wouldn't he? And just look at him point his toe there. The sign of a horse who really loves fast ground, good fast, what we would call European summer ground. Get it any time of the year here.
Not only that, Nick, but just like Lafitte mentioned, the explosiveness he showed during the stretch. I mean, this is a horse who's been successful over a mile. To be able to carry a speed and a closing kick like that to these extended distances really takes a talented animal. It was hard for Jim Crowley to even pull him up at the end. He could have gone around for a 2-mile race, it looked like, but it's so rare to get so much tactical at speed as well as a turn of foot late, and I just thought that was tremendous.
$1.5 million the value of the Neom Turf Cup. Mostadaf has earned his connections, among them Jim Crowley, 900,000 of those US dollars. It's lovely to hear a rider describe a horse as a beautiful horse. They're really appreciating his power and prowess as an athlete.
He is a beautiful horse. When you can see him, he looked very racy coming over here. Obviously, we're talking about Saudi Cup night. The majority of them are going to be well turned out, but he was certainly a head turner.
And this adventure to Saudi Arabia has been as much a part of Thady Gosden's thinking as it has Father John's. Part of Thady's mission now is to broaden the ownership base of their famous Clarehaven stables in Newmarket in the east of England, the headquarters of British racing. And in Jim Crowley, Shaker Hissa has a very reliable asset on the big days. The co-trainer is now with Ollie Bell.
He sure is. John Gosden alongside me. John, firstly, many congratulations. Marks out of 10 for that performance.
Yeah, no, he did it perfectly. He had a nice draw and Jim used it, and I think, you know, the track is quick. And I think if you're handy and you've got Mikel Barcelona in front measuring the fractions, that's where you want to be handy, and then he kicked clear well, and you know, stunningly good performance.
Jim was just saying the fact you ran him in the Arc is a big indicator as to the esteem with which you hold this horse.
Yeah, we obviously know the family very well. Shaker Hissa has done wonderfully to keep these horses in training and to have her father stable, and you'd be so proud of what she's done with it. And it's a family, of course, a Shadwell family, and we have a sister and we have another brother who's a nice 3-year-old. So look, he's an improving horse, so we're absolutely thrilled with it.
Do you have plans in mind for him throughout the course of the season?
Well, obviously, you know, he's in great form and flying home well. We came here with Mishrif and won a Saudi Cup, and he went to Dubai, so there's no reason that he couldn't run in Dubai, hopefully, on the big night, on Dubai World Cup night.
You referred to winning the Saudi Cup a couple of years ago. What do you make of how racing is evolving in this part of the world?
Very fast. I mean, the facilities for the horses now are dramatically improved. Really, the way it's all set up for them is so much better. The horse has been put first, which is great. And the crowd is glad that they built that grandstand and the one behind me, apparently, in 2 months. So things are happening very fast here, yes.
Mostadaf was fast today. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations to trainer John Gosden and rider Jim Crowley. Missed the cut, missed his cue in the Neom Turf Cup. It never really happened for him. By contrast, Mostadaf moved with balletic grace and won with consummate ease. Reflections on that, and I look forward to more after this. A performance of real sparkle to set the tone here on Saudi Cup Note. A wink from Jim Crowley. He knows on his day that Mostadaf is a very good horse. It's back to the drawing board. However, for Mr. Cut, he had a wretched trip today. The horse that we were expecting great things of, and his trainer is with Ollie.
Yeah, not the circumstances with which I wanted to be interviewing you post-race, but racing can do that to us. What did you make of what you saw from Mr. Cut?
It was obviously tricky out the gates. He stepped fraction slow and wasn't a huge amount of pace on, and you know, Sheen had a split-second decision to make, and to go forward or to come back. And I think, you know, we probably did a little bit too much around the outside, and you know, through no one's fault. I think, you know, he might have travelled a little bit further than some of them, and that's racing, isn't it? It's frustrating, but you know, he'll be back.
Was his recalcitrance beforehand out of character?
A little bit. He travelled down to post good, and then there was one that was playing about, and it probably didn't help him. But no, look, he's probably run a little bit below his form of the last race. If you take the winner out of there, and no, he'll be back. But yeah, frustrating to say.
Sure is. Just one final question. I know it's probably back to the drawing board with regards to immediate targets, but will we see this horse on dirt this year, do you think, particularly with the American angle?
Yeah, quite possibly. There's, as we sort of said before earlier in the week, there's lots of options for him. We slightly hope that we might see a different horse today, but yeah, we'll see how he is tomorrow. You know, that's the main thing. Just check that the horse is all right, and we'll plan going forward from there.
Some victory and defeat. Appreciate your time. Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks, Ollie.
And there is another young trainer going places, showing the licence now with his father, John. That's Thady Gosden receiving the trophy with Jim Crowley from representatives of Al Tan Fifi, the supporters of the Neom Turf Cup of 2023. Mostadaf was the winner and did it with consummate ease. And it'll be an interesting international campaign, I'm sure. Wherever the ground is fast, you'll find this horse turning up and showing why they kept him in training until he was a 5-year-old. Very well-bred son of Frankel out of a mare by Dubawi, so two of the most pre-potent influences in global football. Interesting to hear what Stuart Bowie, trainer at Mr. Cut had to say about his horse's trip. It wasn't a particularly good one, but as I'm joined by Laffite and Michel, they can console themselves with the soothing balm, Laffite, of 75,000 US for finishing fourth. I've never seen anyone so disappointed to pick up 75 grand.
That's the allure of the Saudi Cup in the richest event in thoroughbred racing. Disappointing though, as George Bowie had said, this is the kind of horse that can really take a trainer to the next level based on what we had seen in the tail end of 2022. Such an explosive stretch runner, and things just really didn't shape up for him tonight.
Especially when you take into consideration that he didn't have a real excuse. You know, Ollie gave him every way out to say like, yes, this was, and the whole time George is like, no, he just didn't, it just panned out that way.
I think part of being an up-and-coming, upwardly mobile trainer is that you need to be philosophical in defeat. You need to push on and look to the future and look to the targets ahead. It was out of the gate that you knew it wasn't going to happen for him, Laffite. He was wide, and he never got in a Sheen Murphy. He was looking for cover. You could see him trying to get inside in the maroon colours at the back. He couldn't.
Such a competitive race going in. Trip is everything. As good as Mr. Cut is, to overcome the trouble that he had in his last start at Lingfield in December and to beat Algiers against this field and how much ground he was losing, specifically up the backstretch that wide, you concede that much, you're not going to beat these horses.
See, this is just where I differ from a lot of people. When he didn't have the cover and you saw him take a pretty big bump from the inside there as well, and he was really wanting to go on, I probably would have let him go on a little bit and try and garner some position and then move him down, because there was horses to be covered up of in front. They just so happened to be spaced out where he was.
We're riding with Alexis Moreno here aboard Castle. It was getting quite tight on the inside. Was that a function of the sedate pace, do you think?
They bunch up a little bit slower. When the pace is quicker, they can string out a little bit, and it's easier for a rider to pick a spot. Now they start to thread out a little bit, but look at Mr. Cut there in the maroon and white colors. That in turf racing, that is no man's land. While others are trying to save ground on the inside, there he is conceding more ground. It's a problem.
I thought one of the worst trips really went to Byline, the horse that you were seeing directly in front of you with the white cheek pieces. You can see the rider the whole time. The horse is trying to get out just a hair, but he's trying to continuously pull him down, and slow him down, because they were a little pedantic in front of them.
The horse in the all royal blue, the first colours of Godolphin, is Dubai Future, who'd won the Bahrain International Trophy back in November. He's a handy horse under these conditions, but he's really a Group 2 horse, and the winner's a borderline Group 1 horse on his day.
When he gets that trip, when he can save ground to the inside, in his last 3 races, 2 good races, when he saved ground to the inside, produced late. In the last race in the Group 2 Singspiel Maidan, he was out wide, didn't fire. He ran well today, but not in the same stratosphere as Mostadaf.
But if you go back to that stretch when everyone else is just starting to make a room, and we were watching Dubai Future, and he's looking for a seam to just even get into stride, this horse is already into full flight, and he is pulling away by the time 3 other horses,
look at that,
yeah, wow, are finding their best legs late.
And Jim Crowley could barely pull him up. Now, you can quibble about the depth of this race from an international perspective, if you'd like to. I don't think you can quibble about the caliber of the performance he's put up today.
Jim Crowley, and there he is, hoisting the hardware, a big smile at the wire. And for Mostadaf, like I said, going back to that big performance, the 2nd place finish to Broome in the Group 2 Hardwick at Royal Ascot, sometimes excuses are invented by those close to a horse when they run poorly, when they're expected to run well. Now, we draw a line through a race. John Gosden immediately after the Newmarket race said, like, that's on me. I shouldn't have run him. He ran too hard in the Hardwick. We should have skipped this one and gone on. Snapped back to life in the all-weather at Lingfield. We saw the real Mostadaf. The Arc against an absolute toss. This guy is sitting on a huge 2023 moving forward.
Yeah, he is. The interesting question is how he will be campaigned and over what distance. A sort of intermediate distance of 2100 today. He's shown enough pace to me, Michel, to think that maybe he oughtn't to be going 1.5 miles, and he ought to be sticking at 1.25 miles.
I think the sky's the limit for him. Like we've seen him do well at 1 mile as well. I mean, he just has a really nice tactical early and still something left in the tank late.
All right, the sun is setting here. It's a glorious dusky setting here in Riyadh, and not long until the Saudi Cup 2023. 3 hours, 4 minutes and 21 until the 13 go to post for the Saudi Cup, just under half of whom are from the land of the rising sun.
Japan on fire! It's all about Japan.
Cafe Ferro.
Helios, Cafe Ferro, Helios, Cafe Ferro, Helios,
Crown Pride.
It's Japan again. It's Crown Pride in the UAE Derby, the land of the rising sun.
Geoglyph.
ジオグリフ先頭でゴールイン。2着18番イクイノックス。
純ライトボルト。
純ライトボルト前の争いクラウンプライド純ライトボルト純ライトボルトだゴールイン。
パンサラッサ。
Not without hope. Pantalasa trying for the line. Sharon, the line is desperately close. What a finish.
バンディガード。
バンドギャルトが抜け出した1馬身抜ける5番バンドギャルト先頭だゴールイン。
Part of the reason why the Japanese have been so intent on winning the Saudi Cup is that this day last year they dominated the supporting card, and Christophe Lemaire, a French-born Japanese-based jockey, was on all 4 of those winners, and he has been talking to Ollie Bell.
Well, it was a great event for you last year here at Saudi Arabia. 4 winners to your name, including with Songline, who's back for more. Just let's reflect on last year. Happy memories, no doubt.
Yes, definitely. It was a wonderful day. I had the chance to ride good horses, and the races went right for us. The horses were in excellent condition, and this was last year. And we have to focus on today now.
And how do you assess your rides this year?
But Songline again, she's a brave mare, and she's in excellent condition. She will find the condition she likes, the trip and the ground. So, and she's also a good draw, number 2, same as last year. So hopefully we can have the same smooth trip, and then she will do what she has to do.
Do you think it's a stronger race, a weaker race, a similar race to last year?
A little bit similar, you know, because the first 5 of last year, the first 5th of last year are running again, today. And especially the second horse was a bit unlucky last time. He was drawn outside and came very strongly from behind. So yeah, it's going to be hard to keep the title today.
I'm sure you'll do your best. And then obviously in the big race, the Saudi Cup, Japan are represented by 6 runners. You ride Geoglyph. Where do you rank Geoglyph in the equation?
In terms of quality, she's as good as the favorite horses. The only thing is that it's the first time that he will run on the surface, and it's very hard to predict how he will react on that track.
Does she feel like a horse that will go on it?
Yes, yes, and in his pedigree is an American pedigree, so hopefully he will do well. But he's a Group 1 horse winner in Japan, and yeah, he's got a lot of potential.
And you're a superstar, as we know, in Japan. How much would it mean to the Japanese were you to take back the Saudi Cup with you?
It means a lot, you know. The Japanese are very good sportsmen, and they like to challenge all around the world. And they get the Dubai World Cup, the Breeders' Cup, the Hong Kong Cup. So it would be great for horse racing, for Japanese horse racing, to get the Saudi Cup.
Who do you think is your main danger in the Saudi Cup?
I like very much the Ryan's Moore. Ryan's ride is very good. I forget his name, but he won brilliantly last time the Champions Cup, beating Crown Pride.
Moonlight Bolt, the horse you're referring to.
Yes,
yeah.
That's it. And yeah, I think he's an improving horse. And with Ryan on his back, it's a big advantage.
The very best of luck. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Sublime, Christophe Lemaire. Stunning scene here over King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And Japan, such a force in global racing and bloodstock. Not only 4 winners on this night last year, but 5 Dubai World Cup victories. That went after 2 victories at the Breeders' Cup the previous season, and they mean business in the Saudi Cup today. Lafitte and Michel alongside. They're quite a hard group to assess, though, aren't they, Michel? Particularly because of the surface. How good is Japanese dirt racing relative to, say, US dirt racing?
Yeah, it's certainly different. The basis of their dirt track is so different than what we have in the US, and the way the races are run are also very different. The spacing between the horses and also the goals that they have. You know, I feel like we have major milestone races that we tend to hit, and so you see a lot of lag time, but you see even more lag time in Japan. But their training regimens are so different, and the opportunities that they have for their training centers, they come into those races so fit, whereas a lot of American horse, I feel like, would need a race, maybe 2 races, to peak on those particular days.
There's such an emphasis on dirt racing in Japan. Later on the Saudi Derby, 3 of the 4 Japanese are sired by North American stallions who did all their damage on dirt. The Japanese want to be involved with the Kentucky Derby on a regular basis. Here they are with 6 horses tonight in the Saudi Cup. Serious contenders. Panthalassa, June Light Bolt really improving somewhat, Reborn on dirt, and they're going to make their presence felt this evening.
They could make their presence felt very shortly, because Bathrat Leon is a horse that has a serious chance, as well as Songline, in the 13:51 turf sprint. Le Maire, as you heard, will be on Songline. She opposes the 4 horses that she defeated last year. Stay with us. Christophe Le Maire aboard his old friend Songline. Last year, too good for their rivals in the 13:51 turf sprint. It's an unusual distance. Are they sprinters? Are they milers? You'd argue she falls into the latter category, and it was that superior stamina that saw her win the day. In Le Maire, she has someone who is a past master at conserving the energy of a horse, delivering a timely challenge. And in Japanese bloodstock, he has bloodstock that is typified by a toughness and a consistency. Can she back-to-back in the 13:51 turf sprint?
Over 1,351 meters.
يقام على مسافة 1351 متراً.
Worth $1.5 million.
وجائزته $1,500,000.
The turf sprint.
شوط السرعة العشبي.
So this is the Group 3 13:51 turf sprint, as the name suggests, 13:51 meters, and headed by number 1, Bathrat Leon, first of the Japanese quartet, Ryosuke Chikasi in the saddle. 2 is Casa Creed, who was runner-up 12 months ago. Luis Saez, who's already had a couple of good days here. 3 is Garrus for Jim Crowley. 4, Lord of Sion for Bazaran Mirzabayev. 5 is Lusail for James Doyle. 6 is Pogo. Pogo is the mount of Kieran Schumark. 7, Ra'ed, Ricardo Ferreira. 8, Rosgar, Adil Al-Faradi. 9 is Happy Romance, just run down when third last year, Sean Levy. Resistentia for Ryan Moore, another for Japan, as is, of course, the reigning champion Songline. 4 Japanese runners, the latter partnered by Christophe Le Maire. 4 from the UK, Casa Creed for the USA. Make up 9 of the 11-strong field who are at the post for the 13:51 turf sprint.
genuine representative international field of turf sprinters. Casa Creed ran a super race in this last year. He's ridden by Luis Saez, but Bill Mott, who's had so much success in this part of the world. Laffite is standing by. Laffite, this intermediate distance, if you could design one for any horse, Casa Creed surely would fit the bill, wouldn't he?
This is where he thrives, Nick. That Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Keeneland, that was just too sharp, and they knew that going in. Ran so well here last year, as you mentioned, defeated by head by Songline, trying to turn the tables this afternoon. I spoke with Lee Einsiedler last night. His owner couldn't be more excited about the performance. He passed on that Bill Mott mentioned, the Hall of Fame trainer, that he is training fabulous for this particular race tonight and is expecting a huge, huge performance. Casa Creed, see if he can avenge that second place finish from a season ago.
Casa Creed, easy to spot, pink silks. Songline didn't have much in hand over Casa Creed, nor, as Richard Hoyles pointed out, the far side there, Happy Romance, and she comes in here fresh today. Any reason you think either of the second or third can reverse the form of the winner?
Yeah, I think Casa Creed actually can run really well in here. He had a little bit of a wide trip early on, and you saw him kind of weaving through a touch. He is a horse that needs to come from behind, needs pace to run at, but I think he can do that. Also, I think last year he was a lot more of this quirky 6.5 type horse. He left Saudi and was able to win back-to-back grade ones, and he took a grade one going 6 and then a grade one going a mile. I think the miles under the belt actually might help him just with his stamina. I know we finished up on a turf sprint, but like Bill Mott said, he's been training really well. I'm not too concerned about him being very lathered. This is a horse that tends to run a little bit hot. I'm just happy to see he isn't too excited. It's all a pretty contained nervousness.
This race is going to be cut open from the outset again because there are confirmed trailblazers at this distance in the race. One of those is Pogo, very honest, consistent horse from the UK, out installed 10 for trainer Charlie Hills, who also saddles Garris. And the other is the Japanese horse Bathrat Leon. They will be going hammer and tongs from the outset. The aforementioned Charlie Hills is now with Ollie Bell.
And Nick was just referring to the pace in this race. Pogo likes to go forward. Is that the plan with him once again?
Yeah, I was just speaking to Kieran. You know, he's quite keen if he does jump well, just to, not to take him back at all, and just hopefully, he's drawn obviously wide there, but there's a nice long straight, and we won't take him back, but slightly we'll probably just move in when we can.
Both him and Garris have danced plenty of dances. Do you have a preference for your out of your two here?
No, not at all really. They're both Group 2 winners. They thoroughly earn a spot here, and they should run to their merit.
Garris looks like a real pocket rocket.
Yeah, I know he does, doesn't he? He ran a really good race in France in the Maurice de Guise there, and if he shows that sort of form, he should be bang there.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Beautiful horse, Garris. I was talking to Charlie's assistant trainer earlier in the week. He said when he's moving well in his training, he tends to run well, and he's moved well out here, but he needs everything to go right for him. He's one of those.
Yeah, he's not a horse that has a lot of early foot, so he needs things to unfold in front of him, and then he needs to be able to find a path through that. I really think Pogo's interesting. I'm not keen on his draw here towards the outside. He's got enough speed to get him away from there, but when your trainer says, oh, if he jumps well, it makes me a little nervous that they're not confident that he's going to.
Pogo is an unbelievable horse as we look at the star ratings here. See Songline, Bathrat, Leon, Casa Creed, the 1, 2, 3. Pogo's an incredible horse. He came here last year, he went to Dubai, ran on the dirt, didn't run very well because he didn't like the surface. He went to Bahrain, ran well there. He went to a Breeders' Cup mile, didn't stay the distance. And in between all that, he only went and won 3 really up-to-scratch Group 2 races back home in the UK. He is hard as nails, Pogo.
And we can make a big excuse for him last year. He went out there and Naval Crown had tons of pressure on him the whole way. He never got a breather in this elongated sprint. I mean, maybe today there's a chance that he does. Even if Bathrat Lion wants to go the front, he actually draws outside of him. That could give him a tactical advantage where he's not on the lead and he puts the pressure on.
Don't rule out either of the Richard Hannon duo. Happy Romance was third last year in Lusail. This is about the right distance for him. He's a genuine Group 1 performer on his day. Expect Bathrat Leon to be handy early. And Pogo. It could be a burn-up for the 13.51. Here's Richard.
They're off and racing 30.51 sprint. Songline not the best away and just rustled up early. Fastest out, Restis 10th here, and also Bathrat Leon, the Japanese pair. The Behind these, Lusail adopts a handy position. Garrus just crosses over to the running rail, where Happy Romance trying to hold the spot. Pogo just trying to get in, and Rosgar is posted wide as they make their way with 1,100 metres to travel. Bathrat Leon and Resistencia, they have the lead. Lusail tracks those. Garrus on the inside running rail, and right at the back of the field is Happy Romance in company with also Raed. So they make the turn, passing the 800. Bathrat Leon has the lead from Resistencia. Rosgar posted 3 wide. Lusail and Pogo the next 2. From in 6th place, Laudaseon racing in the pale blue. A tough trip for Casa Creed, who's coming round the houses. Happy Romance pulls outside Garrus, and then behind these Songline with work to do. And last of all, as they turn in, is Raed. Bathrat Leon still sitting pretty out in front. Resistencia with 400 to travel, tries to move up. Then Lusail, Casa Creed down the outside. Then behind these, pushed along is Happy Romance. Bathrat Leon continuing to hang tough. Casa Creed, Lusail, and then Resistencia. Raed down the outside, but Bathrat Leon is keeping up the gallop. Casa Creed trying to reel in the leader, but it's Bathrat Leon from Casa Creed who's coming again, but once again they've just been denied. Bathrat Leon, Casa Creed, Happy Romance, Raed for the places with Resistencia, Lusail, Rosgar. Songline missed the break, never showed this year. Behind those was Garrus, Laudaseon towards the back, and Pogo. Casa Creed just needs the 1,351 metre sprint to be the 1,355 metre sprint, because again he has just failed, I think, to run down. This time Bathrat Leon winning for Japan. Casa Creed second, Raed is who will get up for third. Happy Romance and Resistencia probably that order 4th and 5th, but that's pretty close. And then Lusail, Bathrat Leon, Ryusu Sakai, Yoshihito Yahagi are the winners. Hung tough and just held off Casa Creed, who once again just falls short.
Heartbreak for supporters of Casa Creed, but Bathrat Leon is a tough nut to crack. He stays a little further than this 13:51, and he showed all his customary dash from the gate, and under a ground-saving trip, he won for Yoshihito Yahagi and Ryusei Sakai. Just 25 years old, Ryusei Sakai, 4 Grade 1 wins to his name. This is 313th career success, and no doubt his most valuable. He comes here off the back of a victory on Lemon Pop at Tokyo just a few days ago. He's riding high and on a willing partner. Bathrat Leon hanging tough in front, Michelle.
Bathrat Leon, as they've shortened him up in distance, has just gotten better and better, because he still has the stamina that you need to run these elongated sprints. I feel for Casa Creed. And you know what's funny? If we watch back Casa Creed's race last year, he kind of hung a little bit and then spurted on at the end where you didn't think he was going to be close. He did the same thing this year. When he was out in the middle, it's like he could see the other horse, but he wasn't trying to catch him any longer. Right now you can see him on the outside. He's in those neon pink silks. Look at this. He sees the horse with the red cap, so he goes up to him and he makes this little run, and then he kind of stays there by this horse and doesn't want to go by. So Luis Saez is riding him furiously, and then it was like, I'm just going to hang out right here, and then right inside it's like he notices, oh, there's another horse, I have to run again.
I asked the question beforehand, are you a sprinter or are you a miler at this intermediate distance? And the truth of it is, both the winner and the second horse are horses that will run a little further than this if they are asked to. But horses in behind, they've had their stamina limitations exposed, because Bathrat Leon did not stop and did not relent. Ryusei Sakai is alongside Ollie Bell.
Yeah, an amazing win for Japan. Ryusei, 25 years old, winning on the international stage. Just talk us through the race.
I'm very happy because this is my first win in Saudi. I'm very happy to be here.
And tell us about the horse, an incredibly tough horse.
Yeah, he jumps very good. And driving very nice. And on the straight, his reactions very well, and keep going.
Got plenty of running still. Congratulations, Ryusei.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。
Ryusei Sakai, a really important triumph for him, judging this to perfection. But as I said, a willing partner, and as Richard Hoyle said in the call, Michelle, if only for Casa Creed this had been the 13:55 turf sprint and not the 13:51 turf sprint, Casa Creed would have victory to his name.
Maybe, because I'm still convinced that this horse is running. Mentally, he had all the power he needed, and he had the whole stretch to get by. He's hanging a little bit, so they could have maybe stretched out the wire, and there's a chance that he would have still waited.
Well, what did the man on board think? Luis Saez is with Lafitte.
The other side of the story, Nick. Luis Saez, 2 straight years, heartbreaking defeats for Casa Creed in this 13:51. Let's not get run over. He still has several live mounts this evening. What happened in the stretch? How was Bathrat Leon able to get a nose down on Casa Creed?
Yeah, you know, that was a pretty fast play. For a second we thought we were gonna get it, but every time we get close to the winner, he keep going, keep trying. So, geez, it was hard to catch him.
I know it just happened. It was such a slight margin of defeat. If you could do anything differently, what might that be?
He tried. He gave it 100%. So I'm really pretty happy that
I appreciate the time. So we best of luck the rest of the night.
Thank you so much.
When you've got a magic man training the horses as well, it helps. Yoshito Yahagi, he's strutted his stuff on the international stage. You'll remember his exploits at the Breeders' Cup with horses that people didn't really think stood a shot. When they do have a shot, he invariably gets it right. What do you think of the hat today, Michelle?
I love it. It's Breeders' Cup purple. I asked him at the draw, you got a good hat, and he said, everyone's told me it's good. I know he was going to bring a nice one out.
This is a horse, let's remember, Bathrat Leon, that ran in Baaeed Sussex Stakes, and he led them all deep into the final furlong. He's got lots of speed, and he stretches it. Ryusei Sakai winning on Bathrat Leon in a time of 1:17.49, just a tick ahead of Casa Creed for the United States. And Raid has run incredibly well, the local horse for Bedan Al Sabai and Ricky Ferrero. But there is the winning rider, just 25 years old, and a very important success. And you wonder if, as was the case last year, this has set the tone for the night.
It could very well. I mean, we have kind of been waiting for someone to step up with a big effort. We saw most of that step up with a big one, and now at least we're keeping with the theme of international success, right? One to the UK, one to Japan. Let's see what comes next.
Exactly, and a super run from Casa Creed once again for Luis Saez and Bill Mott. What fun he's given connections, Lee Einsiedler and the ownership group over the years.
I want to give big kudos to Lee Einsiedler. This is a 7-year-old horse, so he's fully intact. He's a multiple Grade 1 winner. He might not have a ton of stallion potential, but a lot of horses like this end up in the breeding barn. The fact that Lee's like, I'm having fun with this horse, I think is fantastic. And I think that you have to appreciate the fact that we used to have not a curse, but you know, this thing about heading horses to the Middle East. Oh, it takes so long to come back. We had the Dubai bounce, we used to call it. I think Bill Mott showed us with Royal Delta, and now he's showing us again with this horse. You could come back in full gears right away.
And in Japan, thoroughbred horse racing is right at the heart of the sporting firmament. This will mean so much to them. Is it just the beginning, I wonder, as Bathrat Leon wins for Yoshito Yahagi and Ryusei Sakai? Join us in a few moments' time for more reflections on the 13:51 Turf Sprint, a global thriller.
600,000 real speed. 650 is speed, ladies and gentlemen.
Powering on here, 20 miles to the outskirts of Riyadh. King Abdulaziz racetrack has just come alive with a stirring global jewel. The US raider Casa Creed going down to the Japanese-trained, tough as teak, Bathrat Leon winning from the front under Yusei Sakai for Yoshita Yahagi, the trainer, and the Hiru Race Company. All of whom are now receiving their magnificent trophies from His Royal Highness Prince Bandar, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia.
Plans already on the way for Bathrat Leon as well. Going to be heading back to Dubai, it sounds like, to defend his title in the Godolphin Mile.
There aren't too many horses that can excel here in the Middle East in two countries, then take in the undulations, the downland undulations of Goodwood Sussex Stakes in a British midsummer, and still fly the flag incredibly impressively on home soil. He's hardy, he's versatile, and he doesn't stop Lafitte Pincay, and that is crucial.
Turns out that Godolphin Mile wasn't a fluke after all. Considered a huge upset when he went wire to wire last year. You brought up the race against top caliber grass competition in Europe after that and didn't disgrace himself. Ran exceptionally well in that event as well. Now taking down this 1351. And by the way, we have a new Matera Sky in terms of the Saudi Cup.
Yes.
Those brutal two beats that he suffered in the Derby, in the Saudi Derby, for Casa Creed, back-to-back years, and as well as he ran, having to settle for second.
But will his creditable efforts, Michelle, will Casa Creed's creditable efforts encourage more American turf sprinters to come to this race, do you think? Or are they just not enough to fill it?
I think the challenging thing about just this particular turf sprint is the elongated distance. I mean, we do see horses at Santa Anita that specialize in the hill, which reads more like a mile. This race, I think we've seen that the milers on the turnback, or the horses that have been able to stay the mile, seem to do just a hair better than those straight sprinters. You know, a lot of our sprinters, I feel like in America, are those 5.5, 6 furlong horses. They're fast, but this is far to keep up that speed.
Incoming text from owner Lee Einseidler.
Congratulations, Lee.
A huge effort. He said he thought Casa Creed was the best horse in the race. If he had a better trip, he ran a winning race for sure, just that the winner had the better trip.
And this is near as you're going to get to riding him, Lafitte.
All right, so we're on board with Luis Saez there. You can see him on the outside in those bright pink silks. I mean, he goes a little wide here, but he never gets stopped. I didn't see first time out. Even right here, it looks like Saez is kind of trying to reserve him to maybe wait to swing extra wide. He had Happy Romance to his inside. He was able to stick her into a spot where she wasn't able to run, and he got the jump right here. I mean, at this point, it looks like he easily could have caught the winner.
So that's my question. Is it Bathrat Leon digging in, or Casa Creed, when you're waiting for that last final surge, not quite deliver what you're expecting? Because right here, I'm thinking he's going by.
See, to me, he's just hanging with that horse that he just passed. I don't know if it's that he sees the other horse or if he feels the 7 coming up behind him that causes him to give that extra little bit, but I felt like he didn't continuously accelerate.
All right, let's head out and join Ollie, who is with Winning Connections.
I sure am, Nick, alongside Aldo, who's going to translate for us. Yoshito, I'll start with you if I can. How satisfying a victory is this for you?
正直ちょっと厳しい戦いになるかと思ってたので、本当に馬に感謝しています。
Honestly, before the race, we think it's a really struggle race, but that's why I'd like to appreciate my horse. He ran very hard.
You've travelled him around the world. Is that the intention on the back of this win to go to the likes of the UK once again?
またこの勝利でいろいろ世界回ってますけど、また UK に行くつもりですか？
もちろん行きたい選択肢の一つではあります。
Of course, we have a selection for this, for you go to UK. Yeah.
Amazing, and if I can bring in Ryusi as well, in the context of his career, how important a victory is this?
勝利はリュウセイにとってどれぐらい大事なものか。
まあ、サウジで3年連続来させてもらって初めて勝つことができたので、すごく嬉しいです。
I have been 3 years, you know, last 3 years I come in the Saudi, and this is my first winner, so this is very happy winning.
And finally, back to Yoshito, if I can, what is the plan next for this horse?
じゃあ次はどこ行きたいと思ってますか？
ドバイに行くことは決まっています。
We will go to Dubai.
Amazing. That's all we need to hear. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
Of course they will go to Dubai. Have you ever known Yoshito Yahagi duck a challenge? And that man at the very beginning of his career, Ryusei Sakai. Incidentally, a little later on today, 46-year-old Yuichi Fukunaga, who is one of the great legends of the Japanese jockeys room, will enjoy his final ever ride here on Saudi Cup night. And talking of farewells, there is no farewell in global horse racing that has had more fanfare than the one that is currently being enjoyed by Frankie Dettori. He will ride at least until the Breeders' Cup in November, maybe a month or two longer than that, as things stand. He's kicked off the year in extraordinary fashion with this working holiday, but it's become so much more than that on the west coast of the United States of America. He's won nearly 300 victories at Group or Grade 1 level, more than any other jockey in history. And Michelle, out in California, caught up with him to find out a little bit more about how this had all transpired and where it was all going.
Frankie Dettori, he is a star. He's a story in himself.
It's been a great journey. When I pressed the button, he delivered.
Barathea goes on to a clear-cut and decisive victory.
I'm enjoying it.
Phantom goes, swishes the tail, but she's a length clear, and she'll hold on to win the Ribblesdale.
You know, he'd be an amazing fella.
La police qui va enlever l'Arc de Triomphe. 5e victoire de la course pour Frankie Dettori.
We're going to make this last year a good one.
He's had to wait 15 years, but a blitzing performance by At the Line Auto Race will give Frankie Dettori his first derby.
Frankie, why decide to do a farewell tour?
I've been around the world, and I didn't want to just stop. So I thought this is the right time, give myself a year to touch as many places as I can. And, you know, obviously England has been my base of my life. But, you know, obviously I come from Italy. America, this is where I started, so and then I'm going to do some other countries in between. But originally I was going to go to South America, believe it or not. And then the Stone Eye groups got in touch with me, and then things just snowballed. Ron Anderson decided to take my book, it was a big help. Trainers were making inquiries if I was coming, and so I scrapped the idea of going to South America, and here I am. You know, this is where I started, this is where I learned my trade, my style. And, you know, it's quite appropriate that I'm going to finish here. So, you know, he's going back the full circle, really.
What's it been like for you since you announced this is my last year?
My heart wants to carry on, but my brain tells me, you know, this is the right time to stop. So I'm trying not to think of the sad side of it. I'm trying to enjoy it. It's going to be my last year, my last of everything. So I try to capture every moment and really express myself and enjoy it. And I will see as the months go by, it'll get more emotional, and I'll dread my last day really.
Right.
You know, I'm gonna have a last day at Ascot. I'm gonna have my last day at the Breeders' Cup. So they're all gonna be very emotional days.
I want to go back. When did you start doing the flying dismount?
I started in '94 when I won my first Breeders' Cup on Barathea. Basically, look, I started it here in Santa Rita in the mornings. When I used to gallop horses, because Cordero used to come here from the East Coast.
Yeah.
And used to win a ton of races, and he used to jump off. So I stole it from him, actually. I'm a thief. It was his doing, and I copied it, and it was a bit of fun. And
Wait, you really used to do it after you gallop, like a good breeze, and you're like, woohoo, and jump off?
I used to do that. And then the word got out that I used to do it in the mornings. My boss at the time was Kumani, and when I won the Breeders' Cup for him, he said, "No, just do the flying dismount." I said, "Well, yes, I haven't done it for years. So just do it." So I did it, and that was it. And from then on, now it's become part of my things. But really, it was Angel Cordero's jump off, so I stole it from him.
What is the one race when you were a kid, and I'm like, I have to win this race? What is that race?
Well, I would say for any jockey is the Derby. For us, is the Epsom Derby. And if you ask any American jockey, it's the Kentucky Derby. So the Derby is is our blue ribbon, our best race. So it's, you know, when it took me 15 attempts to do it, so I finally got there, and it was a relief, because I think, you know, that you know, if you want to be named with all the superstar jockeys that have been, I think you have to win the Derby.
What have been your takeaways from the whole experience of Saudi?
Well, I've been going to Saudi, don't laugh, over 25 years. They got this new track. This last 10 years was beautiful. I say very clearly that it's probably the best dirt track that I've ever ridden. The sand is thinner. The horses face kickback, and yes, I don't know what kind of mixture they got, but I really enjoy riding there. Beautiful sweeping bends. I think the track was copied from Belmont, very long stretch, suits American horses and European horses.
Tell us just about Country Grammar. What's the feel that you got from him from last year to this year?
Look, the whole thing was actually fate, because I was in Dubai and I was asked to go and watch some polo. And I met Zidane, the owner. He was playing polo, and he told me that he won the Kentucky Derby. He was a big fan, la 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 la. And that's how I met. And then I was back in England, and I got a phone call saying that Flavien jumped off Country Grammar and he went on to ride something else.
Charlie.
And then, you know, luckily I had Zidane's number, so I called him, said, listen, by the way, I heard your horse is available. And he said, well, you know, I love you to ride it, but just speak to Bob. And then I rang Bob, and he said, are you really sure you're free? I said, yeah, I swear I'm free. You're not going to get off my horse? I said, no. And that's how I got the ride. And then the rest is history. Life is good. It was a big favorite. It was going to be very hard to beat. And I'll be honest with you, up to the quarter pole, I thought I'm going to be a good third. And then as the race developed, we got there in the end. So it was a great thrill. I've equaled Jerry Bailey's record of 4 Dubai World Cups. And now the horse is staying in training. He was second in the Saudi Cup last year. So Bob especially trained the horse for the race. And yeah, I'm very, very looking forward to it. I mean, he's a proper tough horse. He's uncomplicated, and he's got a massive heart. So he's a nice partner to have.
Oh, good. Appreciate it.
He can do it anywhere in the world and for anyone. Frankie Dettori in the Godolphin Royal Blue, and he's ridden over 100 Group or Grade 1 successes in those silks. Can he do it again? Can he produce another masterful ride as he did at York on Trawlerman? We'll find out in the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap right after this. Darkness has fallen over King Abdulaziz Racecourse here, 20 miles outside Riyadh. A beautiful scene ahead of the longest race of the night. It takes place on the turf, and it's the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap.
Run over 3,000 meters.
قاموا على مسافة 3000 متر.
Worth $2.5 million.
بجائزة $2.5 مليون.
The Red Sea Turf Handicap.
شوط البحر الأحمر العشبي للتكافؤ.
So this is the Longines Red Sea Cup Turf Handicap, 3,000 metres. So they start midway down the back straight and they come past us twice. Subjectivist heads them up. What a story, been off the track for so long. The Gold Cup winner at Ascot from a couple of years ago. And Joe Fanning likewise been out of the saddle for a long time with a shoulder injury, only returned a week ago. And he has the mount. 2 is Trawlerman for Frankie Dettori in the Godolphin Blue. 3 is Enemy, Richard Kingscott. 4, Al Karim, the almost certain pace setter under Ryan Moore. 5, Big Call, Maxime Guillon representing France. And 6, Get Shirty, who is partnered by Danny Tudhope. 7 is Silver Sonic, Damien Lane for Japan. 8, Sisfahan for Germany and Jack Mitchell aboard. 9, My Frankel, James Doyle. And 10, Nate the Great, Usheen Murphy. 11, Echt, another Japanese representative, and he's partnered by Yuga Kawada. 12 is Master Gatsby for Adel Al-Furedi, and 13, Pin Your Hopes for Camillo Aspina. So Subjectivist heads up the field. A reminder, this is a handicap, weights ranging from 62 kilos down to 54.5. Jockeys preparing to come into the ring and be joined by their mounts for this staying handicap.
Usheen Murphy will lead out the riders. He'll be on the veteran Nate the Great. And just behind him, Ryan Moore on Al Karim, a younger horse, still improving. Ryan Moore will be on June Light Bolts for Japan later. Frankie Dettori talking to John Gosden as we have a look at Subjectivist. This would be one of the great stories in modern thoroughbred racing if he could come back after such a long absence, nearly 2 years off the track, Michelle, in this race.
June of 2021 was the last time we saw him. He was victorious in the Gold Cup at Ascot, and he carries the high weight here of 137 pounds, giving weight to everybody in large quantities for this off of the layoff performance.
The task, Lafitte Pincay, even for a horse of his ability, is gargantuan.
It's been so long, Nick. Over 600 days for Subjectivist. That performance in the Group 1 Gold Cup at Ascot with all eyes on Stradivarius, who was looking to go back to back to back to back. He was trapped the entire way, never could get out, and by the time he did, Subjectivist was gone. And Joe Fanning mentioned how difficult it was to pull up Subjectivist in that particular start. He was able to sit just off the pace, engage the leader, and absolutely blew his competition off the track. Huge win, just the 3rd great Group 1 win for Joe Fanning in his career, and the biggest win of his career in the Gold Cup at Royal Ascot, Nick. But as hard as he was to pull up after the race, Subjectivist, that's actually at some point in the Gallop bout when he was injured, hence all the time he's been on the sideline in an injury that looked like it could be career threatening. We'll see what he does in this long layoff in his return tonight.
And, Michelle, it wasn't the first time there'd been a hint of an injury to Subjectivist.
Yeah, Subjectivist actually had an issue with the other foreleg following some previous races to that. And, you know, sometimes that happens when you're trying to compensate for one injury. You might cause another. Like Lafitte said, this certainly could have been a career-ending injury. And many times soft tissue injuries do end up being career-ending because they can't come back at the same level. I think it's amazing they're bringing him back here. I have to say, just from a horse perspective, he looks fit.
This is Trawlerman. Frankie Dettori rides him. He rode his father, Golden Horn, famously to victory in the Derby. He was talking to you about his Derby victories, and he rode Golden Horn, this horse's father, to Derby victory for John Gosden, who's been such a great ally to Dettori over the years. Number 3 is Enemy, trained by Ian Williams. Ian Williams has performed wonders with this horse, who he inherited from Gosden via Francis Graffard. And Ian Williams is standing by with Ollie Bell.
And if he could hear you, Lucky, he would be blushing, because he says you've performed wonders with this horse. How strongly do you fancy your chances today?
Oh, listen, we've got a chance. It's a very competitive race, as you would expect for the prize money. There's a real international flavour and a real international field, so it's great to be here, and I hope we can build on just being here.
He travels powerfully. That should stand him in good stead.
It should do. I hope he doesn't travel too powerfully. That's my one worry, but he's drawn well. Hopefully he'll get a good lead into the race, so hopefully good performance.
Go well.
Let's hope so. Thank you.
enemy has been a great friend already to jockey Richard Kingscote. If you've been following Richard's peripatetic winter, he started off riding winners in the UK. He rode a valuable winner in Bahrain and in Dubai, this horse, and then he went to Florida, rode at Gulfstream Park for 2 or 3 weeks, and rode a winner on the dirt for Bill Mott. So all power to the Derby winning rider, Michelle.
Nick, just want to mention right now that Trawlerman has left the ring early, and he's going to be warming up beforehand, before all the other horses and riders are able to leave the paddock.
In the hands of Frankie Dettori, but he's got that hood on. The hood's on for a reason, just to keep him settled and relaxed. He looks fantastic.
Yeah, he does look fantastic. I'll tell you what, the whole lot of them came in here looking really good. A couple of them now have started to get a little warm. Subjectivist is certainly remembering what it's like to be at the races here under the lights. He's starting to get some lather between his legs. He looks on point right now. There's a very thin line between looking great on point and starting to teal over.
Now, Subjectivist was officially trained by Mark Johnston. It's always been a family affair with his son, Charlie. Charlie is now the sole license holder, and he is with Ollie.
Having a look at Subjectivist leaving the paddock, he certainly seems happy to be back anyway.
He's remembered what he's here for, hasn't he? So, you know, there's been signs of that actually on the track the last couple of days, that he's been quite full of himself, and he's obviously glad to be back, because we're glad to have him here.
Coming back from such a lengthy absence, does that sort of boy that he's sort of exuding when he's on the track, does that concern you? You want to keep a lid on it, or are you happy to see that?
It's very normal for him. He was always quite a difficult leader. I remember back when he won at Ascot, he was always very strong to lead up. So I would rather see him on his toes than lacklustre, that's for sure.
To be blunt, if he returns to the form he showed when winning the Gold Cup, they won't see which way he goes. Do you think you have that same horse in your care?
I don't know is the honest answer. We're about to find out. What we're asking him to do is pretty monumental. To come, you know, for any horse to come back from this injury and this layoff at any level is difficult. To come back at this level is a huge ask. All I hope now is that he gets a fair crack of the whip from a difficult draw that I chose myself, and that he comes back in one piece.
Explain your thinking behind the draw.
Oh well, no, I didn't choose it, but it was silly that, you know, it was a random draw ballot. And
sorry, I mean the plan from the draw. Sorry.
You can't really tie yourself down to a plan. There's horses that could go forward. There's the best man on board. He's ridden 2,000 winners. I've ridden 9 point winners. I'm not going to tell him what to do.
And that is the other subplot to this, is Joe is back, and great to have him back on board. He's a huge part of your team.
For sure, yeah. Not only the horse is making a 20-month comeback, the jockey hasn't ridden a winner for 8 months either. So yeah, it's a real story for them both. But I'm relieved to have Joe back. It didn't look likely sort of halfway through January. It's been a race against time for him, but I wouldn't want anyone else on the horse.
We've got lots of American raiders here. This would be Hollywood. Best of luck.
It would be. Good luck. Cheers.
Extraordinary. Joe Fanning, about whom Charlie Johnston was talking there, is 3 months the senior of this man, Frankie Dettori. They're both 52. Dettori's got 6 Arc de Triomphes. And look at all those British Classics he's won as well, plus 3 Japan Cups and 1 million Breeders' Cup races too, and 2 King Abdulaziz Cups here at King Abdulaziz racetrack. He has toured the world and continues to do so. John Gosden, their relationship wasn't always a straightforward one, and particularly not last year after Royal Ascot, when the veteran trainer was quite critical of Dettori on occasion, but they patched things up, got it back on, and Dettori has been such a valuable asset to the trainer down the years. Gosden knows that only too well. Trainer Sunthady giving Dettori the leg up tonight.
I loved, by the way, the warm-up from Subjectivist. I know that Charlie says this is going to be a tough task, and it is, but it was one that they chose to do, and he must have some kind of confidence in him to bring him here.
But we need to talk about the variable weights here. This is a handicap.
Yes.
In its most traditional sense. Subjectivist may be the class act, yes, but he has to give 11 pounds to a horse like Silver Sonic, who would clearly be his biggest danger from Japan. Silver Sonic, a horse who has been competing against some of the very best Japanese horses, because in Japan, 1.5 and 2 milers share the stage regularly. That's not necessarily the case in Europe. You get classy horses running over extended distances out east.
I like Silver Sonic in here. Let's take a look at him. He'll draw the rail trip for this ride, and he has had a gate issue 2 back. He tripped out of the gate and lost his rider. He did come back to win the Stayer Stakes last time out, going Going further though, 2 1/4 miles. This race is about 1 mile 7 1/8, so we're talking under 2 miles. My only concern with Silver Sonic is, even though you said they do share the scene, you know, between those distances where we might have some separation in other countries, is he might just be one of those longer stayers, and he might need the 2 mile plus trip.
He's in perfect condition, Silver Sonic. He's trained by Yasutoshi Ike. He's ridden by Damien Lane, who is a top-class Australian rider. Silver Sonic by Orfevre. International viewers will remember Orfevre. We talk about Casa Creed, Matera Sky, horses who've incurred heartbreaking defeats. You remember Orfevre in the 2012 Arc de Triomphe?
Yes,
oh my
I
word.
remember the people there on hand to see him too.
Oh, skipped about 10 clear and got done in the shadow of the post. There's Get Shirty, Danny Tudhope for David O'Mara.
Looking at this horse, I feel like his form last year was better than we see this year. That always makes me nervous. Even though he's coming in off a second in the Vizarabad, I feel like prior to that he just had a couple of run-of-the-mill efforts at the end of the fall. So for me, I'm not sure if he's going to be the same horse at age 7 as he was the year prior. I really like the 11 in here too, Nick. Echt from Japan. He's stretching out, so he's been running those 1.5 mile, 1 3/8 races, and you know, certainly a question mark, is he going to be internationally good because he's only run races in Japan? But I think he's really intriguing.
Lafitte Pincay, often we concentrate on the finish of races, but sometimes, particularly over distances like this, it's just as important to look at the start.
Case in point, Nick, in the Ybor Handicap, far outside post Trawlerman, this was the strategy employed by Frankie Dettori and John Gosden. Dettori, you'll see white cap, Trawlerman showing speed and being taken to the extreme outside by design. Look at that separation. But here's the thing, Dettori and Gosden knew that bend would carry the field back to them, just like aforementioned Golden Horn in the 2015 Arc de Triomphe. Trawlerman in the perfect spot. Now look at the class on display. This is rare. Horses will re-rally and win races, but rarely from in between horses. That's two class, Nick, and the strategy would work to perfection as Trawlerman and Frankie Dettori claw their way to victory in an absolute Ybor Handicap thriller.
Again, another valuable handicap, and on that point, on a strict weights and measures point, Get Shirty, who we looked at a moment ago, ought to beat Trawlerman at the revised weights, because he was just a little behind him that day, and he gets plenty of weight from him today when he had to give him weight that day.
And the weights that we see here are so different than what we see in America. Generally, in America, in a handicap race, you're topping them out at 124, maybe 126. The fact that we see horses here at 137 pounds, 129, 128, these are some serious impositions to go almost 2 miles.
And we ought to look at a Derby winner in this race. Sisfahan won the German Derby a couple of years back. Jack Mitchell, British-based rider who's been doing very well, rides this one for Henk Grover. And you could give him a chance if he stays the extra distance, because he's got the class, Sisfahan, number 8.
My question is, does he want the ground this firm? I feel like some of his better races have come with moisture in the ground, over soft going. It might just be a little bit too tough for him.
Okay. Mentioned Asheen Murphy extensively earlier in the program. He rides Nate the Great here for Andrew Balding. He looked like he'd gone the wrong way, this horse. He was a Royal Ascot winning 2-year-old 5 years ago, but he bounced back the back end of the summer. There is Echt, another one of the Japanese runners that you were speaking about, Yuga Kawada taking the ride.
I like Echt in here, like I mentioned. You know, I'm trying to look at all these horses' weights previously. I wanted to go back quickly to Nate the Great. His last couple of races, when we say, except for his last race, you know, he's kind of tailed off. He carried some pretty high impositions. You go back prior to his last win, and it was in May of 22, and he carried a lot less weight there, and he's carrying even less than that today. I mean, this could just be a matter of we need to find him, you know, the right friends, and when you get a huge weight allowance like this, that might put you right in the thick of it. A handicap by design is meant to weight down the better horses to bring them all in line together.
Let's hope we get that kind of finish. Could we get the fairy tale result here? And a Lazarus-like comeback from Subjectivist. We'll find out now with Richard.
Keep an eye on how keen he is from gate 13, because no cover for him from out there. He's very keen on the way down towards the start. So and Subjectivist from those wide out gates immediately move forward. My Frankel and Trawlerman also handy. The grey Silver Sonic closer to the running rail with Nate the Great adopting a handy position, but it is Subjectivist gradually edging over, and the grey Silver Sonic for Japan, who cut out the early running. Racing in third place, My Frankel with Trawlerman in the Godolphin Blue and Nate the Great. Then behind these, Enemy. Al Karim cannot get in and can't get to the front either with Sisfahan. Master Gatsby is already 4 lengths off the back end, may have missed the break with Get Shirty just ahead of him and Ect. Pin Your Hopes about 4 from the back and Big Call likewise. So Subjective is back on the racecourse, bounding enthusiasm as he turns into the home straight for the first time. Leads by over a length from Trawlerman for Frankie Dettori in the Godolphin Blue and the grey horse on the running rail, Silver Sonic for Japan. In fourth place, My Frankel in the red jacket, just ahead of in fifth Enemy. Then behind these, the German Derby winner Sisfahan, who continues to race in sixth with Al Kahaim racing in seventh place. Behind Al Karim, we have Big Call, who is towards the back of the field early on in company with Ect, Get Shirty. And last of all is on the outside of My Frankel is Master Gatsby. So passing in front of us, Subjectivist has settled pretty well in front, leads by a length, Trawlerman in second place, as the leader just tries to get a breather. At least Joe Fanning does. I don't think the horse is that obliging. He is pleased to be back, and he leads Trawlerman away from the stands with Silver Sonic in third. My Frankel races in fourth place with Enemy racing in fifth. Nate the Great is in sixth in the noseband, just ahead of Sisfahan, also nosebanded. Al Karim comes next from Pin Your Hopes. Then behind these, Big Call, Get Shirty, Ect, and still last of all, but closer to the main body of the field, is Master Gatsby. So Subjectivist has led them through the first circuit, leads by nearly 2 lengths. Trawlerman, Frankie Dettori, not going to give him too much rope this afternoon. Racing in second place, just ahead of My Frankel, who's taken third from Silver Sonic, who's a neck away on the rails. Behind these, Enemy and Nate the Great fill the next 2 places with Al Karim. Sisfahan comes next with Pin Your Hopes, and Master Gatsby just passing a couple at the tail with Get Shirty and Ect, and Big Call is also in that rear group of 5 as well. So Subjectivist on the front end, what will he find in the closing stages? Leads by a length from racing in second place as they exit the back straight, Trawlerman. My Frankel on the outside of Silver Sonic. Enemy still travels strongly in fifth place on the inside of Nate the Great. Al Karim on the outside of Sisfahan, who makes ground up the inside. Master Gatsby continues to pick them off. Pin Your Hopes is taking a brave route as Subjectivist is now just asked to stretch as they make their way inside the final 600. Trawlerman pushed along. My Frankel up on the outside loom. Silver Sonic pulls out Enemy for Ian Williams. Breaks cover with Richard Kingston, improves quickly. On the inside running rail, Subjectivist has gone. It is Silver Sonic who leads. Down the outside comes Enemy. My Frankel next, Trawlerman. And on the inside, Big Call. Pin Your Hopes a bit shorter room. 200 to travel. Enemy out after Silver Sonic, who still has the lead. And it's a length and a half, and it's growing. Silver Sonic is about 2 lengths clear from Enemy. Get Shirty rattling home on the inside. Silver Sonic, Super Sonic in the Longines Red Sea handicap. Enemy second, Get Shirty may have grabbed third with Nate the Great involved as well with Big Call. Sisfahan, Pin Your Hopes, Trawlerman dropped away. Subjectivist likewise. Master Gatsby never really got out of last. Ect was always in that rear division as well. 2 horses came to the fore with 200 metres to travel. Silver Sonic for Japan and Enemy for Richard Kingston and the UK and Ian Williams. But it was Silver Sonic for Damian Lane and Yasutoshi Iki, who had won the day. Won pretty comfortably in the end, 2 lengths and probably going away from Enemy. Thought Get Shirty may have got third on. Looking at that, Big Call's given himself a real chance. That's very close for third and fourth. Nate the Great was next. Sisfahan across the line. Then Ect, Pin Your Hopes. Trawlerman didn't last home. And behind those we had the likes of My Frankel, who loomed up and looked a threat. But it's Damian Lane home in front on Silver Sonic. Another for Japan.
5 high-class European stayers in a bunch, 1 much better Japanese one far in advance of them. Silver Sonic was brilliant today and has won really decisively. He takes the Longines Red Sea Turf handicap. Japanese horse, Japanese bred, Australian ridden by Damian Lane, coming right away, one of the few in the race to run kindly throughout off a stop-start tempo dictated by the folding Subjectivist, and it's Japan who win again. Sprinters, stayers, whatever, they get the job done.
They won it last year with Stay Foolish as well, so they're going to be going back-to-back years here. And I think the trend on the night, Nick, has certainly been horses that are cutting back in distance are able to stay in this particular night. For whatever reason it is, that's what we've seen. That's been the trend so far. Silver Sonic coming off of a victory going 2 1/4 miles last time and was more than fit enough.
Well, you've got long straights here. Races, even if they're run at a sedate tempo, they start to unfold early. Jockeys go early, they commit. But Damian Lane was cool enough and this horse has had too much. At one stage, it looked as though Enemy was going to deliver the decisive challenge under Richard Kingscote, but he just lacked this horse's foot.
I'm glad that you mentioned Damian Lane, because I think he was a key component of this horse being able to be victorious. If you go back to the start, when we had Subjectivist be pretty keen, there was another horse on the front end. This horse was very keen in behind horses, and I think that he really wanted to go on. And it took Damian Lane a couple of furlongs to get him where he was settled and relaxed. When they came down the stretch the first time, that was the point that you could really see. When Subjectivist was his head towards the rail, this horse was so relaxed.
So for many decades now, Japan has had a love affair, dare I say it, an obsession. It's certainly an unrequited love for the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, a race they've never managed to win but have been second in many times. This horse's pedigree is all art. By Orfevre, out of a mare by Tony Bean. Here is Ollie Bell alongside the winning rider.
Yeah, the Aussie Damian Lane alongside me. Michelle, you was just saying you seem to have a job on your hands settling him today. Was that how it felt underneath him?
He was on and off. He had a little bit of tightening from the outside, which he didn't really appreciate, so he got in the chewy a couple of times, which is not unusual for him, but he still was able to finish off strong.
Given his form over 3.6, when he kicked clear, there was no doubts about him getting home.
Yeah, and he's got a good turn of foot for a stage, so I knew if I got the run he was going to be really competitive. I was just sweating on it there for a couple of 100 metres.
Just finally, more generally, we've seen Japan have such tremendous success globally in recent years. How important is it for that to continue on the stage we're at today?
Oh, very important. I mean, I love their racing, their horses are top quality, and they now are showing that to the world, and it's just a privilege to be a part of that.
Might not be done yet. You're in the Saudi Cup. Best of luck, Damien. Well done here.
Thank you.
Cool-headedness has won the day for Damian Lane. Silver Sonic has had plenty in reserve, owned by the Shadai Racehorse Company Limited and trained by Yatsutoshi Ike. Silver Sonic has won the Red Sea Turf Handicap, and it was very much Prince Bandar's ambition when he created this event that he would produce an undercard or a supporting card of races that perhaps didn't have the representation elsewhere, and making this a handicap, tying it in with great races like the Melbourne Cup and the Ebor at York. It very much has a place in the calendar.
Yeah, it certainly does. I love the fact that we see some different races than you tend to see on these big days. Otherwise, you end up with the exact same horses over and over because of the varying distances, like you mentioned, the handicap aspect of it. What we see are different horses stepping forward and putting up efforts. Like we've seen two spectacular efforts tonight at the very least.
Damian Lane will be on Crown Pride in the Saudi Cup later. Reunited with Crown Pride. Crown Pride, who set a blistering gallop in the Kentucky Derby last year, but has bounced back off those exploits to put some pretty good efforts together. Damian Victorian won his first Group 1 race back in 2014 and has ridden over 1,200 winners, 21 at the very highest level. But his association with Japan has been a fruitful one and has ridden for them in some of the world's biggest races at home and abroad. there is Silver Sonic. Damian Lane riding him to victory in the Red Sea Turf. Yatsutoshi Iki, the trainer. Connections now with Ollie Bell.
Well, Silver Sonic victorious here in Saudi Arabia, and the trainer to my left, Yasutoshi, Marika's going to translate for us. Firstly, congratulations. How impressed were you by your horse there?
サウジアラビアという地で先生の管理馬が勝って今どんなお気持ちでいらっしゃいますか？
この馬のお父さんオルフェーブルで、私はオルフェーブルでね凱旋門賞2回挑戦したが、2回とも勝てなかったんでね、国は違うんですけども、こう異国の地に来てオルフェーブルの地で、勝てたということは非常に嬉しく思ってます。
Well, actually, his sire is Orfeo, who was runner-up second for second time in the ARC, and I'm very pleased to bring his progeny to a different country. I mean, and contest in overseas. I'm very, very pleased to do that.
And on a personal level, your father trained the great Deep Impact. So for you to come here on the world stage and win a race of this stature, how?
My father used to train Stay Gold.
Right.
Grand Sire of Supersonic. And when Stay Gold won Dubai SEMA Classic, I was assistant to my father. So, 特別でしたから。
So it was my special time, special moment for me to, win with the horse with those pedigrees. So I'm very happy with that.
And what will the plan be now for the horse?
次、次走まだ考えていらっしゃらないかもしれないですけど、どういうプラン？
プランは2つ選択肢がありまして、日本の春の天皇賞かドバイの。
You'll have to cue me. Yeah, apologies. We've just been cut off in our prime there. And we can watch the closing stages again of Silver Sonic and Damian Lane winning the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. But I think you well and truly got the gist of what Connections were saying, and we'll try and get Ollie back for you in a few moments' time. I hope you're enjoying Saudi Cup Night 2023. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu, Ollie Bell, the Feet Pink Eye, our reporting team, Rosie Tapner as well. And we're joined now by a man who enjoyed such a wonderful time of things in the early part of 2022 as the mastermind behind part of the ownership group of Country Grammar. Commonwealth have a slice in this horse, who is one of the big fancies for this evening's big race, the Saudi Cup. He was runner-up in it last year. He went on to win the Dubai World Cup under tonight's big race jockey, Frankie Dettori. Chase Chamberlain is the man in question, and he's with us now here on the set. Chase, good to see you back in Riyadh. What a journey you and your fellow Commonwealth owners and Amir Zidane, whose colours the horse runs, have been on with this horse. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nick. It's such an honor and a privilege to be back in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I'll tell you, I do have to correct you. While I appreciate the fanfare of Mastermind, it really credit does go and belong to our CEO and my co-founder, Brian Dockstader, who I so desperately wish was here, and also thanks so much to our co-owners, Windstar Farm. You know, the last year, it's not lost on me what a special privilege it is to be involved with a horse like this. I always say that racing is, while it's a team sport, it's also a sport of faith. Somebody had to believe in a mare, and a stallion, and a trainer, and a jockey. And that's just a cycle that keeps on going. What brings us to, these great stadiums of sport, this amazing sport. We bought Country Grammar, and since our purchase, he's been never worse than second. And now coming from Saudi, winning Dubai, it has truly been the ride of a lifetime.
At what point did you buy into Country Grammar?
We bought into him in 2021, right before he went and won the Hollywood Gold Cup. So our first race with him was the Californian, second a Grade 2 at Santa Anita, and then really our first race properly with our first horse in our syndicate was the Grade 1 Hollywood Gold Cup.
And can you tell me a little bit about the syndicate, Commonwealth Thoroughbreds, and how you operate?
Yeah, so Commonwealth's a microshare syndicate. We let people from all over the world and all income levels participate in racing. And Country Grammar's particular team, Team Country Grammar, there are 270 shareholders from all over the world. And again, $50 a share. At this point, I think they're at about a 760% return on investment, which has been pretty great.
Priceless memories, though.
Yeah. Amazing memories. That's really what it's all about, right? It's like, as exciting as it is to win, and I mean that in a monetary, a financial sense, there's nothing like being able to go on this ride. You know, we've got users, like I said, from all over the world. We've got a woman right now who's in the hospital fighting a horrible cancer diagnosis. And like, this is the thing, right, that's keeping her running, right? When Country Grammar goes out tonight and fights like he does every time, there's a piece that I can't ignore, that part of that fight is for Rebecca in California, right? For Dave last year in Australia who had brain cancer and is now on the mend, right? That is the kind of thing that I think is easy to miss, right? But it's so special.
It's so hard for you to look at this dispassionately for the reasons you've just outlined, but you can look at the race and the form of the race and the competition objectively. What does your head tell you about how this horse is going to run tonight?
You know, somebody asked me that earlier, said, are you nervous? And I said, admittedly, my heart will start to race, and it's racing now because it's so special to be here, but Country Grammar is a horse that deserves your confidence, right? He is, if nothing, he's consistent. He has so much heart. I think he's so well positioned. Bob and Frankie, Jimmy have so much faith, so much confidence in the horse and his form coming out. I think we're sitting on go. I think we're in a perfect position.
How does your confidence level compare to that of last year when he was coming in off that extended break?
Yeah, you know, I think it's a totally fair question, and I think we were guarded because who knows what will happen. Again, so confident in the horse, and he always shows up. We come around that turn and we pretty much know what we have with Country Grammar, but no, I think this year we're even better. We saw a bit of a different horse in the San Antonio, mile and an eighth, right? I think Frankie rides him perfectly, really understands the horse, so I'm excited.
Chase, best of luck. It's been an amazing journey for all 270 of you so far. Let's hope it continues.
Thanks so much, guys.
Chase Chamberlain of Commonwealth, part of the ownership behind Country Grammar, who is a key contender in this evening's Saudi Cup. Silver Sonic won the Red Sea Turf, sponsored by Longines. Representatives of Longines presenting the trophy in the moments immediately after. And there is a postscript to this race, an important one as well. There is a steward's inquiry. Enemy has passed the post second, but he is weighed in underweight. I'm not entirely sure at this stage to the tune of how much, but the clerk of the scales has raised the flag here, and Enemy, Richard Kingscote, has weighed in significantly underweight. So we will bring you news as to whether that affects the final placings of this race, but he did pass the post in second place. The winner all right, though, as they say in Ireland. Michelle, Silver Sonic, a good winner of the Longines Red Sea Turf.
Very good winner, showing some versatility, Nick, and just got a great trip. Loved hearing from Damien about how to ride this horse and what he was giving him during the race. And I loved to hear from the connection saying that they were pleased to be bringing a horse to all these different countries and would love to see him go on to do other things, possibly follow in his father's footsteps, head to France, see him in Dubai, maybe even in America one day.
All right, the clock is ticking down to the big race itself. Just 1 hour, 50 minutes until the world's most valuable horse race.
We're set. And away they go. What a big run from Making Miracles on the outside as they come down the home straight here in the Saudi Cup, and it's anybody's race. Emblem Road is being brought home by the locals. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia. Emblem Road has toppled a lot of them.
All the kingdom going crazy today.
I'm really excited about what this means for the future of horse racing in Saudi Arabia.
High on the mountain tops, deep in the roots of trees, between valley streams, and down to the seashore. beauty grows, love flourishes, and breathtaking scenery surrounds us, celebrating eternal moments.
Jim Crowley, he's been amongst the winners tonight on Mostadaf, took the Neom Cup in the colours of Shaker Hissa for John and Thady Gosden, and then it was a brilliant ride from Ryusuke Sakai on the front-running Bathrat Leon to deny Casa Creed, and more success for Japan in the longest race of the evening. Damian Lane doing the steering on Silver Sonic, who was supersonic, as we move on a pace and switch to the main track.
Run over 1,600 meters.
يقام على مسافة 1600 متر.
Worth $1.5 million.
وجائزته $1.5 million.
The Saudi Derby.
شوط ديربي السعودية.
As Nick mentioned, we're back on the dirt track. 1,600 meters, so a mile for the Group 3 Saudi Derby. Headed by number 1, Es Unico for João Moreira, representing Brazil. 2, Lorelei, also for Uruguay. Number 3 is Al Mulhem, partnered by Abdullah Alorfi. I should mention Hector Lazzo rides number 2, Lorelei. Number 4 is Al Murtajiz for Alexis Moreno, and 5, Atta Al Ghali for Abdullah Al Ferruz, all of those local runners, as is number 6, Balb, Camillo Espina, and 7, Commissioner King for Luis Morales. Continuing the international theme with Continua, looking for doubles for Ryusuke Sakai and trainer Yoshihito Yahagi. 9 is Derma Sotogake, and that is a colour change to most of your publications, so make a note of that. It's blue with yellow stars. Derma Sotogake for Fuma Matsuwaka. Number 10 is Ekoro Ares, green cap for Yuichi Fukunaga. 11 is From Dusk, another Japanese runner. Yuga Kawada is in the saddle. 12, Having a Meltdown, Frankie Dettori, probably his best chance of a winner on the night, riding for Bob Baffert. And 13, My Map for Adel Al-Furedi. It's 1,600 metres for the Group 3 Saudi Derby, presented by Boutique Group.
So, runners in the parade ring for this Saudi Derby, presented by the Boutique Group. It's Group 3 over 1,600 metres, but it's a demanding 1,600 metres here, Michelle, and that could be crucial.
Yes, certainly is. Like we mentioned earlier, horses that are taking a shorter distance than they had previously run have been very successful. You seem to need some stamina to be able to win these races, and so this is a 1 mile contest around one turn, but it is a very testing mile.
All right, let's head down to Ollie. Ollie, who have you got?
I've got a man that needs absolutely no introduction. Frankie Dettori, on your farewell tour. You're here in Saudi Arabia, and you've got a good chance here. How do you sum it up?
Yeah, he's a good horse. The only thing I'm worried is the distance, you know. He's only run 7. He's going a mile today. He's going to uncharted waters, so if his stamina holds on, then he's got every chance.
Just talk to us, if you can, about how you approach that from a riding point of view to try and conserve as much energy as possible.
Yeah, basically, he's a very fast horse. His front is run from the front. Basically, you have to sit as quiet as a mouse on top of it, make him feel relaxed, so he comes back underneath you and he starts breathing, and then he's got a little bit extra for the end. And you know, but sometimes you can only try your best, but sometimes all they want to do is run as fast as they can for as long as they can, and that's not good to me. So I've got to make sure that halfway through the race, he starts to relax.
I know you'll be asked this everywhere you go, but does it feel very different every time you come to the races around the world as you are doing at the moment?
I can't believe how quick it goes now that I say that I'm retiring. It's nearly March. Yes, I'm overwhelmed by all the best wishes from everyone. I'm trying not to think too much about the end. I'm trying to concentrate a day at a time, you know, but I'm enjoying it still. And, you know, I'm not quitting today. I've still got a few months left.
We'll be chatting plenty in the future. Think about the finish, not of your career, but think about the finish of this race right now.
Correct.
And hopefully you're in front. Good luck.
Thank you.
30 years Frankie Dettori has been riding here in Saudi Arabia, and here a date with Having a Meltdown, who, much like Pinehurst, trained by Bob Baffert, who went wire to wire last year. Baffert looking to go back to back. This colt has been an absolute force, having won 4 of 5, a 3-time graded stakes winner. As they were just discussing, though, there was a concern about distance. He is all sprinter. Bob Baffert says he looks like a sprinter, and I asked him about the mile distance, Nick. His response, I'm going to be sweating the final 100 meters.
Yeah, there will be a bit of a meltdown here, Lafitte. There's no doubt, but Frankie Dettori articulated beautifully to Ollie exactly what he had to do, and they've been trying to just get him to switch off, race kindly, and breathe, Michelle.
Breathing is very important, and you have to try and pay attention to what is going on around you, right? You're not just able to turn off a horse no matter what. You're going to have to try and get this horse to relax, despite maybe having someone breathing down his neck, maybe fighting him if Frankie doesn't want to go as fast as he wants to go, and he's a blazingly fast horse. So there's so many different aspects that come with him just making it sound so simple as, oh, I just got to get him to shut down for a minute.
But Baffert clung on last year with Pinehurst in this race.
He did. He did, and I had very little faith in Pinehurst last year, I'll be honest with you. And he came in, though, as a Grade 1 winner already, because he did win the Del Mar Futurity. Having a Meltdown suffered defeat at the hands of his stablemate Cave Rock in the Del Mar Futurity. I've got to be honest with you, he's not beating the best 3-year-olds that we have out on the West Coast. You know, we've run against him with a colt that I own twice, and my colt certainly would be way out of line being in this race.
Yeah, I was going to say, why haven't you got a runner in the
We thought about it. It was free
Derby?
nominations. We thought about it, but
I'd pay your plane ticket, wouldn't it?
Right, he certainly wouldn't be competitive in this group. So I think that some of the horses he's been beating are a little dubious, but I also think Bob is really smart, knowing he has distance limitations. This is a great way to try to earn a ton of money. It's only a Group 3, but you know, there's a bunch of money on the line. We're not going to have a bunch of sprint money for restricted to straight 3-year-olds coming into Derby season. This is a genius move by Bob Baffert, and he's already sending a plane of horses.
What you often find in races of this nature is that you've got horses from both hemispheres. So you've got horses of slightly different ages. You've got older 3-year-olds and younger 3-year-olds, because the birth date for 3-year-olds is in the middle of the year. For the Southern Hemisphere, it's 1st of January for the Northern Hemisphere. And to compensate for that, the Southern Hemisphere horses, amongst them this one, Esunico, are giving a weight allowance to the Northern Hemisphere horses. The man that rides this horse, Esunico, Joe Moreira, is also on a great farewell tour, and he's standing by with Ollie.
He sure is, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to get his neck in front here, Joe. The horse, Nico, as Lucky was saying, has to give weight to his sort of Northern Hemisphere counterparts. He's stretching out to 1600 today. How do you think he'll go over that extra distance?
Well, I think the distance, actually, he's going to appreciate even more. I mean, he's been hitting the line very strongly, so he just needs to reproduce that kind of finishing, so he should be a chance.
Drawn in 7, what's your plan from the gate?
Well, he's not a kind of a horse that challenges anybody else up there on the pace, so I see myself midfield or worse.
How much are you enjoying your experience here in Saudi this year?
I love it. Not sure if I can come back here next season, but if I can, surely I'll be around.
So you might be staying around?
Who knows?
Okay, good. Well, Nick might have retired you early then, but great to see you and good luck here.
Thank you.
Joe Moreira, who has been an absolute superstar across the globe, particularly in Hong Kong down the years. His battles for the Jockeys Championship year in, year out with the tenacious competitor Zach Burton have been really enthralling. And Esunico, although bred in Brazil, is based and trained in Uruguay. Uruguay have thrown up a few pretty good horses down the years, Michelle.
Indeed, they certainly have. We have seen a lot of very good South American horses come up, especially over to the States. And here's another one of them, Lauralee. I actually watched Lauralee the other morning schooling. He was very, very hot, but he stood in the gate like an absolute star. I think that he looks much calmer right now, and his trainer did tell me, Ricardo Colombo, that he can tend to be a little bit on tilt. Now with the rider up, he's getting a little more fiery, but really, he looks good, and I loved how much professionalism he showed once he was in the gate. He's coming out of a super disappointing effort over at Meydan, in my opinion, but prior to that, he strung together some good races, and you know, that's a big acclamation for a horse to go from Uruguay to Meydan off of a layoff. I mean, with the race under his belt, he should move forward. All
right, they're the two Uruguayan contenders, Esunico and Lorelei. Local hopes, headed here by Al Mulham, who has been improving pretty rapidly and has taken plenty of racing.
I really like this horse, okay? He's coming in from a runner-up effort behind My Map, who draws in the outside 13. If you go back and watch that last race where he ran second in the qualifier, he was coming off a turn back in distance, and he was just a little late to get going. He was closing with a furious rally. Well, in my opinion, My Map was kind of stagnant on the front end, just trying to hold on. The winning margin looks like My Map was just valiant. I think Al Muhammad, with a turn back here, or keeping with the mile here, is going to run a better race, and I think he can run a good one.
You're having a look at 11 there. That's a colour change from some of your publications. It's all maroon here with the white hoops on the sleeves. This is From Dusk. Well, we've got to take this all seriously because he's come from Japan. Hideyuki Mori, Yuga Kawada teaming up From Dusk.
He's actually going to be trying dirt here for the first time, Nick. He's run exclusively on the turf. I think he can improve. He's by Bolt d'Oro, who was a standout sire last year in his first crop on the track. He was leading freshman sire, and you know, his horses have just continued to get better, but a lot of them have run great on the dirt. He was a good dirt horse himself.
There is the Mike Pegram owned, Bob Baffert trained, Frankie Dettori ridden Having a Meltdown. All about conservation of energy.
Well, he's not doing a very good job of it right now, is he? He's very on the muscle, we call it. He wants to get going. He's jig-jogging through, getting the rider on. He wants to get out in the track and warm up. That being said, you know, Baffert does such a good job preparing his horses. These horses have been schooled. They've been drilled. He's gone to the gate. He's schooled beautifully in the gate. He's been working fabulously for coming in here as well.
More news coming out of the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. Enemy past the post second. I told you that there was an objection from the clerk of the scales. Let's get more with Ollie.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. There was an official inquiry. I'm delighted to say that Ian Williams, Enemy's trainers alongside me, just explain what thankfully, and smiling, which means I think everyone can tell that that's good news. What happened?
Yeah, Richard weighed in basically a pound light, and a little bit of equipment that had left at the on the horse was taken in, and the stewards accepted that was the reason, and they weighed him in, and now the official result is official.
So all cleared up. You're in second. He's run a blind. You must be delighted with him.
Absolutely thrilled with him. I did actually think when I saw him turn for home, I thought, God, he's travelling like the winner. And then I looked and saw the winner, and I thought, okay, he's travelling well too. But no, it was a huge run, and I'm very proud of him, delighted.
And it's got a happy ending. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Phew. That's $500,000 US safely in the bank.
Could you imagine just running back? Hold on, let me check the horse. Bring him back.
That must have been a few heart-stopping moments. I shouldn't wonder. What a great race he ran. And how great does this place look? There's a rapidly expanding part of the track, the village here.
That's where we did the draw, Nick, and they set up this beautiful stage. They've got just a phenomenal area over here for coming out, and they have little boutiques and little shops. They have a ton of pop-up restaurants here. This is a real, you know, coming out and having a great evening atmosphere at the track.
Do you think that stage was big enough for us?
Yes, I do.
You do?
I was going to say something really snarky and decided not to.
Well, I'm sure I'm broad-shouldered enough to have taken it.
It was a great stage. It was honestly beautiful, I thought.
The place is packing out now as well.
Yes, it is. I mean, we tend to see that, right? They start off a little late. The Saudis like to get going a little bit later in the evening, and once we hit dusk, they really start to roll in, having a cup of coffee and lots of food.
All right, so the Saudi Derby coming up next, and then two more races. The 8th and final race at 8:35 is the 2023 running of the world's most valuable horse race. And in between times, we've got the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Don't forget, Frankie Dettori will be aboard. Bill Mott's Breeders' Cup champion, Eclipse Award-winning Elite Power. We expect great things of him. We expect great things of the Americans, Tabor, and runner-up from last year, Country Grammar, in the Saudi Cup itself. And it's just over 90 minutes away, Michelle.
I'm looking forward to it. 1:34 and 19 seconds to be exact.
So gathering at the start for the Saudi Derby. I think we know what Frankie Dettori is going to do from stall 6. How's it all going to unravel behind him or alongside him?
That's the question, right? Does someone decide they want to go with him? Do you just let him go out there by himself? I could certainly see my map trying to go forward against him, and we can't leave off the Japanese horses, Nick. We've got Continuar, who won the first leg of the Japan Road to the Kentucky Derby, and also Derma Sotogake, who won the second leg of the Road to the Kentucky Derby.
All right, Laffite, are you for or against here having a meltdown? Are you a player or a layer?
It's Bob Baffert. It's a derby. When the money is on the line in these situations, he is the very best in the business. But he really did seem concerned about that distance that we were discussing, guys. And he thought that it was key, obviously, for Frankie Dettori to break very sharp, of course, but then he was hoping he could slow down the pace. So how is having a meltdown going to respond when Dettori tries to throttle that early speed? But again, you have to remember, he's not a tear-off that wins all of his races in front-running fashion. He has passed horses. That's a key in terms of him being multi-dimensional. The mile is the concern. Watch Dettori early on, how much having a meltdown fights him if he tries to throttle his early speed.
All right, Laffite. Now in Bob Baffert's barn in California, he houses a number of horses who, however they appear on the race card, will end up going toward the Kentucky Derby. Does this horse figure amongst them having a meltdown? Is he a horse that's in that little group class-wise or not?
100% no. Baffert says he looks like a sprinter. He is a sprinter. He is going to excel at middle distances. Baffert has a lot of really good 3-year-olds in his barn that eventually could wind up on the Triple Crown Trail, of course, perhaps with another trainer. Bob Baffert isn't eligible to run horses in Derby points races until 2024. Yeah, he has those 1.25 mile types in his stable. Having a meltdown is not one of them. And this particular team, Mike Pegram, Watson, Whiteman, Bob Baffert, they've teamed up with a very good sprinter in the past. Midnight Loot, back-to-back sprinter, 2-time champion, 2007 and 2008.
All right, so it's not impossible having a meltdown might be back here next year in the dirt sprint.
Certainly could see this horse going postward in a lot of sprints. Like I said, our calendar on the 3-year-old exclusive races is going to get pretty light from a sprint standpoint, as the majority of horses are geared towards the Kentucky Derby or some longer route races. So this was a genius bypass for Baffert to bring having a meltdown here. Really, even on pedigree, he's by uncaptured, he's out of a put it back mare. That's a little bit shorter distance pedigree, and he touted himself in the mornings that he was always going to be a shorter distance horse.
This little Dettori-Baffert tie-ups reaped some pretty rich fruit for them both in a pretty short space of time, hasn't it? Since Country Grammar won the World Cup last year.
I mean, I guess it all started with a game of golf, right? Isn't that what Frankie said? And it is. You know, you put basically, you get a rider that's going to trust Bob's horses, which I don't know which rider wouldn't. You're going to win races. And Frankie is not just a sit-on-your-back pilot. Frankie's a difference maker. So when you have horses that are good, trained by a mastermind, and you get a rider that makes a difference, that is just teaming up for success. That's why you see riders like Mike Smith and Dettori able to get on horses for Bob and do so well.
Once again, a strong Japanese contingent here as they look to really barrel their way through the latter part of this evening as they did last year. Do not rule out Continuar. Derma Sotogake as well. Continuar is ridden by Ryusei Sakai, who's already been successful this afternoon.
I also talked about the runner-up from the prep race for this and failed to mention the winner, My Map, an undefeated 4-for-4. And this horse ran that mile successfully. He did get a pretty clean trip, but he was prominent early, held sway late. You know, he's going to have to reel in Having a Meltdown, who might be slowing, and that could work in his favor. But it's hard to look away from a horse that hasn't tasted defeat, and he's already run the mile locally.
A helicopter landing in the middle of the track. Right on race time. We're told it's a very high-profile celebrity. He'd have to be.
Martha Stewart's here.
To be landing at 7:04, or she, I should say. There we go. The highest profile celebrities in this race are Frankie Dettori and Bob Baffert. Can they combine with having a meltdown? Will he ebb away through the final couple hundred yards? Richard Hawes, your helicopters arrived just in time.
And they'll pass it in about 300 metres time, the way we're heading, as My Map heads in. So this is the Saudi Derby presented by the Petite Group. On the dirt track. So they break away, have a Swift out of the stalls, and accompanied with Caro Ares are the early ones to show. Racing on the outside, Commissioner King in those almost tin foil colours, silver jacket on the outside. Balby's towards the inner, Lorelei is staying towards the inside running rail as well. Dermot Takage races just behind them in about her 5th place or 6th place. The pace is strong here, they are spreading out. Continuar comes next just ahead of My Map. At this stage, from dusk is 2/3 of the way back through the field as several of them are staying towards the centre of the track. Al Mulhel, Al Murtajiz, Atta Al Ghali are all towards the back as well, and S Unico. So having a meltdown is really going to test them here. Leads by a length or so from Commissioner King, who races in 2nd place. Just a little wide off the bend, Coro Ares races in 3rd. In 4th place is Baal, but then Dermot Takage races just on the inside of Continuar, both for Japan with My Map. Trying to circle the field is Al Murtajiz. They are on the home bend, having a meltdown, still being taken on by Commissioner King. These two have stretched on by 4 lengths from Coro Ares. Then in 4th place is Dermot Takage, who races through now for Japan as Commissioner King puts it to having a meltdown. The two of them have had their own private duel so far in the derby. Racing through into 3rd, Continuar tries to pick them up from the back. Also staying on from the back, My Map, and likewise Al Murtajiz hanging tough over on the far side, having a meltdown. Commissioner King on the near side. The two are still locked in combat. They remain about 4 to 5 lengths clear as they race inside the final furlong. Both the weary horses, Dermot Takage is trying to stay with Continuar, having a meltdown, and Commissioner King, the duel for the derby. Commissioner King in the final bound. Man with a beat, having a meltdown. Dermot Takage behind those Esonico made late ground, and then Continuar, but they never got involved. It was just a stretch duel between Commissioner King. His rider celebrates. He, I think, has run down, having a meltdown in a memorable stretch duel that went all the way to the line. 3rd will go to Dermot Takage on the outside. Of him is Esonico, then Continuar. It ebbed and flowed up the straight. Commissioner King has for Luis Morales, and Sabah Al-Ashabri has just got up to deprive having a meltdown. There were 13 in the race. Only 2 had the derby between them. Officially a photo, so let's not go off too early. But Commissioner King is receiving the congratulations.
Well, 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 a slugfest for the ages. Luis Morales knows he's won aboard Commissioner King. The longest final furlong here in Riyadh. There's a heavyweight bout in Riyadh this weekend. Nobody told us it was Saturday and not Sunday, Michelle Yu. What a race.
What a race. What heart having a meltdown showed. I mean, Frankie kept him so wide, but it did the trick. It kept him off the rail and he got him to relax. He dropped down at the perfect time. I mean, this horse was breathing down his neck the entire way, and having a meltdown was not giving him an inch. I have chills from watching this. This was amazing.
What a horse race. What a horse race. And every moment you felt as though there would be a deep closer coming to grab the spoils from behind, but these two did not give an inch. And Luis Morales, his 2nd winner of the night. Look at that. As soon as he's hit the line,
frame that on your wall, right?
Whips up.
With a big smile. What a photo.
Look, Mum, I did it.
I genuinely thought having a meltdown was going to hold on there.
Pure joy. You could not take anything away from having a meltdown. He has given way more than his pedigree or his run style really entitled him to.
That is just class. That's something that Bob Baffert has with all of his horses that he brings forward, is they exude a different kind of class. That's why they don't quit. That's why a horse can look them in the eye and they keep throwing down and they keep fighting, and even in defeat, we still talk about him. But don't want to take anything away from Commissioner King. He had a mile race under his belt, and quite possibly that was the undoing, right? He had that little bit of extra stamina.
So the local horses get one in the big international races to add to 2 successes for Japan and 1 for Great Britain. The US, 2 heartbreaking defeats tonight. Casa Creed and having a meltdown, but the big guns still to fire. It's a 2nd success of the evening for Luis Morales after his shock victory on Salfan in the Jockey Club local handicap that kicked off proceedings. Congratulations to him, and he is now alongside side, Ollie Bell.
Well, not quite yet, because he's taking all the congratulations, and rightly so. That was, as we heard from Nick and Michelle, a race for the ages. We'll find out what the winning rider made of it. That was, Louis, one of the most epic duels we've just seen. Talk us through it from your point of view.
Well, see, the race was pretty tough because I couldn't see the races for them, you know. So I just tried to decide to hold my horse today and let him lead and see what we can do in the last 400. And he's just
so tough. And of all the jockeys, you were upsides. Frankie Dettori, the great Frankie Dettori, you got the better of the argument. There's that great shot of you crossing the line. Did you knew as soon as you crossed the line you'd won?
Yeah, after the finish line, I knew I won. But you know, Dettori has all my respect and he has the best reputation in the world. So what we can say about him?
This is your moment. Well done.
I thank God for that.
Frankie, heartbreaking defeat. Right over here, heartbreaking defeat in this Saudi Derby. Could you take us through the final couple hundred yards?
Look, I spoke to Bobby. He tried to nurse his speed. He's got tons of speed. I tried to save as much as I could. He got to a duel, but unfortunately, last 50 yards, he had enough.
How hard did he fight in the stretch, having him out down?
Mate, he was absolutely knackered, but his heart got him through, and he put on a great show. It's a shame it wasn't 7/8, but this is life.
Appreciate the time. Thanks so much, Frankie.
He laid it right out there, and so did this horse. Commissioner King, and Luis Morales is indeed king for a day.
So happy. You see the celebration going on right here from all the locals. It's not a fun night if a little bit of everybody doesn't get a nice piece of the pie, right? So we have a local win right here. Commissioner King fought very hard. A Kentucky-bred son of Commissioner here out of the Song and a Prayer mare. That's really a sprint pedigree as well, in my opinion. I can't wait to see the replay on this.
Wow, wow, wow. We heard a little earlier on today about somebody weighing in a little bit light. These two weighed in heavy today. They weighed in heavy. It was glove for glove. Trading blows in the best traditions of a world-class dirt race. Who can stretch their speed? Who will break? In the end, Commissioner King came out on top. Right back with more in a few moments. Welcome back. Luis Morales at the double. on the most valuable night in global thoroughbred horse racing. What a moment for the rider, and winning both races for Saudi Connections, with whom Ollie Bell is now.
Yeah, alongside me, Faisal, the winning owner, Aziz, the racing manager. This is incredible scenes here. How happy are you to be in the winner's enclosure here?
I am very, very happy and very excited. It's a great win for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and a great win for my team, who we just fresh started our stables, and we are very delighted to have this cup.
What a compliment to the stables, what a compliment to the horse as well. That was an epic horse race, wasn't it?
He is, in my eyes, he's one of the best horses ever. Yes, and the team and this young guy we had today, we are having a big ceremony for everybody, you know, and we're really, I have no words to say more, you know.
I don't think you need to say anything else. We can see from the smile how much it means to you.
100%, 100%.
Aziz, if I can just bring you in, because that race will go down and be played over and over again. It was a race for the ages, wasn't it?
That was a hell of a fight. We came to the race, we know we really have a good horse, but considering horses coming from the US and from Japan, we know that we will face a really tough rival. But we knew early that we have a really good horse, and today he proved it to everybody.
Did you think?
And before, I want to thank the owner. He was very sick today, and he insisted to come and to see and to witness history. This is his first season as a racing owner. This is our first horse we bought, and this is our first horse that brought us a win, and the first horse who won us a cup, and today he made it to the Derby.
And finally, do you think this is the start of making a real imprint into global racing?
That's a really good start, and it sets the bar too high, and we have to keep up this level next year.
Sure do.
Yes, for sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you, guys.
Well, Tommy Fury and Jake Paul will have to go some to beat that tomorrow night here in Riyadh. Commissioner King comes out on top in a serious bout, having a meltdown second. Derma Sotogake rounded out the try for Japan here. But this is a big local strike in the feet.
You can sense the excitement. There's certainly some surprise for Commissioner King to step forward with that performance, and the way having a meltdown kept digging. It wasn't necessarily the distance. No, he's not going to thrive at longer distances. It wasn't the mile that got him. Commissioner King just ran him down. Tenacious.
I mean, is there any shot that the Baffert horse ends up over anything other than 6 furlongs in the immediate future?
This is what Bob Baffert has said is where his future is. This is only his second loss, and it was by a flurry of nostrils. He's 4 for 6 now. Having a meltdown moving forward, yeah, he will be in those not middle distance horse. He's a sprinter, 6 to 7 furlongs.
But we've got some great opportunities for those towards the tail end of summer. I mean, even when you get to Belmont time, you know, in Saratoga, we've got the King's Bishop, we've got races like that. There's going to be 3 races at the end of the year. We culminate in Malibu, which we saw Table win before coming over here. So there are those spots for them, but maybe not as lucrative as this particular race.
Commissioner King wins, having a meltdown second. Derma Sotogake for Japan in third. The second win of the night for Luis Morales. Have you ever seen the smile in the photograph finish print before? That's a hell of an effort, that is.
Considering the margin of victory being that slight, like, he knew?
Right?
Did you think, Michelle, having a meltdown was going to hold him off?
You know, when they turned for home, okay, so the whole time I felt like Commissioner King was kind of breathing down his neck. When they turned for home and having a meltdown kept finding more, I thought he's going to hold him off. But for a split second, I thought the other horse was going to go right by him. I mean, I thought Commissioner King was going to fly by. So I was kind of leaning both ways at different times.
All right, let's take it from the outset. Dettori breaks nicely on having a meltdown. Where's Commissioner King at this stage? Well,
right
he's attending
outside.
him straight away.
So you see him on the outside in those silver silks, and he's got the fuzzy breastplate. So he's right there breathing down his neck. And we remember Dettori saying he wanted to try to get this horse to relax. He's kept him off the rail, and he's just trying to get him to take a big breath right now. They've kind of put a bunch of distance between themselves and the field. Look how hard the horse right there in the red wraps is running, just trying to keep up with them. This was the smart move, though, right, by Luis Morales. He's breathing down having a meltdown's flank. At any point, he could have easily pulled up, gone inside, but that would give very valuable intimidation factors up. So staying outside was the right way to go.
Dettori way out in the center of the racetrack until he angles in, rounding the far turn here as he asks, having a meltdown to pick it back up and eventually re-brake.
And that was a great view to get to see. And here, breathing down his neck. See, I was thinking here, having a meltdown's got it, because you can see Luis Morales has given a couple of taps on the right-hand shoulder to his horse, and he's starting to come up, but having a meltdown hasn't been asked yet. So I'm like, oh, this horse is going to be done.
And you could see Luis there. He was reaching right up the horse's mane. He's just adjusting something with the earplugs. You could see that were flopping around the horse's head.
Well, the earplugs generally get pulled out, but are they out yet? I can't see him out yet, but he might be reaching for where the earplugs get tied in. There they are. They're flopping out.
Yeah.
So you can see the earplugs there. So a lot of earplugs just stay in. A lot of trainers use just white cotton that goes in the ears and stays in the ears to deaden the sounds. In this particular instance, the earplugs are tied onto the back of the crown piece, and they are meant to stay in until the horse turns for home, at which point the rider reaches up, pops them out, and the horse hears the sound and reacts to it, which very well could have been the case. It's not used a lot in the U.S., but we have seen it from some foreign trainers. I think one of the most notable trainers to use it would be Patrick Biancone.
Yeah, just give him that little extra.
A little bit of scare, boo.
When they need it. And every inch counted here. Seal of approval from the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Prince Bandar. And 2 on the line.
Wasn't quite the celebration when Emblem Road won the Saudi Cup last year, but a lot of excitement amongst the crowd here tonight, one for the home team.
Well, it's not impossible that we get a repeat. Is
Absolutely. No. And this is what Bob Baffert has talked about on this particular track. He says, you know what it takes to win a mile and a Saudi Cup? A mile and a quarter horse. Speed doesn't quite travel as far. It's a tiring track. If this race is at Santa Anita, I'm guessing having a meltdown puts away Commissioner King and everybody else.
Quite possibly. The surfaces are certainly very different. This one's a very bouncy type surface, but it doesn't seem to have a ton of firmness at the end of it.
All right. We are just over 70 minutes away from the Saudi Cup 2023. Lafitte Pincay just mentioned Emblem Road. He shocked the world when winning this race last year. It wouldn't be such a surprise this time round. He's back. I've been catching up with some of his connections.
Your Royal Highness, thank you very much for having us here. Just tell me what you remember most vividly about the Saudi Cup of 2022.
And away they go. Jumping away, Emblem Road was the one who was slowest away.
Emblem Road احنا عارفين انه بيتاخر، يعني كنا عاملين حساب هذا ومبلغين جبرتو راموس بالنقطة هذه.
What a big run from Making Miracles on the outside. The local horse followed round by Emblem Road as well.
لكن تأخره الزائد هذا هو اللي كنا على أعصابنا، لكن الحمد لله أنه لحق.
Country Grammar and Midnight Bourbon next. Emblem Road to the front. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia. Emblem Road has toppled the lot of them.
I hadn't really appreciated until last year that, of course, quite a few people in the crowd had probably been racing at King Abdulaziz's racetrack for 20, 30, 40 years. And 2 decades ago, something like that would have been completely inconceivable to them, wouldn't it?
Unimaginable, absolutely. But, you know, this is horse racing. And it shows that if you have the right setup, the right program, the right training, good things will happen.
Now, Alexis, am I right? You could have ridden Emblem Road, but you didn't?
I qualified both horses, you know, Emblem Road and Making Miracles. And I rode Making Miracles in the Queen's Cup.
We ought to have a word about Wiggy Ramos, another Panamanian. He won on Emblem Road last year. How did you feel for him?
I feel so happy, you know. He traveled to everywhere. Now he's retired, you know. And before he retired, he won the big race around the world. So I'm happy just for him, you know. I think he did everything.
This year, you're riding the defending champion. You'll be riding Emblem Road. You know the horse well. How is he this year?
Well, he won the last time so easy. He won very good. But he wasn't 100%, you know. And now I think he's 100%. So I hope he can run the same like last year. I think he can win the race again.
ممكن يكون في جواد العام الماضي مؤدي أداء ممتاز، السنة هذه يكون متغير، وممكن العكس فنكون على أعصابنا في كل الحالات.
Prince Saud, I think, put together a good group of people. He doesn't have hundreds of horses, but he's very focused. He knows all of his horses, and hopefully encourage many more to participate, not only here, but to be able to also go on an international level and follow the footsteps of Prince Khalid bin Abdullah. He's back again this year, so I think it's going to be a very interesting race.
The streets of Riyadh came alive when Emblem Road was victorious last year, and there's plenty of vitality buried just behind this famous grandstand at King Abdulaziz, because that is where we find the vibrant village, and buried in that vibrant village, Nada Al Shibal is alongside Rosie Tapner.
Well, the sun has set on the day here, but the action has only just got started. Nada alongside me, you're looking absolutely beautiful. What's your highlight been today?
Oh, a lot today. Sarah Shakil exhibition, for example, the glitter and the crystal, the horse, and the infinite tent. Oh, magnificent art. The food, to taste a Saudi food with an international twist and being cooked and served by Saudi young chefs. It was really an experience.
And you're looking absolutely stunning. Can you tell us about your outfit?
Oh, my outfit is from Saudi designer called Dar Al Hanouf. Even my jewelry is from a Saudi designer as well. And you saw since yesterday, everybody is showcasing their clothes, their traditional clothes, and it's from each part from the kingdom.
And it's so important to see these traditional clothing.
Absolutely right, absolutely right.
Well, listen, it's been amazing, but we are having so much fun here in the village, but you guys go and enjoy the racing.
And we are, you're having far too much fun. Luis Morales is having fun tonight as well. He's won 2 races, but have a crucial piece of equipment assisted his victory in the Saudi Derby. I want to have a look at this again alongside Michelle and Lafitte, because you saw the earplugs flopping around, and at some point we think he's pulled them out just to give the horse a little extra surge. Keep your eyes on the outside. Look at him reach forward with his left hand.
Oh yeah, right there.
There we go. He pulls the cord.
With his white glove.
And what would be the reason, Michelle?
The sound. So if the horse is wearing earplugs, think about if you just put your fingers in your ear, you don't hear everything as loud. For a horse who's a flight animal, you pull those plugs out, all of a sudden, all of these sounds are flooding their ears. That's going to give that horse a little extra boost because it's a little jarring. All of a sudden, it's like a boom.
Now in the UK, you're not allowed to do that. You're allowed to wear the earplugs, which have the same pacifying effect as a hood, so the horses don't get too wound up by noise beforehand. But what you're not allowed to do is to pull them out in the middle of the race to give you that extra surge from, say, crowd noise or whatever, or just to shock the horse. What's the ruling in the US? Can you do that?
We've used, I have never seen a jurisdiction say you cannot use it. Like I said, I've seen several trainers use them, and generally the difference, like I said, is that you'll see a little string attached to them instead of just being stuffed in the ears. They're also made of something different. They're more like a foam piece instead of it being a cotton. I've never heard of it being not allowed in the US.
The margin of victory so slight, would it be fair to say, was that the difference between winning and losing for Commissioner King?
You know, you might have said if he pulled it like 20 yards from the finish, if he pulls it up here where we think he's pulling it, I'm trying to look, it looks like they're almost stuck, like he can't get him out right up here, right? So if he pulls it really close to the wire, I could say yes. If he pulls it up here, I'm going to say no. But do you see him come out yet?
He's having a pretty lengthy fumble around this horse's forelock. It's an extraordinary scene so close to the wire.
I don't think that he pulled him right there because I don't see him flopping yet. Oh, there they are. There they are. Okay, yes.
He got him out right before the wire.
If you also look, when he was doing it, he had let go of his hand and the horse was starting to drift out. He kind of had to get that done in a pretty succinct amount of time to be able to pull this horse back around and make the turn.
I was waiting for Frankie to look at him and say, I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing, man?
It's pretty unconventional. We've had a bit of everything tonight. We had the jockey who weighed in light but didn't weigh in light and nearly lost 500 grand and didn't lose 500 grand. We've had the earplugs maybe winning a Saudi Derby. Dare I ask, Lafitte, Michelle, what next?
Let's see what races coming up next.
Two more races.
We've also had 2 pretty agonizing defeats for horses trained in the United States. Casa Creed and, of course,
having a meltdown.
Having a meltdown, just right there. So Elite Power next.
And Gunite.
And Gunite in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Elite Power, the Eclipse Award-winning champion.
I'm still concerned about Elite Power.
We'll see. Well, first, Bob Baffert says about having a meltdown. Ran huge in Frankie Road, a perfect race. Just having to settle for second tonight. Elite Power, 5 straight victories. He is razor sharp. A torch was passed Breeders' Cup Day. Jackie's Warrior has been the best sprinter in North America for a couple of years. That's Elite Power's distinction now. A Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. We'll see if he can extend that streak to 6 races, but again, what happens in North America on those dirt tracks, it's been a narrative all week, and we've seen some of it play out tonight. It's different here at King Abdulaziz.
It's different here, and I think that Elite Power did take a little bit of heat for, even though you said he's won 5 in a row, they included a maiden, an allowance optional claimer, so it only really culminated all when it needed to, but it's not like looking at a horse like Jackie's Warrior, who quite possibly could have taken the crown as Eclipse Award this year because he just had more graded stakes races.
Elite Power, running in the silks of Juddmonte Farms, made famous by the late Prince Khalid Abdullah, who did so much for racing here in Saudi Arabia. Trained by Bill Mott, the man who trained Cigar to win the Dubai World Cup. It's another chance for Frankie Dettori on a Breeders' Cup hero. Can he do it? Find out with us in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, presented by Sports Boulevard, right after this. Will it be Elite Power, the Breeders' Cup hero in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint presented by Sports Boulevard? Frankie Dettori dons the colours in which he's won so many famous races, most notably aboard the great mare Enable. Many more besides, however. And Elite Power must have a strong chance in this prestigious 1,200-metre race.
Run over 1,200 meters.
يقام على مسافة 1,200 متر.
Worth $1.5 million.
جائزته $1,500,000.
The Riyadh Dirt Sprint.
شوط الرياض الرملي للسرعة.
So this is the Group 3 Riyadh Dirt Sprint over 1,200 metres, presented by Sports Boulevard. A field of 9 this time around. Japan and the USA both well represented amongst the international runners. And we start with number 1, Dancing Prince. Took them apart last year. Damian Lane looking for his second winner of the night. Number 2, Elite Power, Frankie Dettori in the famous Juddmonte Silks. 3, Freedom Fighter, Tygo Shea representing the UAE. 4, Gunite for Tyler Galaflioni. 5 is Justin Already on the mark as well is Rasiu Sakai. Number 6 is Miras, Abner Adorno. 7, Pagan, Asil Al-Sahani. 8 is Remake, Yuichi Fukunaga. 9, Ryuna Yukina for Yoshitomi Shibata. So 9 runners, predominant of them being Japanese, 4 of them, 3 for the US in a field of 9. Will it go to Japan once again, or can Frankie Dettori take it for Elite Power and the USA?
Well, the bell's just gone for the jockeys to get the leg up, so we'll be very quick with Tyler Gaffalione, who kindly joins us. Excited to get on Gunite here?
Most definitely, looks great.
Competitive race, how do you assess your chances?
I think we have a big chance. We'll let him get out there, do his thing. He's a big, powerful horse, so I won't get in his way.
You know a few of the horses you're taking on, the likes of Elite Power. What is your plan from the gate?
Help him out of the gate, get a forward position, and he should be able to handle the rest.
You can still hear the bell, that's for you. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Tyler Gaffalione takes the ride on Gunite, who runs in the colours of his own father, Gunrunner, Steve Asmussen, who recently passed 10,000, count them, 10,000 career wins, looking to cap what's been a memorable week, Michelle.
And he's had such success in the Middle East as well. I think it'd be lovely for him to have another feather into his cap. You see longtime assistant Scott Blasi coming in to lead Gunite around here. He's a big, beautiful son of Gunrunner. He's actually really improved with age. A lot of the Gunrunners are a touch on the smaller side when they're babies, but this horse, you can't find any flaws, and he's absolutely stunning. He schooled and galloped beautifully this week.
All right, and Lafitte is with Scott Blasi now.
Assistant trainer Scott Blasi with us. Tyler Gaffalione already in the saddle. Scott, how impressed were you by Gunite's performance in his 4-year-old debut at Oaklawn a couple of weeks back?
He just seems to really improved off of last year's campaign and freshened him up, and went 8-4 the other day in the slop. So, you know, definitely an effort that warranted coming over here.
What's it going to take to defeat the champ in Elite Power?
I think it takes that race a month ago.
10,000 wins for the stable. What does that mean to you and everybody in the Asmussen operation?
It's incredible. It's a lot of hard work, and you know, so many people involved. You know, it's very impressive. Very proud of Steve.
Best of luck this evening. Thanks so much for the time, Scott.
Thanks.
It's important to note, Michelle, the part that somebody like Scott Blasi plays. Given how many horses Steve Asmussen has, he has to have an army of very able lieutenants.
He certainly does. He has a massive operation that spreads throughout the United States. Scott Blasi, a chief assistant for him, and has been for a very, very long time. He's accompanied horses like Curlin to Dubai. He's taken Rachel Alexandra to, you know, new heights. He really is his right-hand man, and I think that in Scott, Steve does trust, and you have to have dependable people like Scott, like Darren Fleming, to have an operation the scope of Steve Asmussen's. I think it's amazing, and I offer my biggest congratulations to that team.
Yeah, a few themes here. I mentioned the sire of Gunite, Gunrunner. You don't have to be a pedigree aficionado to know that Gunrunner has made one of the most spectacular starts as a stallion that can be remembered.
You know, looking at this horse being, I don't say pigeonholed into being a sprinter, but he certainly has run some of his better races sprinting. And then you see the Gunrunner. The Gunrunners have been showing they can run further, so it's, I think, why not?
Some of the comments apply to the pedigree of this horse. Elite Power, Frankie Dettori riding the son of the great champion of 2007-8, Curlin.
Trained by Steve Asmussen.
Trained by Steve Asmussen. This one trained by Bill Mott, who's a past master at traveling horses with success.
Yeah, you mentioned that he won the first Dubai World Cup with Cigar. Bill Mott's been on quite the tear lately in South Florida, where he calls his home base, and his horses have been running lights out. If Elite Power falls into that line, he's going to be a tough one today. Originally, I was just a little concerned because I think that he's a horse that might be better at the elongated sprint, 7 furlongs and a mile. Even though he did win the Breeders' Cup at 6, I just was thinking a little bit more ground might be better for him. Now, that being said, watching the way tonight is going, that horses that might like to go further have been running better. It might work out perfectly.
Well, with that in mind, let's enter Remake number 8 into calculations, because he's a Japanese-bred colt by Lani, who ought to be a pretty strong influence for a horse who gets a bit further than this. He's ridden, and this is really the story of the race, by Yuichi Fukunaga, who is having his final ride here.
Yes, he's been He is taking out his trainer's license, and so after this ride, he will then become a trainer. If you're looking at times, this horse did win his last race in the fastest time of any horse in the field. In fact, he completed the 6 furlongs faster. That being said, he was way off the pace and he came flying late. I do think, though, he is going to have the pace to run at. Lovely little warm-up from this chestnut son of Lonnie.
But Japan won this race last year, not with this horse, but with Dancing Prince, who's back. For Damian Lane, looking himself for a second victory this evening.
And even though he wears the #1 saddle towel, he will break from post position #7. He's a 7-year-old now. He's coming out of a win against restricted stakes horses over in Japan. I think from his pace advantage here, it should set him up good to be able to stalk, which is the ideal trip for him. And I think he can run well. I don't know if he's going to double up, although he was unbelievably impressive last year. He dominated this field. He won by 5 or 6.
You just feel that there's horses in this year's field who are going to finish out their races a bit stronger, provided they can latch onto him.
Yeah, I think so. I certainly think that this is a challenging field here with some really good horses in it. You know, not only those horses, we're going to have some pace to run at in the 6 Maris. And this is a horse that first time US ran 3rd behind Elite Power, but he seems to have improved since then. His next start out, terrible trip for him. Chad Summers told me, his trainer, that you can draw a line through that effort, and they saw more what they were expecting last time, and they've always thought about this race as where they wanted to go. So this is the ultimate goal for this horse.
Interesting to see Chad Summers back on the big stage.
That's right.
Famous for Mind Your Biscuits, of course.
Mind Your Biscuit's a sire now. In fact, you look through the PPs tonight, and there are a Mind Your Biscuit or 2 in some of these races.
And how's he getting on?
You know, I haven't seen. I guess if you have a horse in on the Saudi Cup net, then you're not doing too shabby.
There you are. That's Chad Summers, responsible for Miras. As we head down and find Lafitte.
With trainer Chad Summers, you had said that Miras is the fastest horse in America. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, in the morning times you can go a half mile in 42, 43 seconds without even being asked. I mean, I've never seen anything like that in my life, and we're going to see if it translates to a race.
Blazingly fast Miras early on. What do you want to see heading into the far turn?
Well, hopefully not a speed duel with Dancing Prince. I mean, the draw worked out pretty well for us with him right outside of us, so we'll play the draw. If he breaks well and is able to lead, then he'll go on with it. If Dancing Prince breaks better than us, then we'll get outside of him and sit on his head.
You trained Mind Your Biscuits, 2-time Golden Shaheen winner. How much has that experience helped you preparing Miras for this upcoming event?
The world. I wouldn't be here without Mind Your Biscuits. I mean, he opened up these doors and introduced him to people like the Al-Sawadi family, and I mean, to prepare for an international journey, it's all due to Mind Your Biscuits.
Best of luck, Chad.
Thank you.
Looks a little anxious, Chad Summers. Big moment, and interesting what he was saying about the brazen speed this horse has got.
That is wicked fast to be able to go that. Just to put that into perspective for maybe some places that don't do timed workouts to go a half mile, you would generally see 48, 49 for an average horse, 46 and 47 seconds for a very fast horse. So to say that he could go 43 or 44 is blazingly fast.
So Japan, US, US, Japan, US, according to our star ratings predictor. You don't see it quite like that, do you?
No, I don't. I prefer not having Dancing Prince on top. If I'm going to go with a Japanese horse, for me, it's going to be Remake. I just think the pace is going to set up really nice for him, although we haven't seen a ton of horses come from 2 off, so maybe I'm making too much of an assumption here. I think that Elite Power is a safe, solid horse to look at. You know, he doesn't show that he's done anything really wrong in his career, especially as of late. Then again, it is hard to string together 5, 6, 7 races, travel across the world. He is the reigning Breeders' Cup champion, and he did win the Eclipse Award for top sprinter last year. But we've turned the page. This is a new year, so he has to earn that title again.
There is Pagan, number 7, for Faisal Al-Mandil and Asil Al-Zahani. The gelding by Sir Prancelot, who's now plying his trade out your neck of the woods.
That's right. Sir Prancelot has moved over to California. We actually have 2 little Sir Prancelot babies in our barn right now. So interesting. I didn't foresee them having a huge future on dirt, but maybe Pagan is showing me wrong. He brings in 3 straight victories on the main.
Good luck to Bupat Simar, United Arab Emirates trainer. He runs Freedom Fighter here, and he is the lone representative in the Saudi Cup from the UAE as well. Nearly all set then for the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Will this be the elusive American victory in a discipline they specialize in? Find out now with Richard Hoyles.
Thanks, Nick, for the Schneider, one of the last to move forward there. It's just about all set, 1,200 metres. And they leave the stops. Amongst those that jump out well, the blue colours of Miras. And Somerset also had plenty of speed, showing it early, flashing some dash. As Freedom Fighter, and amongst horses Dancing Prince, just give chase. Dancing Prince, last year's winner in the stripes. Justin comes next, red and white checks just ahead of Gunite, who races in 5th place. Elite Power is in 6th as they make the turn with Pagan. And the last two remake, and Rayuno Akina at the moment taken off his feet. Round the bend, it is Miras who has the lead. That lead about half a length from Justin on straightening, and racing in 3rd place on the outside, Freedom Fighter. 4th place pushed along is Gunite. Dancing Prince also just being ridden. Angle towards the outside is Elite Power in 6th place, then Pagan trying to get involved. Likewise, remake from well off the speed. It's Justin who's taken over. Miras is done. Elite Power for Frankie Dettori down the outside. Gunite has got a nice trail through as well. Rayuno Akina is staying on. Out in the lead, it's Justin who has the advantage, but Elite Power sweeps down the outside of the 200, and Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin. Frankie Dettori for Belmont in the Juddmonte colours that mean so much to this part of the world. Elite Power beating the 2nd place Gunite, in 3rd running on remake, in 4th was Justin, in 5th place Dancing Prince. They were clear of Rayuno Akina, who was never involved. Pagan next, Freedom Fighter drifted away, and Miras did not last home. We had to wait for Frankie Dettori, but when we did wait, Elite Power really kicked in with 300 to travel and has won by a wide margin here. Gunite got the perfect trail into the race for Steve Aberson and Tyler Gaffalione in 2nd place. 3rd remake who came from off the pace. Justin took over at the top of the straight but couldn't see it out. And Dancing Prince, who blazed home himself 12 months ago, has to play 5th fiddle to Elite Power. A pat down the neck. Frankie saved his best till just about last. Elite Power for Juddmonte, and Belmont won the Riyadh Dirt Sprint.
Connections, all class. Yes, you hit the target. And how? Elite Power is a champion. He's an Eclipse Award winner, he's a Breeders' Cup winner, and now he is a Saudi Cup night winner of the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Just taken off his feet a shade early, but powering home late off blistering fractions and well on top. Juddmonte Farms, Belmont, Frankie Dettori, Elite Power. There's a classy quartet, if ever there was one, Michelle Yu.
What a race here from Elite Power, and he came from further back than we've seen the majority of our winners come from tonight. But like you said, it was a blistering pace to run at. They were going so fast, and Frankie was patient, waited, made that move. I don't think he even uncocked his stick. This horse just did it on natural talent alone. That's 6 in a row for our United States-based champion. The U.S. going 1-2 in here.
Gunite, a fine run in 2nd, but it was Elite Power first, the rest nowhere. A dominant display from the Eclipse Award winner. And this will be a hugely popular success, as Richard said, not just in the US, not just amongst Frankie Dettori fans, but for those who've been closely attached to Juddmonte Farms, the racing and breeding empire of the late Prince Khaled Abdullah, who've raced some of the very best horses in global bloodstock through the last 4 decades, from Arrogate to Enable to Dancing Brave, and more recently Kingman, and so many more. And this horse is a real sprinting champion for them. Not a homebred though, this horse.
No, he's not a homebred, but he is representing very well as a color bearer. I said I wouldn't be too upset that I didn't breed him as long as he's winning in my silks. What a fantastic run from him, and it just set up perfectly.
The perfect aperitif before Country Grammar. Dettori's done it. Here's Ollie.
No, circles, please. Yeah, well, he might have been having a slight meltdown after getting chinned in the last, but he's got the power here. Frankie, that was exceptional.
My first word is an aeroplane. Honestly, I asked him to just get a little bit closer, and he just took off, and he did the rest. It was unbelievable.
Watching you closely, it seemed from your body language you knew what you had underneath you, and you were waiting and waiting to deliver that boost.
Well, I was a little bit out of reach, so I asked him to get a little bit closer, and the turbo kicked in, and that was it. I was a passenger then.
And in these silks, in this part of the world, obviously a great association with the likes of Enable through the years. How much satisfaction does that give you?
Well, the Abdullah family, Juddmonte, they've been so good for the sport. Prince Khaled passed away last year, but the legacy keeps going. You know that I love these colors. They've done so good to me in the past, and it's great to give the local something to cheer about.
Another win on an exceptional CV. Well done.
Thank you.
Frankie Dettori delighted, but all business because he knows the most important race
bits.
is yet to come. Lafitte Pink Guy, Elite Power, your thoughts?
Andrew, don't go in front of the photographers. Don't go in front of the photographers.
Each win has been a carbon copy of the race prior. It's the
Okay, turn him back round, guys. Don't go yet, Franks. Turn him round to the photographers.
They're not motorbikes, you know.
Well, I've no doubt that Lafitte is telling you that each win a carbon copy of the last, and he's just getting better and better all the time, and difficult to disagree. Apologies, we just cut Lafitte off in his prime there. We'll try and get him back shortly.
Interesting, though, that we, like you said, it's been a carbon copy, but if you go 2 races back to the Vosburg, he actually hit the front relatively early and drew away. I don't think he's a one-trick pony. And again, these horses that like a little bit longer distances really thriving. In the black right there, that's Neil Poznansky. He's been a right-hand man for Bill Munn. He's traveled around the world for him on multiple occasions. He's a former jockey himself, and he is the man responsible for taking care of this horse, galloping him every day as he is all the Mott horses, and he does such a great job.
Bill Mott fresh off the back of a win in the Pegasus World Cup with Art Collector, who came here last year for the Saudi Cup. He's having a pretty glorious time of it at the moment.
Before this horse went to post, I told you that Bill Munn is having a fantastic year right now, and it just carries on. I'm very excited for where Bill Munn can go.
Is there a shot that Elite Power heads to Dubai now for the red white chips just ahead of Ganaiti races in 5th place. Elite Power is in 6th as they make the turn. An incredibly tough nut to crack wherever he turns up. I mean, a word for Ganaiti, who's run his usual honest race.
I say that there's only one drawback to going to Dubai with him, and that's just the way that the course configuration is for him. You saw he made that sweeping move on the turn. I think that he's a horse that runs very well into a turn, and it would be different.
LP3, we cut you off in your prime, but you're back.
You were just saying you weren't that impressed, right?
Settled mid-pack there with Frankie Dettori. Patient. Mraz is able to establish the lead. I thought he would be able to create more of a cushion. Gunite ran really well. I think that's what shocked me most, is how easily Elite Power ran right by him. You're seeing exactly what Frankie Dettori is saying.
I love this view right here. So we're right behind Maris, and if you look over to your left, you'd see Gunite.
Yeah, we're riding with Gunite here.
That is good. Gunite and Tyler Gaffley on Whitecap there. He asks him, he's going to pick it up eventually here, and on the outside, Elite Power, I heard you mention, Michelle, yeah, the Vosburg slow pace, he was a little bit closer to it. This has been his move, though, out in the center of the racetrack as he finds his best run.
Okay, so that was key right there. If you watch this track, a lot of horses stick on their left lead. You see the horse on the inside rail with the big white face. He's stuck on his left lead. Frankie Dettori threw his body there to make that horse switch to his right, and as soon as he did, he absolutely exploded. Switching leads is crucial and it's paramount to a really good race. We saw Emblem Road not switch leads to win the Saudi Cup last year, but that was a difference maker right there.
And why is switching leads paramount?
Because the horse has been running on one lead, and that one lead gets fatigued both in the front and the back. Switching those legs to have a lead leg be different is using different muscles, allowing the one that you've been using to get a rest.
There it is.
The flying dismount.
There it is.
How many has he done at Santa Anita this winter? His knees must be shot to pieces by now.
You know what's so funny is when he won with Country Grammar, I think it was, they made him get back on because the cameras weren't there. He did 3.
He had to do 3.
Amr Zadon says he's hoping Frankie Dettori pulls a Tom Brady. Retires for 2 months and then decides to come back for a little bit more.
And we jest, but this is really crucial. If you like Country Grammar, if you're associated with Country Grammar, Dettori on a roll with his game face on, with the world's most valuable horse race in his final season with a license. I wouldn't want anyone else on right now. Neil Poznansky there on the left, receiving the trophy on behalf of Juddmonte Farms and Prince Carl's family. And that is a stellar performance to tee us up for the final act.
Prince Khalid Abdullah, the O'Rourke racing manager for Juddmonte, was saying how we're accustomed to seeing, whether it's Godolphin or Juddmonte, normally homebreds. That Prince Khalid Abdullah in the last few years is more open to buying horses. And it worked. Arrowgate was a purchase, not a homebred, $17.4 million. Elite Power, a $900,000 purchase, who race as a 2-year-old. He had shin problems. It was a struggle. Bill Mott had to be very patient. And finally, he got things going as a 4-year-old. Again, just 3 races in those first couple of years, and now the best sprinter in the world on dirt.
A mighty performance. In terms of sheer quality, no doubt the performance of the night so far. The rather portentously named, foolishly you could say, Elite Power, but it doesn't look foolish now because he's lived up to every single bit of it. Did they think he'd be a sprinter? Perhaps not when they bought him. Is he one? Yes, he is. Is he a high caliber one? You can bet your bottom dollar he is.
How much sweeter is that for Dettori after that defeat by a nose 25 minutes ago?
So sweet. And $20 million next would make it all the sweeter as we build towards the 2023 Saudi Cup. It is the world's richest horse race, the $20 million Saudi Cup. And more than that, it is the culmination of 2 of the very best days of sport here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Do what you need to do. We are coming to you live right now from King Abdulaziz Racetrack in Riyadh, and we will be officiating the post position draw for not only the Saudi Cup, but also the Longines Red Sea Turf. My Frankel, get shirty. Ready to draw the Saudi Cup now?
Country grammar. We know how this ends. Please show me Emblem Road. Yes! All right, so tomorrow, I want you all to join us at Breakfast with the Stars here. You can come anytime you want.
Even though we are here for the Saudi Cup, Friday, ringing the International Jockey Challenge.
Well, the winner of the International Jockey Challenge is Louis Saez.
Man, this place is very special for me. I feel like this is home here.
Okay. This side is very bad for my hair. I gotta be facing that way with the wind.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
I don't read as good as where were you educated at Eton or something?
No. Nabil Al-Khaledia. Hi, Faisal. In this discipline that you think get a particularly good tune out of the purebred Arabians.
The second 12 months ago, Jalal Al-Khaledia wins for Adel Al-Fulaini.
He's given everything today, and he has simply outclassed this field.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Delighted to be here.
We saw that turn of foot, the acceleration at Royal Ascot.
Mustard has taken them apart for Jim Crowley and won the Neom Turf Cup by as much as 7. Casset-Free trying to reel in the leader, but it's Bathrat Leon.
Bathrat Leon wins for Duha Yahagi and Ryusei Sakai. A global thriller.
28. These are some serious impositions to go almost 2 miles.
Japan who win again. Well, 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 a slugfest for the ages. There's a heavyweight bout in Riyadh this weekend. We have had everything. Thrilling finishes, performances of real quality, winners from across the globe, from here in the Kingdom, from the United States, from Japan, from Great Britain. Who will come out on top now as we welcome in the Saudi Cup 2023? Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to the world's most valuable horse race, the 4th running of the Saudi Cup. 12 months ago, the great local hopeful Emblem Road shocked the world and left everybody in this kingdom dancing with unbridled joy.
Emblem Road is being roared home by the locals. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia.
Emblem Road is back to defend his crown, but the racing empires are striking back.
This is a dream night for the land of the rising sun.
Unbelievable.
Japan on fire. Yes! Japan continues to fly.
After dominating the undercard in 2022, Japan has brought 6 contenders from the land of the rising sun to try and earn their share of $20 million.
And in country grammar, the Americans have a horse already successful under the Arabian lights.
Country Grammar with us dates with destiny. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
And his stablemate Taiba comes in off of a classic campaign overshadowed by Flightline to take favoritism in the Saudi Cup. 13 go to post with $20 million on the line.
This is the Saudi Cup. Darkness has fallen here in this precious corner of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. King Abdulaziz Racecourse may only be 20 years old, but the racehorse and this part of the world have been intertwined longer than any of us can remember, which is why we are privileged to bring you the world's most valuable horse race here in Riyadh. Nick Luck alongside Michelle Yu and Lafitte Pinkai, my colleagues from the United States of America. But wherever you're from, this is a very, very special night, a very special moment. Michelle, tell us why.
It certainly is. This is a night that we needed to fit in, that we had to have some big global competition going on. And I feel like it's a perfect timing on the calendar to have all that. And I think the results that we've seen over the last 4 years, and most notably tonight, have shown that this is a true international event.
Lafitte Pinkai, your first visit to Riyadh. What have you made of this so far?
The experience in itself and the fact that there is a $20 million horse race is just astronomical. One race, $20 million. And in the first 3 years, Nick, the wealth has been evenly spread out. The Americans running 1-2 in the inaugural running, a European turf star in Mishrif a couple of years back, and the local horse Emblem Road last year. This year, 6 Japanese horses.
Without further ado then, let us spin you through the 13-strong, internationally representative field that head to post for the $20 million Saudi Cup.
Run over 1,800 meters.
يقام على مسافة 1800 متر.
Worth $20 million.
وجائزته $20 مليون.
The Saudi Cup.
شوط كأس السعودية.
$20 million, 1,800 meters, the Group 1 Saudi Cup. Japan has been mentioned with a strong representatives, headed by number 1 Cafe Ferro for Joe Moreira. 2 Country Grammar, runner-up last year, then won the Dubai World Cup. Frankie Dettori takes the mount. 3 Crown Pride, Damian Lane already on the mark this evening. 4 last year's winner, Emblem Road, with Berto Ramos, retired Alexis Moreno in the saddle this time around. Another Japanese runner, number 5 Geoglyph for Christophe Lemaire, 4 winners at this meeting 12 months ago. 6 Jun Lightbolt for Ryan Moore. 7 Pantalassa, could be the speed from the inside gate, another for Japan, Yutaka Yoshida. 8 is Remorse for the UAE, Taigo Shea for Pupat Simar. 9 Scotland Yard, one of the local hopes who took them apart in one of the build-up races, Victor Gutierrez in the saddle. 10 is Taiba for Mike Smith. Taiba, who played up at the barriers during the course of the week, very talented. 11 Vandergaard, another for Japan, Mikel Barcelona is aboard. And then 2 more local runners, Lagata Rhyme for Ricardo Ferreira, and 13 Sunset Flash for Asil Al-Sahani. 13 runners completing for $20 million in the 2023 Group 1 Saudi Cup.
13 horses from across the globe ridden by some of the very finest and highest profile names in the sport. Let's head down now and join Ollie Bell, who's amongst them.
I sure am, and I'm amongst one of the leading American hopes, Tabor, to my right, standing still as a few of the other runners in this year's Saudi Cup make their way into the pre-parade ring, and it feels very much down here as though the calm before the storm, a main event that we can all savour in a few moments' time. Now, this horse was no match for Flightline, unfortunately, in the Breeders' Cup, but subsequently he's won a couple of derbies in Pennsylvania and indeed at Santa Anita, and he looks fantastic. Fascinating to see him working. He did a piece of work where he looked a little bit tricky, but according to connections, that's what he's like. He played up a little bit at the stalls, but they did that stalls work in preparation for today. It's all systems go, and in the world's richest race, the man on board is Big Money Mike.
Big Money Mike Smith, the senior jockey here and no stranger to success across the globe. He rides Tabor. Frankie Dettori in his farewell year rides Tabor's stable companion. Bob Baffert trained Country Grammar, who was second last year. It's not just about the horses. This is an event of high fashion here in Riyadh, and we head deep into the village, a beautiful part of the track behind the grandstand there, where we'll find Rosie Tapner.
Well, what a fantastic couple of days here it's been in the village. The atmosphere has been electric. My particular highlight has been all the music and dance groups on the main stage in between all the races. I want to say a particular thank you to local designer Adelphis for dressing me in such beautiful traditional wear. It's such a privilege to be celebrating the heritage and culture here in the kingdom. Now, the party doesn't stop after racing. We carry on till later on tonight with lots more music acts, including DJ Bedouin till 11 o'clock tonight. But for now, let's continue to build up to the Saudi Cup.
New grand designs here in Riyadh, and that is why the world is watching. Wherever you are, if it's 9:35 in Los Angeles Eastern Time, 35 minutes past noon, or Melbourne, thank you for waking up with us. 4:35 in the morning, that's dedication, and we hope to see some Australian participation in the Saudi Cup next year. We've certainly got a powerful contingent from the East, in the shape of 6 Japanese contenders, as Lafitte and Michelle were saying. But the local hero is Emblem Road, last year's winner.
And away they go. Jumping away, Emblem Road was the one who was slowest away.
Emblem Road احنا عارفين انه بيتاخر، يعني كنا عاملين حساب هذا ومبلغين جبرتو راموس بالنقطة هذه، لكن تأخره الزائد هذا هو اللي كنا على أعصابنا، لكن الحمد لله انه لحق.
Emblem Road to the front, a huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia.
This year, you're riding the defending champion. You'll be riding Emblem Road. You know the horse well. How is he this year?
Well, he won the last time so easy. He went very good, but he wasn't 100%, you know. And now I think he's 100%. So I hope he can run the same like last year. I think he can win the race again.
Prince Saud, I think, put together a good group of people. He doesn't have hundreds of horses, but he's very focused. He knows all of his horses, and hopefully encourage many more to participate, not only here, but to be able to also go on an international level and follow the footsteps of Prince Khalid bin Abdullah. He's back again this year, so I think it's going to be a very interesting race.
And here he is, last year's winner, Emblem Road. And as I mentioned at the start, there will be the most almighty cheer once again if Emblem Road is to win the Saudi Cup for Saudi Arabia. When you think of it around the world, you've got the Super Bowl, a football world final for English racing fans. Well, the Saudi Cup is exactly that in this part of the world. And all eyes will be on Emblem Road as he hopes to go back to back, but taking him on, as you can see coming past him, some big guns from all around the world. But the roof will be raised if Emblem Road goes back to back.
It was an astonishing performance last year. For all the world in 2022, it looked as though Country Grammar had the race won. There is Country Grammar. But Flavien Prat last year replaced by Frankie Dettori this time. Dettori has won the Dubai World Cup already on this horse. He's been a great friend to him. Confidence is at a high for this Bob Baffert trainee. Can he avenge defeat? We'll continue the build-up to the world's most valuable horse race in just a few moments. The contingent from the US and Japan arriving a few days ago. So accustomed now to horses taking the traveling, the international travel in their stride. Indeed, they find it easier than road transport, and they have converged on the Kingdom to provide us with what we hope will be a thriller due off at 8:35 local time. Build-up continues very shortly. Christophe Lemaire, Ryan Moore, some of the world's finest assembling ahead of the Saudi Cup. Big money, Mike Smith on Tabor, the talented 3-year-old. But it's Frankie Dettori who rides last year's runner-up, Country Grammar. Will they fare one better this time?
La police qui va enlever l'Arc de Triomphe, 5e victoire dans la course pour Frankie Dettori.
My heart wants to carry on, but my brain tells me, this is the right time to stop.
And when I pressed the button, he delivered.
Barathea goes on to a clear-cut and decisive victory.
It's going to be my last year, so I try to capture every moment.
He's had to wait 15 years, but a blitzing performance by At the Line Authorised will give Frankie Dettori his first derby.
Well, I've been going to Saudi over 25 years.
Dark power for Frankie Dettori, closing with every stride, pokes the grey head alongside and times it to perfection.
Country Grammar, he was second in the Saudi Cup last year, proper tough horse. He's got a massive heart. He's a nice partner to have.
jockey for 37 years, has had a big following since he exploded onto the scene mid to late 80s in the UK. He's got a big following the west coast of the United States now, Michelle, as he continues this farewell tour. You've been catching up with him. What mood do you find him in?
Always in a good mood. Every time he gets on the horse, gets off the horse, he is just that typical Frankie. He's happy, he's smiling. It's helpful that he's winning, 2-3 races a day. I mean, he's had a couple of days with some hat tricks, and he's really getting a great response. The fans are coming out to see him, the trainers are obviously riding him, but he's delivering the wins that they expect. And I think that people think that Frankie might just be a come from behinder because that's how we stamp Europeans. He's won a ton of races on the lead. He's riding dirt, turf. I mean, Frankie is in the finest form you've seen him in.
But you need a talented horse to take you there. Is there any reason to believe that Country Grammar can do better this year than he did last year?
Certainly, there's a great reason why. Last year he came in off an extended layoff. This was his prep race pretty much for the Dubai World Cup. Even though they wanted to win this, it slingshotted him into a win in Dubai. Now he's coming in with a recent race under his belt, a win by the way. He's reunited with Frankie, where he's a perfect 2 for 2 under this particular pilot, and Frankie's getting some stuff out of him we haven't seen from him before. So he certainly stands the chance to be able to move forward.
And Bob Baffert, his storied trainer, who's had an extraordinary career, he's been second twice in this race, not just with this horse, but heartbreakingly with Charlatan the previous year. This is an omission now on his curriculum vitae, which he will want to correct because he's won just about everything else.
And Charlatan is very reminiscent to me of Taiba in this situation, a sprinter trying to stretch out. Taiba's a grade 1 winner going 9 furlongs, but he's still, I feel like, coming out that sprint race. People aren't sure what to do with him now that he's turned the page and he's a 4-year-old.
Taiba will be ridden by Mike Smith. No stranger at all to success on the biggest stage. A little earlier today, Lafitte Pincay spoke with him.
Here with Hall of Fame jockey Mike Smith, in from California to ride Taiba in the main event, the Saudi Cup. Mike, you started riding in 1982. What would a young Mike Smith have said if somebody told him then, one day you're going to be in Saudi Arabia riding in a $20 million horse race?
I mean, if you would have told me 20,000 back then, I would have been pretty impressed. So you can imagine, 20 million is just incredible. It's just an amazing race. It's so great, so happy that Saudi puts it on. We come from all over the world, and I really enjoy coming here.
You have to enjoy riding Taiba. I did speak with Bob Baffert last night, though, and he said he's difficult to train, and he can be very difficult to ride. What's that all about?
It's just him. Every now and then he wants to make sure that you're working for your money. He's like a bike sometimes. You stop pedaling, he'll stop rolling. But there are times though that he decides he just wants to take you, and if he does that, it certainly makes my job a whole lot easier.
For our viewers watching mid-race, how are they going to know that Mike Smith and Taiba are exactly where they want to be?
That's the thing about him. You kind of don't with him. I might look like I'm at a horse down the backside halfway
running. The Malibu.
Exactly, and he'll stay there, and once he heads for home, he'll always finish. But then again, he's coming out of the Malibu. I would think that that race should put him forward. We'll jump. We'll hopefully jump well, and we'll see where he's comfortable. I'm not going to take away nothing that comes easy, so we'll just see where that puts him.
Flightline retired. Taiba's a top-ranked 4-year-old. Early on in the season, high expectations. What kind of a potential do you think he has in 23?
All along, there's always been upside to him. We've always thought, well, you're just going to see him get better as he gets older. His sire was that way. Gunrunner just got better as he got older. From 3 turning 4, even since the Malibu, he's all of a sudden he's even training different and training better. Bob's telling me how great he's doing, and from the videos that I've seen of him out here, he seems to be doing really well. So we're just hoping that he gets his opportunity, he runs his race, and if he does that, he's going to be a tough horse to beat.
Appreciate the time, Mike. Best of luck this evening.
Thank you.
A fine-looking horse is his partner as well, Taiba, one of the leading 3-year-olds in the United States last year. But do we really know yet, Michelle, how good Taiba is?
I don't think that we do. He's only had the one foray against older horses, and that was in the Breeders' Cup versus Flightline. Looking forward to this year, he obviously has no Flightline to deal with, but we have to see how good is he, where does he stack up? And it's still a question mark. Yeah, is he going to be a top-rated, technically 4-year-old because maybe he's better than the 3-year-olds, yes, but that means he has to face a plethora of open horses, and this is going to be a tall task. At least in his stablemate Country Grammar, we have a proven older horse. We know how good he is.
What is so delicious about this race is there are so many questions. There are so many unknowns. We don't know, for example, how good some of the Japanese horses are, what the Japanese dirt form is worth relative to the United States dirt form, whether some of the older Japanese horses still have that little bit of pep needed for a race like this.
Yeah, look at the horse like Panthalassa, who's not even a dirt horse. He's a turf horse, and he comes over here off of a poor effort, but some of his back form, if he likes the dirt, would get him there. I love the fact he has a rail draw, and he is wicked fast. They're going to use that speed.
But it is quite extraordinary in an international horse race that of the 13 that line up, just under half, 6 are from the land of the rising sun.
Japan on fire! It's all about Japan.
Cafe Ferro.
Helios, Cafe Faro, Helios, Cafe Faro, Helios, Naranda Gori, Cafe Faro, Helios.
Crown Pride.
It's Japan again. It's Crown Pride in the UAE Derby, the land of the rising sun.
Geoglyph.
ジオグリフ先頭でゴールイン。2着18番イクイノックス。
June Light Bolt.
ジュンライトボルト前の争いクラウンプライドジュンライトボルトジュンライトボルトだゴールイン
Panthalassa.
Not without hope. Panthalassa's trying for the line. Sheriff, the line is desperately close. What a finish.
Vanguard.
ファンドギャルドが抜け出した1馬身抜ける5番ファンドギャルド先頭だゴールイン
All right, well, let's call one thing quite clearly. If you ask anyone in Japan, they'll tell you this horse, Junelight Bolt, the mount of multiple British champion Ryan Moore, is the one to beat.
Certainly is, but I think part of it is because of his proven dirt form. He switched to dirt back in the middle of July last year, and he has been an unstoppable force pretty much since. So we know that he is going to appreciate the surface here. He has a very nice late kick. You can see him in the middle of the track in the red helmet. Look at him close right here over a very trying surface in Japan. They run on a sand-based surface over there. The question mark for him is the travel. First time outside of Japan for him.
And the horse he was beating there was Crown Pride, who goes down as one of the comeback horses of the year, really, because he had a horrible experience in the Kentucky Derby where he made far too much of the running and ended up finishing right up the track. And he came back and produced some very good efforts.
Yeah,
he's here again.
Certainly did. He was the UAE Derby winner. Like you mentioned, he came into the run of the Kentucky Derby. He had breezed really fast going into it, and he just took him for an absolute ride early on. He hasn't won since that, but he's put in good efforts, and he is reunited with Damian Lane, who rode him to victory in the UAE Derby.
All right, let's hear from Frankie Dettori, the man who's about to ride Country Grammar. He's with Ollie Bell.
And we were hearing a few moments ago from Michelle that it's been a very different preparation for Country Grammar. Does that give you the confidence that you can land the Saudi Cup this year with him?
Well, I'm never confident. It's the Saudi Cup. It's the richest race in the world. It's a top competition. You know, I've got a good partner. He's very honest, and I'm sure he's going to give his best. And if that's good enough, be great. But let the best horse win.
Behind you, in the same silks, is Mike Smith, your old adversary. Do you rate Tabor as your main danger?
One of them, yes. You know, the last year's winner. You never know what comes out of Japan. It's always so strong in this meeting. So he's wide open, you know. But he'd definitely be the one that I'm going to keep an eye on.
And again, I've asked you this. I know you've spoken about it in the past, but your plan on Country Grammar is?
He's a horse that he chases the pace. And you know, he's a grinder, and he just keeps going, you know, and so I try to bring the fight to them.
Finally, Bob Baffin's hit the crossbar in this race a couple of times. How much would it mean to you and him if you were raising that trophy in a few moments' time?
Well, now we just got beaten by Whisker, so it'll be a bittersweet joy, you know, but again, everybody's here to win.
We're rooting for you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Pensive, contemplative, dare I say, a little dry-mouthed and nervous. Nothing glib about Dettori today. Game face on. There with Christophe Lemaire, and is that man his biggest danger? Mike Smith. Tabor has the talent, does he have the tenacity? That man does, Ryan Moore. He's on Junelight Bolt. Will it be Japan's Saudi Cup to add to their global riches through the last 12 months? Building towards the world's most valuable race.
Run over 1,800 meters.
يقام على مسافة 1800 متر.
Worth $20 million.
وجائزته 20 مليون دولار.
The Saudi Cup.
شوط كأس السعودية.
So the field for the 2023 Saudi Cup worth $20 million is headed by one of the very strong Japanese challengers. Number 1 is Cafe Faro for João Moreira, and 2, Country Grammar, second 12 months ago. Frankie Dettori unbeaten in 2 rides on the horse. 3, Crown Pride for Damian Lane, and 4 is Emblem Road, last year's winner, this year the mount of Alexis Moreno. 5 is Geoglyph, Christophe Lemaire, another for Japan, as is number 6, Jun Lightbolt, proven on the surface, Ryan Moore rides. Unlike Pantalassa, who switches to the dirt, Yutaka Yoshida is up there, and 8 Remorse for Taigo Shea, representing the UAE. Number 9, Scotland Yard routed them on his build-up race. Another local runner, Victor Gutierrez takes the mount. Number 10, Tiber for Mike Smith. Big money Mike in the biggest money of all. 11, Van der Gaard for Mikel Barcelona. 12, Lagata Rhyme, Ricardo Ferreira, and 13, Sunset Flash for Asil Al-Sahani. 13 runners contesting over 1,800 meters, the richest race in the world.
Runners are now coming into the paddock. The bell is going. They will do a tour or 2 here before the crowd, before the jockeys are given the office to mount. Won't be long at all.
I'm very excited. I think the people are as well. You see the big crowd pressing around. I feel a little bit of nervous energy, though. It's not just a rippling of excitement. There's certainly a lot of people wondering what's going to be the outcome in a few minutes.
Okay then, 13 horses in the paddock ahead of the Saudi Cup, worth $20 million. The winner's share of that, 50%, $10 million. Second, $3.5 million. Third, $2 million. And even the fourth, $1.5 million. What a race. Some wonderful horses from the west coast of the United States to the Far East in Japan, who've become such a dominant force. And as we saw with Emblem Road last year, you mustn't forget the locals. And in Scotland Yard, they've got a serious second string, Michelle.
They do, and I thought maybe this horse would be reminiscent of Emblem Road last year. Earlier on, our local handicapping expert said not even close, that Emblem Road is 10 times the horse this one is, but he brings in some spectacular form, and he's also by Quality Road.
Let's never discount the United Arab Emirates. Bhupat Simar trains in Dubai and brings Remorse here. He's ridden by Taigo Shea, who's had so much success in the Emirate, and here he is with Ollie.
Ty O'Shea rides Remorse here, and actually you don't have to go too far back to see that there is bits and pieces of form with some of the big players here, Ty.
Yeah, look, he's Mr. Reliable, isn't he? He runs his race, we're under no illusions he's going to have to step forward. It's his toughest task to date, but yeah, look, he tries. The faster they go, the better. Probably be under the pump a long way, and hopefully he runs home and gives a good account.
Has he taken a step forward from last time out?
Yeah, we were a little bit disappointed last time. Race probably didn't pan out. They probably didn't go quick enough for him. He likes them to go quick and starts passing them, and he gains momentum then. So looks like that'll happen here. So hopeful for a big run.
We know that this is a huge prize. Can you give us an insight into what the atmosphere is like in the weighing room, and indeed now as you get closer to off time?
Look, it's huge, and look, not everybody gets the opportunity to ride in the most valuable race in the world. So, of course, everybody's getting on well with each other throughout the day, but as it gets closer, everybody gets a bit quieter, as you can expect, and a lot of prize money on offer for all connections. So, yeah, we're ready now. We're just all a little bit anxious to get on the horses.
Showtime now. Good luck.
Thanks.
With Amr Zaddan, owner of Taiba, co-owner Country Grammar. Amr, how sentimental of a moment is this for you?
It's good to see you here, Lafitte. Welcome to Saudi. I mean, look, nerve-wracking to say the least. I wish I was an outsider coming in. My expectation would have been matched, but there's a lot of pressure, and I'm fearful. All the competition is great. The horses are good, but let's hope they do well and make us proud.
You were telling me you're feeling like more pressure than before Kentucky Derby?
The Kentucky Derby, we came in with Taiba not expecting a whole lot, and we're just happy to be there. Here, both horses are seasoned. Country Grammar is a champion. Taiba is a 3-time Grade 1 winner. So, I mean, you've got that pressure, but you never know. It's in God's hand right now, so let's hope for the best.
You've said that Taiba actually gives you heart attacks. What's that all about?
Well, ask Bob. I mean, every time he's at the back stretch, you're like, oh my God, he's just dropping. And then before you know it, the light bulb just hits and he just keeps going. So he's that kind of horse, right? And let's see. I mean, I hope he just, Mike is, I mean, he needs no testimony from me. Mike is a legend, and he'll do right for him.
I know you love them both, but who might you give a slight edge to?
I mean, I'm hoping for a dead heat, right? Both of them, they're my boys, right? I mean, I just hope for a great, safe trip, and I just want to see my Silks up there, and let's see what happens.
Best of luck, Amr.
Thank you, Lafitte. Take care. Thanks.
Nick?
Lafitte Amr Zaddan has not been a racehorse owner at this level for that long, Michelle, but he's had 7 lifetimes really in this incarnation, from the DQ at Medina Spirit in the Derby to that horse's untimely demise, to defeat in this race last year, to victory in the Dubai World Cup, to hiring some of the world's most celebrated trainers and jockey. He's seen an awful lot already.
He sure has, and I'll tell you one thing that stuck by me about Taiba in particular is a couple years ago I remember talking to Amr, and he said, I have a horse who's going to be a champion, he's going to win the Derby, and I was like, who is he? He didn't even know who he was yet. He told me he's the son of Gunrunner, but didn't have a name yet.
I don't like to tell you, but it was only a year ago. It was this week last year, and he has come such a long way. It was a year ago. He hadn't made his debut.
Yeah, he hadn't made his debut.
2 runs into the Kentucky Derby. Didn't happen for him there, but he's already a 3-time Grade 1 winner over a variety of different distances.
You know what he told me right now? I told you.
and it'll be I told you so.
Yes.
If it comes good for him. But his loyalties must be split. Taiba, Country Grammar, horse who's delivered so much, and there is Country Grammar with Dettori in the plate. You feel that this is the percentage call of the race, don't you? The horse likeliest to give his running. Anything could happen. We saw a freaky result with Emblem Road last year. We know Scotland Yard is a bit of an unknown who's looked so impressive out here. Any one of the Japanese could take a big step forward. June Light Bolt is heavily credentialed, but you feel this is the horse that he's just going to give his running.
This is the horse that's the picture of consistency, right? I mean, his connections have said that. He always runs his race. Sometimes it's not good enough, sometimes it is. I like Country Grammar because I like an honest horse, and to me Country Grammar is an honest horse giving you what he has.
That was the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, announcing officially the Saudi Cup of 2023. And won't be too long now before the horses are loaded into the starting gate. Michelle, let's talk tactics and how you think this race is going to unfold from the outset, particularly with the two American horses.
Well, I certainly think that we're going to see Pantalasa go to the lead. He's a turf horse. His lone try on dirt previously was not a good effort. He draws the rail, and I know he's fast. Not only is he fast, he has a closing kick as well, but the best place for a turf horse, especially when it has speed, is out in front because you don't get that kickback. So that's going to help him. So we know he's going to be determined to go out. I think that Taiba is probably a horse that could sit, and Mike, like you heard Mike say, he has to pedal him sometimes, but his two-hole draw right outside Pantalasa is kind of going to force his hand. He's going to have to be involved early unless he completely drops out of it. And Country Grammar can't be too far off of them either.
I want to talk a little more about the two big local hopes, Scotland Yard and last year's winner Emblem Road. Now last year Emblem Road flopped out of the gate, came late and wide as the pace collapsed. Is that scenario even possible for him? Could he yet be a better horse than he was last year?
He might be, but it's hard to say because coming into last year, he had a lot more races under his belt and he was running well. Since the Saudi Cup, he's only run twice. They took him to Europe and tried to get some races into him. One thing we know though, he loves this track.
Now last year, his jockey today, Alexis Moreno, chose to ride Making Miracles, leaving Wiggy Ramos, who's now retired, to ride the Saudi Cup winner. Now he can't make the same mistake again. Moreno has to ride Emblem Road, but could he have chosen wrong for the second year? Could Scotland Yard surprise him, the winner of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, by 10 1/4 lengths?
You know, on paper, this horse looks very intriguing. His last 3 races, he's really improved since coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, breaking his maiden and jumping right into stakes action. He was a 10-length winner of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cups last time, and that was the prep for this, 1.25 miles. We've talked about cutting back in distance. He does that, but he was very hard-ridden for that ride.
Van der Garde is an experienced traveller. He's got his air miles. He's a 7-year-old now. He's not getting any better. We don't really know whether he can go on the dirt as well as the turf.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Van der Garde. He's been a little rambunctious here. In fact, he didn't come out into the paddock with everybody else. He waited until the riders were up just to walk out. You saw his antics right here. For me, on paper, he's lacking, and attitude-wise, I would be surprised.
All right, I want to talk about another all-time great rider, Joe Moreira, who rides Cafe Pharaoh. He is a horse who's got form on this surface. He's by American Pharaoh, and as you were telling me the other day, he gave that sire
his first dirt grade 1.
Yeah.
Dirt grade 1 for American Pharaoh from Cafe Pharaoh. You know, he's a good horse. I think that at one time he probably could have been the top Japanese entrant, but then we have June Light Bolt step up, and I think he's probably a little bit better than Cafe Pharaoh. He doesn't necessarily draw the best position in my eyes because he's all the way on the outside in that 13.
What will Joe Moreira do? Will he try and get him forward from 13 or just try and tuck in? The beauty of this course is that they've got time to sort themselves out.
I feel like watching some of his races, he looks a little one-pace to me, so I'm just not sure if he has that oomph that he's going to need to get up with a horse like Pantalasa. So maybe he sits like mid-pack and just finds his way closer to the rail.
We know Taiba has the talent. Has he got the street wisdom to come halfway across the world and win a race against his team-tough stable companion, Country Grammar? Will June Light Bolt prove much the best of the Japanese sextet as our friends from Japan seem to think.
I want to go back to Taiba real quick because they've loaded him in the gate. Earlier this week, he had an incident in the schooling gate. He did not like the gates they were using for schooling, which are different than these gates. He came out and was a little agitated. They put him back in and he stood quietly, but you can see him getting a little nervous in here. That could be a real deal breaker for him if for some reason he starts to act up. Now, he schooled the next day and he schooled perfectly. And I'm going to say this, he wasn't schooling because he was being bad necessarily. If you watch back some of the videos, there is a jockey cam video of it. He was just being super playful. Jimmy Barnes, the assistant to Bob Baffert, had said that he had had a day off and then a day of jogging. He just felt good. But he's got to pay attention in there.
Mike Smith in the play, the man who started riding in 1982. Some true all-timers lining up in the Saudi Cup of 2023. 3 years ago, the inaugural edition went to America. 2 years ago, it was to Great Britain with Mishra, Saudi-owned. Last year, Saudi-owned and trained. And there were scenes of wild, unfettered jubilation. Who will emerge on top this time round? And I wonder, can Country Grammar, last year's runner-up, give Frankie Dettori that fairy tale farewell here in Saudi Arabia before his retirement tour continues? So many nations, so many stories intertwine ahead of the world's most valuable horse race, which will be called by Richard Hoyles.
The last one forward there, 1,800 metres. The field is loaded away. Of activity in the outside gates. Being pretty well set. We're in with one. But they're already jumping in the air. Last year's winner, Emblem gives them a start. As Outwell Pantalassa on the inside is going forward. Tiber is also taking a handy position, as is Crown Pride. And the three from the inside gates are the ones that are cutting out the early fractions. Moving forward into fourth place is Geoglyph. As the field begins to string out, pace appears honest. Frankie Dettori moves Country Grammar up towards the outside. Whitecap casting a glance to the inside as on his outside Cafe Pharaoh improves. Remorse sits in midfield in company with Lagata Rhyme. Towards the outside we have Scotland Yard and Emblem Road, who's widest of all. Vandergaard is settled, and the back two are June Lightbolt, who is towards the back of the pack as they make their way down the back straight in the Saudi Cup. And Pantalassa really now beginning to press on. Has the advantage from in second, Geoglyph in third place, and just pushed along is Tiber to try and stick with the pace, which is strong. Crown Pride is in fourth place. Emblem Road is circling on the outside of Country Grammar, the first two home from 12 months ago. Behind these is Remorse, ground up the inside Cafe Pharaoh. Joe Moreira, a real ground-saving move on the inside to get onto the heels of the leaders. Pantalassa on the home turn. Geoglyph, Tiber as the Japan armies muster as Crown Pride on the outside. Then behind these in fifth place, angling out for a little bit of luck is Cafe Pharaoh, trying to stay on from the back. Behind these is Country Grammar, who's got work to do, and Jun Lightbolt towards the inside. Pantalassa moves back to the rails, has the advantage. Geoglyph in second place. Then between horses, Cafe Pharaoh, Japan all over the place here. They had the first four. Pantalassa tried the last home. In second place, Geoglyph, right down the outside. Country Grammar is staying on, but Pantalassa is lasting on at the moment. 50 yards to go. Pantalassa, Country Grammar, ever so late, but too late. Pantalassa takes it from Japan, the one they missed last year. They get this time. Country Grammar in second, and all of the Japanese runners all in a heap behind Cafe Pharaoh, Crown Pride and Geoglyph for the minor honours. Pantalassa hung tough for Yutaka Yoshida, and another success on the international stage for Yoshito Yahagi. Made every single yard of the running. They all came, they couldn't get by. Country Grammar got closest. Cafe Pharaoh just up for third, ahead of Geoglyph and Crown Pride. So 4 of the first 5 home Japanese trained. Emblem Road stayed on into 6th place, came clear of Tiber, who the writing was on the wall early, couldn't go the early gallop. June Lightbolt, by contrast, never got involved from the back of the field. Pantalassa, Japan had a great night 12 months ago. They missed the big one. They didn't miss it this time.
And you know what? They gave it 6 of the best, and they came out on top. If in doubt, just run everything you have. and Japan have won the Saudi Cup. In 4 years, 4 racing nations have won the world's most valuable horse race. Panthalassa, who dead heated in a thriller in the Dubai Turf 12 months ago, now wins the world's most prestigious horse race on the dirt, the Saudi Cup. Yoshita Yahagi, the man in the hat, tip your cap to him. Yutaka Yoshida is the man who has ridden this horse. The 47-year-old veteran has not seen another rival on Panthalassa, and only out of the corner of his eye very late would he have spotted the charging Frankie Dettori on Country Grammar. A second runners-up spot in the Saudi Cup for him. He's run his heart out, but he didn't have the pace of Panthalassa, who has won against the odds on the dirt this evening.
Looked fabulous there. Yoshida Yahagi did say that he thought the one turn was going to be fantastic for this horse, especially going in the anti-clockwise direction. You could see every step of the way this horse was a happy horse.
He got in a beautiful rhythm, and so many horses in behind occupying different parts of the track, exploring the outside, the inside, saving ground, coming out of the kickback. Meanwhile, unflustered, unworried, unhurried on the front end was Panthalassa, and he gave so generously.
He looked so great there. You're talking Yoshida. Kept him down along the cut, just kept him in the shortest way around there. But like you said, we saw a lot of horses going to the outside. I'm not sure if they were trying to get out of the kickback or if they had just seen a lot of outside horses winning on this evening, but Panthalassa stuck the course and proved to be the right one for him because he saved every ounce of ground while Country Grammar came flying late. He covered a lot more distance.
Came from the inside stall, saved every inch. Panthalassa springs the surprise in the Saudi Cup. We knew it was possible that one of the Japanese sextet would step forward. Was he a likely contender? One thing we did know was that he could take travelling in his stride, as he showed in Dubai last year. Frankie Dettori and Country Grammar finishing with a rattle, but running out of real estate.
What a run from Country Grammar. At one point, Nick, you said, look at Country Grammar coming in. I thought, no way. And he just kept gobbling up ground.
Saudi Cup goes to Japan. More reflections when you rejoin us.
$600,000 bid. $650 is bid, ladies and gentlemen.
Panthalassa has given Japan victory in the Saudi Cup. For more, here's Ollie Bell.
Yeah, we're going to grab a word with the winning rider whose English isn't great. I must confess my Japanese is non-existent, so I'm going to ask you one question. Do you have a message for the racing fans in Japan after you have just won the Saudi Cup?
日本の皆さん、こんばんは。サウジアラビアで、大きいサウジカップ勝ちました。応援ありがとうございます。やりました。
A huge race around the world, and this year in 2023, it goes to Japan.
Congratulations to Yutaka Yoshida, 47-year-old. He won the Dubai Turf last March on this horse. He debuted with Lord North, and incidentally, in a beautiful piece of symmetry, Lord North has won back in Great Britain this afternoon.
Maybe we'll have another rematch in Dubai tonight.
Well, I think you can do anything with this horse, and he doesn't seem to mind. He's got the heart, and that's a huge victory for a man who's had a pretty storied career. That's his 1,285th career victory, his 47th graded win, his 13th win at the very highest level. He has chiseled out a really honourable and noteworthy career in the saddle, and this his biggest payday. And what can you say about that man there, Yoshida Yahagi, in his trademark purple fedora? He has toured the globe in the last 24 months. Wherever he's been, Lafitte Pincay III, he's come up trumps.
Incredible. You mentioned the one turn, Michelle. He said that Pantalassa's one race on dirt, that it was a throwout because it was clockwise. That all the difference would be in a counterclockwise race. And at first it sounds odd, but he knows the horse better than anyone. And a complete reversal of form here, Pantalassa.
You mentioned Yoshida Yahagi. He trained Marshall Lorraine, on trail loves only you. He's also the JRA's leading trainer by Money One, by Races One, and also by Training Technique.
Let's take it from the outset. First thing to note, blue cap, Emblem Road, last year's winner. He did what he did last year, but more exaggeratedly so.
This was no good out of the gate. You could see him wiggling around. I think that it was just a little unlucky, but he was causing his own kind of detriment at that point. He completely hopped out of the gate, and we're okay with him being in the back, but then he was just off-settled.
But a beautiful rhythm immediately from the winner, Lafitte.
It was a question of just his second start on dirt. He's traveling there mid-pack. You see Teva there, who I don't know if he was uncomfortable or what the story was, but he was done midway around the far turn. Pantalassa, meanwhile, biding his time, just off the pace here, waiting to get his cue.
By contrast, Country Grammar, who is 5 deep, the white cap bobbing around there in about 6th place. He's always just under the pump. They're always going a little faster than Frankie Dettori wanted.
You know, watching him right here, like you said, Frankie Dettori kind of trying to find a spot for him, similar to where he having a meltdown, putting him out wide, so he had to get away from the rail. And meanwhile, Pantalassa just traveling on. He has no pressure at this point. There's a horse kind of behind him, but it's not giving him that immediate pressure. So really, he could be relaxed here. He's going to take this turn so easily. And look at the riders behind him. Everyone's in a drive. You see whips out back there. And right now, he's just getting his reins shook at him one time.
Geoglyph is running a great race. The red cap, the striped sleeves, the red sleeves and cap to the outside. That's Crown Pride. The yellow and black colors is Cafe Ferro coming through. It's a phalanx of Japanese runners at this stage.
Country Grammar, by the way, 8 lengths behind right now, making a move on the outside, and he is just gobbling up the ground. Look at him skip over it. Look how much less kickback he has than some of the horses like the one in between in yellow. They're struggling a touch. He is making up tons of ground because he is skipping over that surface.
But he is like the luxury liner trying to cut down the motorboat. And he couldn't, and he ran out of room.
He is a true 1.25 mile horse. This is a horse that we have seen him face defeat time and time again when running under 10 furlongs. When you put him at the 1.25 mile, he is so good and so tough.
So let's think about this race and its short but storied history. 4 runnings. We've mentioned 4 different nationalities, Lafitte, but we've had 2 dyed-in-the-wool dirt horses, Emblem Road and Maximum Security, and 2, dare I say it, dyed-in-the-wool turf horses, Mishriff and this horse, Pantalassa.
That's the belief that for the Europeans, for the Japanese, if they're going to compete with the best dirt horses from North America on this track, that they're going to be able to do so on this type of surface. It's not your typical fast dirt track in North America. It's a little bit heavier. It's a little bit deeper. You don't have all that kickback. And for that reason, as you mentioned, Mishriff winning a couple years back, a turf horse in Pantalassa in his 2nd career start on dirt, now a Saudi Cup winner.
Pantalassa wins in a time of 150.80. Ears pricked, looks like he fancies another go. He might not have to wait too long, because surely there'll be a date for him in Dubai in 3 weeks' time. He wins the Saudi Cup. Much more to follow. Welcome back on a day which has seen victory for all major racing nationalities. The man who has conquered the world in the last 2 years has done so again. Yoshito Yahagi has trained the Saudi Cup winner, and in the most unlikely fashion, with the most unlikely horse in Pantalassa. Not because we didn't know he had the class, we knew that full well. Not because we didn't know that he had the tenacity, we'd seen it last year in Dubai, but because we couldn't possibly predict how he'd adapt to a fresh surface. But he put his best foot forward, and he raced with zest and enthusiasm and verve, and he gave his rider Yutaka Yoshida a red letter day, one he'll never forget, and also a share of $10 million, half the total $20 million prize fund here in Riyadh. As night falls, Michelle Yu, Laffit Pincay alongside me. Laffit, further reflections on Pantalassa's performance and the race and the night as a whole.
Casa Creed and Country Grammar, two back-to-back heartbreaking defeats on this particular stage, and how difficult that has to be. And for Country Grammar to make up all that ground late in the stretch. But Pantalassa up front, so tough, resolute, digging, fighting to the wire, and in the end, so close. Country Grammar making up so much ground. Pantalassa, the first Japanese Saudi Cup winner. Michelle, what do you think this win means big picture to Japanese racing?
I think every time that the Japanese have come to a new race or a new continent and conquered it, it has just really shown that all of their investment in time and breeding and training and information is paying off in spades. You know, obviously, even in America, you know Yoshito Yahagi and what he's done for racing in his country, and he's bringing it and making it a worldwide phenomenon. And, you know, I think at one time we were like, oh, a Japanese horse is running, but now it's like the Japanese are coming, and they've really changed the outlook of what racing and the racing world have to say about the Japanese horses.
8 graded stakes wins, Saudi Cup night the last 2 years for the Japanese. Incredible.
Remarkable. And if you thought 4 on the night last year was impressive, you roll forward to the other side of the Gulf 3 weeks later, and they bagged 5 in Dubai, including with this horse. And this year, 2023, stand by at Santa Anita for the Breeders' Cup, because they'll be back. Because because it's that much easier to get from Japan to California than it is to get from Japan to Kentucky. Heartbreak for Dettori, look at that, but it's been a good night. He won with Elite Power, who was, I think, the star of the night in terms of quality.
That was a tremendous performance from him. I think he showed us something sensational in the middle of the race, especially late. Love to see a horse carry on a streak as hard as it is, and I think Bill Mott's the good guy. Everybody likes Bill Mott. We're rooting for him. He's having a stellar 2023 right now, and this is just an icing on the early part of this cake.
Everybody likes Bill Mott, but those who are particularly fickle, they only like one man right now, and that's Yoshito Yahagi. They will follow him everywhere he goes, and if they do so, they will likely follow winners. Panthalassa rounds out today's winners here in Riyadh. Salfan Tilal Al Khalidia won the very valuable purebred Arabian race. Mostadar for Great Britain. Batra Leon, brilliant for Japan from the front in the Panthalassa colours of Hiru Race Company. Silver Sonic was the star stayer. Commissioner King, Elite Power, and Panthalassa. Quite simply, there's been something for the locals. There's been something for Great Britain. There has been something for the United States. But there has been so much, as there so often has been down the last 2 years, for Japan. For Lafitte Pincay, Ollie Bell, Michelle Yu, Rosie Tamner, Richard Oils, and our entire broadcast team, good night from Riyadh. And for those of you who remain with us here in Riyadh, we await the trophy presentation. It is a monster, the trophy for this year's race. I'm not sure which of the Hiru Race Company Limited has a mantelpiece big enough to fit it, but all have their eyes on it.
Do you know what I wonder, genuinely? Does Yoshito Yahagi retire his hats after they win a big race?
I've seen that big collection.
You've seen the purple one before, so a lucky hat in that one.
Lucky hat. Would you ever take it off?
Yes, you have to save it because you know it's not going to work every time. Don't you have lucky stuff?
Not that lucky.
And here's the thing, we're talking about Yahagi. Look at the trainers in this year's race, in this year's Saudi Cup from Japan. Noriyuki Hori, Koichi Shintani, Tetsuya Kimura, Yasuo Tomomichi, and Yoshito Yahagi. In Japan, there's a cap on how many horses a trainer can train. So there cannot be a super trainer, a totally dominant trainer numerically, which makes his achievements all the more remarkable. It's not like he came in here with 6 horses. He had to gather 5 more trainers around him to do that.
Does it make that much of a difference, Nick, counterclockwise versus clockwise? And Yahagi saying just toss Panthalassa's first dirt race. No, he's a one-turn counterclockwise horse. Can it really make it? I guess it can.
Sure, it is. For sure. It's we talked earlier about leads and lead changes. So the majority of a race that goes around 2 turns, if you're going to the left, the majority of that race is run on your right lead because that's your straights. So you have to be a stronger right lead horse, right? If you flip direction, that means that you are running on your left lead down the straights. So this horse might just prefer to be on his right lead.
And if you have a definitive preference for going left-handed or right-handed, clockwise or counterclockwise, if it really is that strong because of your physique and the way you like to run, where is the best place for you to be berthed in the starting gate? 1, when you're going the right way around.
Taiba, high expectation. Spent before the real running started and off the board, a non-factor.
You know, again, a horse that turns the page from 3 to 4. You have some high expectations and some high hopes, but you don't know. And we're judging that he's a top horse really based off a 3rd place finish to Flightline in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But you can't just judge on the one race. You have to give, and you can't judge him off this either. He's going to have to come back to the States and let's see what he gets in. But just because he ran that 3rd doesn't mean he's going to take on older, more experienced horses. We have to remember, Taiba's only had, this is his 8th career start. I mean, other horses in here are pushing their 20s and their 30s as far as starts go.
Minus the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, presenting the prizes to Hiru Race Company Limited, Toshihiro Hirosaki et al., Yoshito Yahagi, And 47-year-old rider Yutaka Yoshida manning his 47th graded win, his 12th victory at the highest level. He will be richly looking forward to renewing his association with Thalassa. How much credit, Michelle, do you give the rider?
You know, he did the right thing. He did what he was supposed to do, and he didn't get in the horse's way. At no point did he question where he was or look at anybody else. If you watch him, he never peeked under his shoulder. He never peeked over like we see a lot of riders do when they're on the front end. He just trusted in his animal. Do I think he did anything exceptional to win the race? I think that was all the horse.
And in country grammar, he has turned away an admirable foe. But you fancy the rematch will be on. The first and second will head now to Dubai and all around the world. Trainers, owners, jockeys of top-class thoroughbreds will have their eyes on coming back to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2024, because we've had 4 Saudi Cups, 4 winning nations, and each and every year we've had something different. One thing has remained constant: spectacular sport. Laffite, thank you. Michelle, thank you. Thank you for joining us through the course of what has been, once again, a truly riveting evening. From all of us here in Riyadh, we will see you again in